Chapter 1. Awakening. When Uzumaki Naruto had been told that he and his team would be entering the Chūnin exams, a prestigious tournament-style exam that promoted a village's genin and offered a chance at promotion by his sensei, Hatake Kakashi, he had been expecting to fight strong opponents and overpower them with the sheer amount of awesome he possessed. He would beat the crap out of every team that came his way. He would kick ass, take names, and get promoted. Then Sakura-chan would realize that Sasuke's team was nothing more than a loser with a big clan name and fall in love with him, and soon after that the old man would name him Hokage. Yes, those were the thoughts going through the head of one Uzumaki Naruto when he had first learned he would be in the Chūnin exams. What he got instead was a fight with some freaky kunoichi from Kusagakure, village hidden in the grass, who was not only ridiculously strong, but also had her disgusting tongue wrapped around his neck. Oi, let me go of me, you fucking hag. Let go, or I'll rip that damn tongue out of your mouth and shove it up your ass. Naruto shouted, his voice a gravely snarl that didn't sound entirely human as he kicked and struggled within the grasp, the kunoichi. His struggling didn't do much, however, as the woman's grip over him was quite strong, despite the appendage being used. My, how interesting, the kunoichi said, ignoring the boy's rather crass words as she looked at Naruto's now red eyes. When your emotions are running high and the risk of death is great, the seal must leak Kyuubi's chakra. This is a most interesting development. Unfortunately for you, Sasuke-kun is the only one I wish to test right now. So you'll have to go. The fingers of the kunoichi's left hand glowed in a light purple as she slammed, then into the seal on the blonde's stomach. Gogyo, Fuian, 5-prong seal. Naruto let out an intense roar of pain as the woman slammed her hands into his abdomen. Every muscle in his body spasmed as his body lost control of his normal functions. It felt like his finger had gotten stuck in a socket plug, where a current of lightning was racing through his veins. The soon became so intense that his eyes rolled into the back of his head and his body slumped in the kunoichi's grasp. Now that that's over with, the kunoichi tossed Naruto away, not caring if he fell to his death. The blonde was lucky Sakura decided to do something useful for once and managed to pin him to a tree with a well-placed kunai. The kunoichi turned her attention back to Sasuke, who was still quivering in fear. Now, my dear Sasuke-kun, show me how strong you are. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto gave a soft groan as he opened his eyes, blinking a few times as he sat up. Great! Naruto groaned as he looked around the dank and darkened hallway. It wasn't hard to recognize where he was. If the craggy and cracked walls didn't give it away, then the knee-deep water soaking the floor would. Looks like I'm in a sewer of some kind. How the hell did I get here? He frowned as he looked around. This place looked nothing like the sewers of Konoha, and he had traveled those sewers many times to escape the occasional drunk who wanted revenge against the Kyuubi brat. The main difference he noticed were the pipes that were traveling along and through the walls and ceiling. They were glowing blue. He absently wondered what the hell was in those pipes to make them glow blue. His thoughts were derailed when his eyes saw that one lone pipe was red. Standing up, he began walking down the hall, following the red pipe, which was the only one that traveled down the hall. When he came out, he found himself standing in front of a gate, a very large gate, nearly 20 times his size and with fairly large steel bars. In the middle was a large piece of paper with the kanji for Fuian seal on it. However, it was, surprisingly enough, not the gate that got his attention, but instead the two people that were standing near the gate. The first was a man with long, whitish blonde hair that went down to his back in a strand of messy spikes. His clothes consisted of a yellow headband, a yellow obi sash, and white pants. He was not wearing any shirt, allowing Naruto to see that the man was fucking ripped, lean, hard muscles compacted on his frame, giving him a look that spoke of both immense and power and overwhelming speed. His face twisted into a smirk as he saw Naruto. The second figure was that of a young teenage girl, maybe 4 years older than Naruto, kneeling before this man in a bow of submission just behind the cage. She had long red hair with streaks of gold that were highlighted in it. Her long locks went into 9 ornate braids that reached her lower back. 2 bangs framed a face that was beyond perfect, a slight mixture between oval and heart-shaped. Her face had a regal beauty about it, with higher than average cheekbones that still managed to retain a soft look, a small button nose, and cupid bow, lips which were a rich red color. Naruto felt it would be very easy to mistake her as some kind of Heim princess, or at the very least, a rich noble. Her skin was a pale porcelain color, giving her a delicate and smooth as silk look. She was wearing a red kimono that went down her feet, with two slits running down the sides, and a V-neck cut in front, showing a little of her generous assets. She had an hourglass figure that civilian girls could only dream of, and even the most active kunoichi would kill for. All in all, she was very beautiful. In fact, Naruto had never met anyone prettier than this girl, and considering he had met the likes of Kurenai and Anko, that was saying something. However, the most notable features on the girl were the 9 foxtails laying limply behind her. The man prodded the woman who was kneeling and turned her attention towards the blonde. Naruto saw the woman's eyes were a deep and intoxicating color of red with black slits running down the middle. He also took note of the shame that was currently written all over her face. Absently, he wondered just how he could read her face so well, but didn't dwell on the thought for long. As Naruto walked up to them, the man grinned. "I'm pleased to see you, Gaki. I've been hoping we would meet soon, but that damn seal kept getting in the way." At the word seal, Naruto stopped walking. He looked at the man for several seconds, before turning his gaze onto the woman. He looked back at the cage, specifically the seal, before things managed to click together for him. "You're the QB, aren't you?" Naruto asked, turning his eyes back towards the woman. He did not know how he knew this, well, aside from the 9 tails giving her away. However, Naruto would have normally not noticed those details right away, despite how glaringly obvious they were. Yet even as he wondered over his new sense of observation, he could feel that something inside of him was different than the few moments before he had come to wherever he was. It felt like he was undergoing some odd change that was beginning to affect him. It was as if a door had opened in his mind and allowed him to think more clearly. He didn't know what it was or why it was happening, but he was too grateful at being able to actually think in a more logical manner to care. "Hi," the woman said, her voice cracking with raw emotion. Naruto frowned at the tone of voice, even as the woman continued speaking. "I am, and I am so sorry for what I have done to you, Naruto-sama." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the honorific, but did not comment on that. Instead, he chose to comment on his most recent observations of her character. "You don't seem to be some kind of demon of mass destruction like I'd been told." "That is because she was not quite herself when she attacked your village," Raisin interrupted, bringing Naruto's attention from the woman to him. Seeing that he now held the boy's attention, the powerfully built man continued. "She was manipulated into attacking Konoha." Naruto frowned for a moment, not quite sure what to make of this knowledge. Contrary to popular belief, he was not as stupid as he looked. Ignorant? Yes. Naive? Definitely. Slow? Maybe. But not stupid. If he had been, then Naruto never would have survived past his 4th birthday. His problem had always been his notoriously short attention span, which was due to the nearly unlimited amount of energy he possessed. That overabundance of energy made it hard for him to concentrate on any one thing that he found uninteresting for too long. However, even with his newfound ability to think, he did not know what to make of the knowledge that had just been presented to him. In the end, he decided to put what he had heard on hold for a moment, so he could deal with something less troublesome than the possibility that Kyuubi may not be a raging beast of hate and destruction. With that thought in mind, Naruto turned his complete attention on the male of the duo, and in a blunt manner said, "And who the hell are you?" "My name is Raisin," the man said with a smirk. He sounded amused by the blonde's blunt words, and perhaps even a little impressed. "I am one of the 3 demon kings of Makai, but more importantly, I am one of your ancestors." Naruto eyes widened at the comment, surprise overtaking his features. "My ancestor?" This was definitely not something he had ever expected, though he had never expected to meet his tenant either. His mind went to thoughts on what Raisin meant when he said Demon King. It was definitely a title of some kind, and it was obvious from the way Kyuubi was being so subversive to the man that it meant he held a higher status than Kyuubi herself. Did that mean this man was more powerful than the supposed most powerful bijou in existence? Raisin nodded. "That's right. You are a direct descendant of me. and I suppose, in a way, my successor. Successor? Naruto asked, confused. So, I'm a demon? Had he heard that before coming here? Wherever here was, he would have been depressed at the knowledge that he was no longer human, or had never been human. But even as he felt the small amount of sadness and fear creep into him, he could feel it being squashed by something else inside of him, something that was changing him. Maybe it was a demon's pride, maybe it was just accepting the inevitable, or maybe his whole outlook on life was being fundamentally shifted to one where he looked on the world and everything in it with apathy. He couldn't say for sure. All he knew was that he didn't particularly care that he was a demon. Well, part demon anyways, answered Raisin. You are my heir. You see, I died around 600 years ago after I'd fallen in love with a human. She was a doctor and had nursed me back to health after I'd been injured. After that, I promised never to eat another human again. Wait a minute, Naruto screamed, interrupting the man as an old part of him came to the fore. The incredibly stupid part that often put its foot in his mouth. What do you mean you ate humans? The thought of killing didn't bother him like it probably should have. Indeed, while Naruto had never thought about killing before, and it had even repulsed him when he had learned how closely entwined death was with being a shinobi during the mission to Nami no Kuni, the thought of killing humans now didn't bother him at all anymore. It was just another one of those changes he was likely undergoing. He didn't particularly have any feelings on whether or not humans were killed, but eating one sounded disgusting. Stop yelling, damn it. Raisin yelled back. Yes, I ate humans. I could not gain sustenance from anything else. They were my source of food and strength. However, after I fell in love, I vowed not to, and in the end, I died. So how are you here then? Naruto asked as he looked around. A frown marred his face as he just now remembered that he had no clue where he was. And where the hell is here anyways? This is called a mindscape, Raisin said, a feigned smirk on his face. More specifically, this is your mindscape. This is my mind, Naruto asked, receiving a nod. A disgusted look soon passed over the blonde's face. Cammy, this sucks. My mind is a dump. Yes it is, Raisin said, snickering a bit. Naruto glared at him, but it did not seem to affect the man. However, that is not really your fault. You see, the seal that keeps Kyuubi here at bay also keeps your potential at bay. What do you mean? Asked Naruto with a quizzical expression. I doubt he meant to, but when your father sealed the Kyuubi inside of you dash. My father, Naruto shouted again, his eyes narrowing. You mean to tell me my father is the reason I'm hated? Didn't I tell you to shut up? Raisin yelled, unleashing his power on the blonde, making Naruto tremble and fall to his knees, gasping for breath. Yes, your father is the one who sealed Kyuubi inside of you. He did not have much choice. It was either that or allow you and your village to be burned to the ground. Now don't interrupt me again, or you will regret it. Naruto gulped and quickly nodded. This man's power was on a scale of its own. The blonde couldn't help but feel like he was in the presence of Cammy. That was how powerful the man was. He had no desire to test this Raisin's patience. He vowed to keep his mouth shut until this Raisin finished speaking. Good, Raisin said, letting up on his pressure and allowing Naruto to stand, albeit shakily. Now, as I was saying, your father, who is also my descendant, was forced to seal Kyuubi into you. However, this also locked away nearly all of your potential, since that potential is almost all demonic in origin, and the seal was designed to lock away demons. Almost, Naruto questioned. Yes, almost, Raisin said. You see, you are also of the Uzumaki clan, a clan that, like the Uchiha and Senju clans, is descended from the man you know as the Rikudo Chūnin. Raisin quickly saw the blonde's blank look and sighed. He had forgotten that while Naruto may be able to think more clearly, he still didn't know anything due to his not paying attention in class. And he wasn't even sure the boys' academy would have taught about the Rikudo Chūnin. Thus, he decided to explain. The Rikudo Chūnin is a legend amongst the humans and was considered to be the first shinobi. He was the creator of modern-day ninjutsu and was considered a god amongst your people. Raisin paused, allowing that information to sink in before he continued. But that is neither here nor there. What is important is that thanks to what that snake summoning ninja did to you, it blocked off the affects of the seal, granting you access to your power and heritage. I see, Naruto said, going into a look of deep thought for a moment. That's why I feel so different, isn't it? Yes, Raisin said, sounding pleased that Naruto realized that fact so quickly. With your demonic heritage unlocked, your mental paradigm is shifting. I'm sure you can already feel some of the differences. You're thinking more clearly, your logical thought processes are working much more efficiently, allowing you to come to conclusions that you have never been able to before. You're more observant as well. These are all small changes in your psyche that are being affected by your demonic side, being unsealed. Naruto nodded his head before getting to something he had wanted to know since showing up in his mind. That still doesn't explain why you are here. Isn't that obvious? Raisin asked rhetorically. I was summoned here to help bring out your full potential. Naruto blinked a few times. And how are you going to do that? The rather insane-looking grin that Raisin gave him sent shivers down Naruto's spine. That should be easy. I'm going to beat the shit out of you until you get stronger. Before Naruto knew what was happening, Raisin appeared right in front of him, smashing a fist into the blonde's stomach and sending him flying. Birth of the new Demon King. Sakura did her best, trying to keep an active vigil over the love of her life, one Uchiha Sasuke. However, if the bags under her eyes, the way her head kept lolling down, and her completely slouched posture was any indication, the girl was exhausted beyond all belief. She had been awake for almost 24 hours now, foregoing even short naps, since she did not know if or when an enemy would attack. Sakura knew she had to keep constantly alert, constantly vigil. Yet, even as these thoughts crossed her mind, her head once more began to nod off, eyes closing as exhaustion started setting in. Crack! It snapped back up when she heard the sound of a twig snapping. Her eyes now wider, Sakura's head swiveled around to see a squirrel running toward her. She gave a sigh of relief when she realized it was not an enemy. However, her eyes widened again when she saw where it was running. In an act of desperation, she threw a kunai at it. Luckily for the squirrel, it hit the ground right in front of it, causing the creature to squeak and run off. She let out a relieved breath as she watched the small forest critter scurry away, then turned back to watch her teammates. Once more, Sakura attempted to keep her silent vigil. She had no clue how long she sat there, staring at her teammates and occasionally looking around at the surrounding forest. But soon enough, her head began to nod and her eyes began to close. That was when she heard a chuckle coming from in front of her. Looking up, it was to see the 3 Oto Genin that had attacked Kabuto before the first exam. The boy on the far left had spiky, dark hair and dark eyes. A large beige t-shirt covered his upper body with the word death, inscribed upon it in kanji on the front. He also had a pair of snake-patterned pants, 2 black strips fastening his shirt to him around the shoulder areas, black sandals, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, and a headband secured tightly around his head. The guy in the middle, though he was slouched over, it was hard to tell just how tall he was due to this fact, but Sakura figured he'd at least be as tall as the other male in the group. He had bandages covering most of his face with the exception of the area around his left eye, had a large poncho with incredibly long sleeves, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, and a straw raincoat protruding from his back where the scarf went around. The final member of their team was a girl who had dark-colored eyes and extremely long black hair nearly reaching the ground, and was tied at the end by a violet ribbon. She was fair-looking, with a green vest similar to a flak jacket covering her upper body, a snake-patterned scarf adorned around her neck, a pair of pants of the same color, and sandals. All of them had a cocky-looking smirk on their faces, well, the 2 whose faces could be seen. She could not tell if the one with his head wrapped in bandages did or not, but figured it was safe to assume he did. Looks like you've been up all night, came the smug voice from Slouch Man in the middle. Now, if you don't mind, why don't you wake up the Uchiha? We're here to fight him. It was clear this man was the spokesperson and leader of the group. While he was talking, the other 2 just leered at the pink cat. What do you want here? I mean, what do you really want? Asked Sakura. I know Orochimaru is calling the shots from the shadows. Her words caused the trio to widen their eyes in recognition of the name. You guys work for him, don't you? Tell me what that mark he put my Sasuke-kun is. I wonder what that man is up to. Dosa wondered out loud. There was something going on here that he wasn't getting. Out of the 3 of them, He knew what the mark the girl was talking about was, having seen it on Orochimaru's elite before. Why would their leader give the brat they were supposed to kill such a powerful mark? He shook the thought off. Who was he to question Orochimaru's methods? Humph. I can't stand hearing some snot-nosed little brat talking down to me like this. First I'll kill you, little girl, and then I'm gonna kill Sasuke. Zaku prepared to charge the girl. Wait, Zaku, Dosu ordered, getting his teammate to stop. The man walked forwards until he stopped at the spot where Sakura threw the kunai. Kneeling down on the grass, he ran his hand over the area. The color of this soil is the kind that shows it's recently been dug up, and this kind of grass doesn't grow in the forest of death. It looks like you tried to set a trap for us. Rather poorly, I might add. Sakura paled, causing the three Odo ninja to smirk before they leapt over the ground. Before they reached the apex of their jump, Sakura smirked, using the kunai in her hand to cut a strand of ninja wire attached to the kunai embedded in the ground next to her. As the second wire was cut, a large log came flying towards the three Odo genin. While the three Odo ninja were slightly surprised at the second trap, it wasn't so surprising that they couldn't do anything to defend themselves. Dosu placed the hand with the odd metal gauntlet on the log and channeled some chakra into it. The result shocked Sakura as the log was split in two, leaving the trio's progress to her unimpeded. Her eyes widened as the three descended towards them. As her mind registered that she was going to die, a loud shout of Konoha Senpu, Leaf Hurricane, distracted her from the defeatist thought, and a green blur appeared in front of the three Odo genin, knocking each of them away with a kick. As the green blur stopped moving, Sakura managed to recognize the familiar figure. Lee, she thought, confused. She remembered how he had fought and defeated Sasuke before the first stage of the exams. Why would he help her? Who the hell are you? Zaka shouted as he stood up and rubbed his sore cheek. I am Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee, proclaimed the bowl-cut, spandex-wearing genin. Lee, what are you doing here? Asked a bewildered Sakura. The boy looked back at her and grinned. I will always appear whenever you are in danger, Sakura-san. He reached over towards his shoulder and gently grabbed the squirrel sitting on it, before setting the woodland creature on the ground. It's all thanks to you, little guy. Sakura gave the boy a smile. She may not like him, but at least he was doing something to protect her. Thank you, Lee. Lee gave her a thumbs up before turning to the Odo genin. I said it once before, I'll protect you till the day I die. Dosu eyed the green-clad genin wearily. He knew better than to judge the boy because of his terrible fashion sense. That speed he had shown proved he was good. No matter how good he is, he's no match for all three of us, Dosu thought as he began to advance towards Lee. Darting forward, Dosu uncovered the odd gauntlet he was wearing, rearing his fist back to strike at the genin. Much to his shock, said boy waited until he was halfway there before slamming his hands into the ground and pulling out a large chunk of rock and dirt. Dosu's arm hit the rocks, causing it to explode. While I have not seen you fight, I remember seeing you use that strange gauntlet against Kabuto-san, Lee stated calmly. Because I don't know what it does, logic dictates that I shouldn't let you hit me with it. Dosu narrowed his one good eye as he landed on the ground before rushing back towards the Konoha genin. Lee waited for his opponent to calm calmly, and when Dosu was in range, struck out with a right-left combination. The right fist was blocked, but the left happened too fast for Dosu to see it until it was too late. Dosu stumbled back and was then kicked in the ribs and went flying back a ways. Grunting, he got back up and was forced to jump out of the way when Lee sent a punch at him that was strong enough to make a crater when it hit the ground. Lee stood back up and faced Dosu, who came back at him. Dosu swung at Lee with the arm that did not have the gauntlet attached to it. Lee blocked the arm, grabbed onto his as he threw his opponent into a tree, leaving a small impression. Dosu narrowed his visible eye as he pushed himself out of the impression he was in before charging at Lee again. Realizing that straightforward tactics wouldn't work, he decided a little deception was in order. Coming in, Dosu made a feint with a high punch when Lee moved to block him. He switched attacks and came in with a kick that caught Lee unawares. By the time Lee had recovered, Dosu was nowhere to be seen. A kick to the back of his head sent Lee stumbling forward before he felt a hand grip his leg and toss him into the air, then slam him into the ground. Lee got back to his feet and searched for Dosu. As he did, he felt a presence behind and saw Dosu coming in with his gauntlet-covered fist reared back. "I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I must use that jutsu," thought Lee as he unwound his bandages. As Dosu got within striking range, Lee disappeared from view before appearing below him and kicking the Odo Genin in the chin, hard. As Dosu soared into the air, Lee appeared behind him, wrapping the mummified Genin in his bandages. Then Lee started to spin, slowly at first, but it gradually picked up more and more speed until the pair looked like a drill plummeting to the earth. "Oh shit," Zaka shouted as he saw the speeding drill that was Lee and Dosu. There's no way Dosu can survive something like this. The spiky-haired Odo Genin began running through a quick series of hand seals, ending on the monkey seal. "Take this, Omote Renge, Hidden Latsu," yelled Lee as he released his hold on Dosu. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Zuko slammed a hands into the ground and sent a wave of air towards the spot Dosu was about to hit. A few seconds later, Dosu hit the ground head first, implanting himself into it with a little over half his body sticking up. With a few wiggles and grunts, Dosu got himself out of the ground and stood back up no worse for wear. "That actually would have killed me had Zako not softened the ground for my fall," Dosu said as he looked at his now tired-out opponent. "I am possible," Lee muttered as he fell to the ground, his muscles having torn from using his jutsu. "It seems that attack he used has some serious backlash," Dosu mused as he saw Lee kneeling on the ground, panting. "It matters not. I may be tired, but so are you. I can still win," Lee said, giving Dosu a confident smile. "Not in that condition you can't," Dosu chuckled. "And in case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only one you need to deal with. Now I'm getting rather irritated at your interference, so I'll just finish you off now." Dosu charged forward once again as he reared his arm back for another attack. Lee tried to dodge, only to receive a jolt of pain for his troubles as the after effects of the jutsu kicked in. He looked up just as Dosu swung at him. Lee was lucky enough to dodge the attack, albeit barely. But before he could even think of retaliating, his vision began to get blurry, and a sharp pain filled his head as his ears bleed. Lee tried to stand, but as soon as he moved, he was forced onto his hands and knees as he began to throw up. "You like?" asked Dosu. "I call this my melody arm. With it, I can amplify sound waves and use the vibrations they cause to break through your eardrum and damage the inner membrane, making you lose your semblance of balance. You won't be able to function properly for a while now." Deciding he did not want to be left out, Zaka lifted up his hands and pulled his palms up to reveal the hole he had in each hand. "My specialty is the ability to control supersonic airwaves and air pressure, slicing up or blasting my opponents. To us, your jutsu are laughable. As you can see, you have no hope against us. You put up a good fight, but it's time to say goodbye, kid." Dosu reared his melody arm back, ready to strike. He didn't get the chance to swing as a powerful punch connected with his jaw, launching him back several feet. Dosu looked up in surprise at seeing a fiercely determined Sakura standing beside Lee, her fist held out in a punch. "So, it looks like she's not completely useless after all," Zaka commented with a sneer. Sakura panted as she glared at the trio. There was no way she could win against one of them, let alone all three at the same time. "I wish Sasuke-kun was awake," Sakura thought to herself. "Surely he would save me if he were." "Ja, Sasuke-kun would kick their asses," came the voice of inner Sakura, the alter ego that existed inside the Pinkette's head. Unfortunately, Sasuke was unconscious and Lee was beaten. He had protected her while Sasuke was out of it, so the least she could do was help him until Sasuke could wake up and save them. "As Sakura-san?" asked a wide-eyed and surprised Lee. "Don't worry, Lee. I can at least hold them off for a bit while you recover," Sakura said with a determined expression. "Yeah, I don't even know if she's worth the effort," Zako commented. "Well then, why don't I take care of this?" Kin asked rhetorically. Sakura looked at Kin before dashing towards her. She flung several shuriken before going through a set of hand seals. Kin blocked or dodged all the shuriken and looked at the Pinkette only to see 3 of her. "You don't honestly think a pathetic jutsu like that is going to work, do you?" snorted Kin as she threw several senbon at Sakura. All three Sakuras burst into smoke, with the one in the middle also being replaced with a log. Sensing a presence behind her, Kin turned to see three more Sakuras, all of them doing hand seals. Kin gave a grunt of annoyance as she tossed more Samban. Once again, the two on either end disappeared in a puff of smoke, while the middle one was replaced with a log. Kin spun around just as Sakura appeared behind her, blocking the punch the Pinkette sent her before lashing out with her own fist. Sakura stumbled back, giving Kin the opportunity to knee the girl in the gut before kicking the back of her legs, forcing Sakura onto her knees. Then she grabbed Sakura by the hair, pulling on it as hard as she could, forcing Sakura to yelp in pain. "Well, get a feel of this. It seems her hair is softer than mine." Kin's smirk turned into a disgusted sneer. "If you have time to take such good care of your hair, you could have spent it better training. You're not even a real kunoichi, are you? Probably just a pathetic fangirl for the Uchiha boy over there. Hey, Zaku, why don't we kill that Sasuke guy in front of this little bitch?" "It would be my pleasure," Zaku said as he made his way over to the shelter. Tears began leaking out of the corner of Sakura's eyes. Everything was going wrong. Sasuke was unconscious and about to be killed, and these people were going to force her to watch. These things weren't supposed to happen. Sasuke was supposed to wake up and save her, and then they would get married and she would have his babies. And now they were both going to die. Despite having nothing to do with her current predicament, she blamed Naruto for not being awake to help her protect Sasuke. A yank on her hair brought her head back up. "Smo, pay attention. My teammate is going to kill your boyfriend. I wouldn't want you to miss it." Sakura's eyes widened. "I can't let them kill Sasuke-kun." Sakura brought her kunai up, causing Kin to take notice. "You don't seriously think you can get me like this, do you?" Kin asked with a superior smirk. "Don't be stupid. You're too weak to get me." "Who said this was for you?" "What dash?" Sakura slashed the kunai up behind her, cutting off her hair, a surprising Kin. Standing up, the pink-haired girl reared her head back and smashed it into Kin's face, causing the girl to stumble back. Sakura then raced toward Zaku, who had taken notice, and began several hand seals. Zaku sent a blast of airwaves at her, but Sakura replaced herself with a log, reappearing on his left, doing more hand seals. "Gah, you're so annoying," Zaku shouted as he released more airwaves. However, Sakura once again replaced herself with a log, this time appearing above him. "That stupid technique will only work so many times." He flung a kunai at her and then began searching around for where she would appear next. After a while, when she did not reappear, he blinked, then became surprised when he felt blood splatter onto his face. He looked up to see Sakura with a kunai in her forearm, still descending on him. She jabbed her own kunai in his left forearm while biting onto his right hand. The two tumbled to the ground with Sakura on top and keeping Zaku from using his airwave attack. "Gah, you bitch, get off." He began to smash a fist on her head, attempting to get her off of him. "You goddamn crazy bitch, get off." Birth of the new Demon King. Ever since the start of these exams, things have been nothing but trouble for the members of Team 10. Their first problem had come from Choji, who, after several days within the forest, had begun to complain about the lack of food. Thus, Ino had been forced to bully Shikamaru into catching some fish. The second problem had come from the task itself, namely, they hadn't been able to get the other scroll they needed. It hadn't helped that the few teams they had run into had been way too strong for them, and the only time they had run into a single ninja, it just had to be last year's Rookie of the Year. And that was a guy Shikamaru wouldn't face on his best day. Needless to say, the whole thing was very troublesome. If that wasn't enough, and these exams hadn't already gone pear-shaped, the three of them had run into the most troublesome situation to date. Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru had just been minding their own business, trying to find some weaklings they could get a scroll from, when they had stumbled on the scene and watched in horror as one of the people they knew from the academy was getting her face beaten in. "What do you want to do, Ino?" asked Shikamaru, for once his voice not sounding lazy. It was troublesome, but much as he just wanted to watch the clouds or go to sleep, now was not the time. Ino bit her lip as she remained silent. She didn't know what to do. A part of her wanted to help her former friend. She could still remember how she first met Sakura. The Pinkette had been getting picked on by Ami, a former classmate of theirs that had failed to graduate. She had helped chase them away. then discovered they had been making fun of Sakura for her large forehead. Ino could still remember the day she had given Sakura the red ribbon she had used to wear back at the academy, claiming that if she made a big deal of her forehead, then others would simply make more fun of her. They had been best friends up to that point, until Sasuke had come along. It had been 6 months into the academy when Sakura had given her back the ribbon she had given the Pinkette as a sign of their friendship, claiming that they were rivals from now on for Sasuke's affection. To this day, she and Ino were still enemies. And yet at the same time, Ino, Shikamaru said, snapping the blonde from her funk. She looked over at her lazy teammate to see the serious expression on his face. She's your friend, isn't she? Didn't you two know each other really well in the academy? Ino looked at Shikamaru before looking back at Sakura, who was still taking a beating. A determined expression came onto Ino's face as she stood up. Let's get out of here. Birth of the new Demon King. After bashing Sakura in the face several dozen more times, Zaku finally managed to pry the girl off. The girl had been pretty damn tenacious, hanging on like a pit bull once it got its hands or teeth as they were of bone. Zaku had lost count of the number of times he'd pounded his fist into the girl's head, but the last one finally managed to dislodge her. As Sakura was sent sprawling to the ground, he stood up, a scowl on his face as he glared down on her. Damn bitch, Zaku growled, anger and hatred permeating his voice. I'm gonna blow you away, you little cunt. The Odo Genin's hands were quick to come up, the blowholes within his appendages practically humming with chakra. He was just about to blow her to oblivion when Team 10 appeared, Shikamaru on the left, Ino in the middle, and Choji sitting on his hand on the right. It became clear that only Shikamaru and Ino had come willingly, because Shikamaru was holding on to Choji's scarf, having obviously dragged the larger boy with him. What the hell is this? The second line of defense, Zaku snorted. No matter how many of you losers turn up, the outcome is going to be the same. He was beginning to get particularly annoyed by all of the interruptions they'd been having. This mission was supposed to have been simple: find Sasuke and kill him. He was already unconscious, and the girl shouldn't have taken much to put down. Minimal fuss, minimal risk. Now, they not only just finished a fight with some taijutsu freak that looked like he'd glued caterpillars to his eyebrows, but the pink-haired little bitch had proven to be more trouble than she was worth. And now they had to deal with this interruption. It was fraying the end of Zaku's relatively short fuse. Aino, Sakura voiced her confusion. Why are you here? Tisich, Ino huffed, not bothering to look at the girl as a small smirk formed on her face. Didn't I tell you before? I'm not going to let you show me up, forehead. There's no way I'm going to let you show off for Sasuke-kun and leave me behind. They just keep swarming in, they're like bugs. Dosa mumbled, his single visible eye narrowing into a glare as he looked at the three new ninja now standing in the way of their mission. These foolish Konoha ninja will be sorry they ever decided to but into business that doesn't concern them. What the hell are you two thinking? Chuji hissed. These guys are too dangerous. Chuji knew that out of all the teams, theirs was likely the weakest. While Shikamaru had never outright said it, he knew enough about his lazy friend to read between the lines. All one had to do was look at the facts. They had the laziest jonin in Konoha, who preferred playing shogi to teaching. Shikamaru never trained, preferring to either watch the clouds or play shogi with Asuma. He himself was always eating while watching the clouds or watching Shikamaru play shogi. And Ino either only complained, fawned over Sasuke, or talked about how she would beat Sakura, which often involved Sasuke. It was made worse because each of them only knew one of their clan techniques. Shikamaru was too lazy to learn anymore. Ino was too busy being a fangirl. And Chuji was always too busy eating to learn. The facts were they had nothing over this team, if what they had seen so far was any indication. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Shikamaru spoke up. It's troublesome, but we have to do this. Now that Ino's shown herself, we men can't just run away. Sorry I got you too involved, Ino apologized. But we are a three-man team. We do everything together. Meh, whatever happens, happens, Shikamaru shrugged. We'll find a way to deal with this. But I don't want to die yet, whined Chuji as he turned around and attempted to make a run for it. However, Shikamaru had latched onto Chuji's scarf to keep him from leaving. Small Shikamaru, Let go of my scarf. Hee hee, you can leave if you want, fatty, Zaku said, grinning darkly. Chuji stopped moving completely. All thoughts of leaving disappeared when Zaku said those words. What did he just say? I couldn't hear him too well. I said you can go back into the forest and fuck yourself. Fat ass, Zaku exclaimed. Oh no, now he's done it. Shikamaru muttered a quick curse of troublesome under his breath. That word is taboo for Chuji. Chuji did complete 180 turnaround as steam began to pour out of his ears. I'm not fat, you stupid piece of shit. I'm big boned. And now I'm going to squash you. All right, now we're talking. Ino cheered, while Shikamaru muttered a quick troublesome. Take it away, Choji. With pleasure, Chuji put his hand into a ram seal. Baiken no jutsu, double weight jutsu. Right before the eyes of everyone present, Choji's body quickly expanded to nearly 3 times his size. Too many. He looked like a giant balloon. His limbs and head were pulled into his clothing, with chakra coming out of the holes, turning him into a giant ball. Nikuden Shunsha, human boulder. Pudgy's rule, he cried out, somehow still perfectly clear despite being inside his clothes, before he began rolling towards Zaku faster than the Odo Genin expected. What the hell is this? Zaku held out his hands and sneered. It's just a rolling ball of fat ass. Zankuhua, slicing airwaves. A blast of powerful airwaves was sent toward the rolling ball that was Chuji. As the attack hit, the airwaves proceeded to slow the large ball down, but did not stop the technique in its entirety. Instead, the two attacks seemed to be in a stalemate, with the airwaves trying to stop the green ball from running Zaku over, and Choji continuing to try and press onwards, unaffected by the airwaves. Neither force seemed willing to back down, and it looked like the fight would become a battle of attrition. That all changed when Choji ascended into the air, moving out of the slipstream the airwaves created. What the dash? My airwaves were useless, Zaku shouted, his voice surprised and his eyes widening. It wasn't every day someone saw a ball of fat move like that. And I can't touch that thing or it will rip my arms off, then I'll be crushed. Seeing the predicament his teammate was in, Dosu began to run towards Zaku. Before he could get even 5 feet, he found himself frozen. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed his shadow was attached to Shikamaru, who was holding up a hand seal. Kage no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu, success. The shadow using Genin muttered, a bored yet victorious look on his face. My body, I can't move. Dosu found that even talking was requiring some effort. This must be some kind of paralysis jutsu. Chuji slammed into the ground, forcing Zaku to jump away lest he be crushed. While the Odo ninja may have gotten away clean, the landscape around where Choji slammed into the earth formed into a large crater that was several inches larger than the Akamichi himself. Shikamaru put his hands on his head with the fingertips touching his head, forming an M and forcing Dosu to do the same. Dosu, what are you doing? Kin shouted as she saw Dosu moving into weird poses. Now it's just the girl we need to take care of. Shikamaru shouted as he used his hands to make a pair of ears on his head, forcing Dosu to do the same. Got it, Shikamaru. Ino made a triangle hand seal, aiming it at the only female Odo ninja. Take care of my body. Ninpu, Shintenshin no Jutsu, ninja art, body possession jutsu. Before Kin could do anything, the jutsu hit and the dark-haired girl's eyes seemed to glaze over. Ino's body swayed a bit before Shikamaru caught her, while Dosu made the same pose but caught no one. It's over now, the now-possessed Kin shouted as she pulled out a kunai. If you guys move an inch, I'll slit this girl's throat. When I can't sense your chakra anymore, I'll let her go. If you don't want it to end here, I suggest you leave your scroll and get out of here. Both Dosu and Zaku just looked at her, confusing the Konoha ninja. However, when a smirk formed on Zaku's face, Ino began to get a terrible feeling in the pit of her stomach. Choji, she shouted, just as Zaku held up a hand towards her and sent a powerful airwave at the girl. Choji managed to get there in time, but due to the position of his body and the fact that he was spinning perpendicular to the attack, he was unable to fully block off the effects of the jutsu. In the end, while the attack may not have hit his teammate, Choji ended up smacking into Ino, sending her flying while he smashed against the ground several feet away, too dizzy to be of much use. The possessed girl hit the tree behind her, making her yelp in pain and cough up blood. Because of the effects of the jutsu, blood also started coming out of Ino's mouth. Ino, Shikamaru yelled in worry. These guys, they don't even care if they hurt their comrade, Ino said from Kin's body as she lay on the ground. Yeah, I think you guys are confused about us, Zaku said darkly. Our goals are not the stupid scrolls, nor to safely complete this exam, Dosu said, his eyes holding a dark quality that made him look slightly insane. We're simply here to kill Sasuke. The genin who had not known that felt their eyes widen in surprise. None of them could understand what was going on. Why were these people after Sasuke? As far as they knew, Sasuke had never done anything to warn assassins coming after him. So why were these people so adamant on killing him? Damn it, this jutsu's gonna end soon. Shikamaru grit his teeth in frustration at the troublesome situation he found himself in. It looks like that girl's jutsu allows her spirit to enter the body of another. Dosu smirked under his bandages. However, if her bleeding is any indication, she receives any damage done to the body she enters. That means that killing Kin will also kill that girl. Oh man, this is bad. Shikamaru was sweating up a storm as he realized how terrible of a position they were in. Not only were these Odo ninja stronger than they were, but they had now lost the element of surprise. The mummy-looking genin had already figured out his and Ino's jutsu, and Choji's jutsu were straightforward taijutsu attacks. No need for analysis there. And now they were in a bind. His jutsu had worn off, Choji was down and too dizzy to actually do anything, and Ino had already used her only jutsu, and it hadn't worked out as planned. Shikamaru knew he would need to come up with something to get them out of this, and fast. Would you really kill your teammate? He asked. Try to stall for time. Anything, even a second or two would be good. The longer they lived, the better their chances of survival were. P.S. You seem to think we actually care about the girl, Zaku said, looking at the Konoha genin with a grin. The only reason she's even on the team is because her skills complement ours. But if she can't even keep from getting caught in a worthless jutsu like that, then she's just useless baggage. Bah, I can't take this anymore. Everyone looked up to see Neji and Tenten on a branch several meters above them. Neji scowled as he crossed his arms. Some small-time ninja from a second-rate village like Odo fighting a bunch of kids. You called it a victory? He scoffed. How pathetic. They keep coming out like cockroaches, Dosu mumbled. Lee, Tenten muttered as she saw her teammate. Neji looked at her before looked back at the battle, more specifically 3 Odo genin. He channeled some chakra into his eyes, causing veins to bulge around the sides of his head, and if one looked closely enough, inside of his eyes as well. The glare he sent the Odo ninja, enhanced by the bulging veins of his Byakugan, caused Dosu and Zaku to freeze in their tracks. The kid with the bowl cut is our teammate. It looks like you went a little overboard with him. So what if we did? What are you going to do about it? Zaku gave the Hyuga a defiant glare. Neji opened his mouth for a moment before he smirked and deactivated his Byakugan. I don't have to do anything. Everyone wondered what he meant with that statement, but it soon became clear when a vile and evil chakra descended onto the clearing. Everyone turned to see Sasuke, still on the ground, but with a violent purple chakra leaking out of his body like wisps of smoke. It wasn't long before the chakra covered his entire body, encasing him in an ugly purple barrier. Said barrier soon exploded, purple chakra lashing out in all directions. Sasuke was standing, his legs spread out, the upper half of his body slouched down in a slightly feral position. The right side of his body began to glow with odd orange markings that spread across his face, arms and legs like a parasite, strange symbols that looked every bit as evil as the chakra he was unleashing felt. Sasuke-kun. Sakura mumbled in shock, awe, and more than a little lust as she saw all of the power he was emitting. This, Sasuke, Uchiha said in awe, his eyes looking at the arm that was covered in all of the Fuinjutsu markings. This power, this is just what I need to kill Itachi. As if just noticing for the first time that he was not alone, Sasuke's head raised and his eyes sought out all of the people around him. Everyone his gaze landed on tensed, minus Zaku, who either didn't feel the power he was emitting or simply didn't care. A sick grin spread across Sasuke's face. How come I wasn't invited to this little party? Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto was breathing heavily as he continued defending himself from Raisin's ruthless attacks. The man was absolutely insane. It was taking all he had not to get himself killed, relying more on dodging than blocking as the man's hits hurt like hell. He had no clue how long this battle had been going on for, but he was beginning to tire. Small. Raisin's yell resounded through the sewer as the Demon King continued kicking his blonde descendant's ass. He sent several quick, straight jabs right to Naruto's face, who managed to dodge one by tilting his head as he backpedaled and blocked the other with his left forearm. The wince Naruto made when he blocked the attack, however, let everyone know that it still did damage, even if it didn't hit its intended destination. Don't just dodge me. Attack. Stop being so goddamn pathetic. Naruto grit his teeth as he tried to attack, moving forward, fist cocked back for a corkscrewing punch, only to get a fist smashed into his face. Naruto staggered back and was not even given the chance to clear his head as Raisin kicked him in the gut. Naruto bent over Raisin's foot as he coughed up blood, folding like a chair when a man's foot left his stomach. This is pathetic, Raisin sneered at the blonde. To think I have such a weak air. Naruto snarled as he leapt up. No one called him weak. He would show this man not to mess with him. Beginning his assault again, the blonde launched a flurry of strikes that were all dodged by Raisin. However, if one were to look at the attacks as they came, then they would have noticed how each punch seemed to become faster and faster. It wasn't long before Naruto's fists were a literal blur of motion, barely visible to the human eye. Fortunately for Raisin, he was no human. The fists, while fast, were still moving in slow motion to him. He dodged each and every attack accordingly, not even needing to use his hands to block the blows as he merely tilted his head and twisted his body. Not bad, but it's still not good enough. A loud growl emanated from Naruto's throat, and once more the blonde seemed to push himself to new heights. His attacks became even faster, his movements surer, his strength went through the roof. While none of the attacks had hit Raisin, he could feel the power rolling off the fist that came his way, each attack with enough force that his long and jagged-looking hair was blown back. Raisin smirked as a light red haze began to cover Naruto's body as the blonde's assault continued. His speed began to increase even more. His fist started moving so fast that Raisin was actually forced to block rather than dodge. As more and more power began emanating from the blonde, his speed and strength reached an unprecedented level. Excellent, Raisin said with a grin as he felt the strength of Naruto's hits, no longer able to dodge and thus relegated to blocking. They were not as powerful as his own, but the boy was still young and had not yet come fully into his demonic heritage. Given time and the proper training, Naruto could easily be just as strong, if not stronger than he was. Naruto did not reply as the red layer of energy turned black and covered his body even more, making it so that neither Raisin or Kyuubi could see any more than his outline. The red energy soon began to change shape, making the figure taller, more muscular. The spiky hair on the back began to grow, and his face became more angular as all of the baby fat was burned off. Finally, Raisin received a heavy hit in the face, sending him flying back. Raisin grinned as he landed on his feet and looked at the new Naruto that appeared before them when the red energy melted away. I am pleased to see that you may be worthy of being my descendant after all. Unfortunately, my time with you is now done, Raisin said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. He was breathing heavily, as if he had just run a marathon, or had a fight with a Demon King. However, he was still ready for more. I hardly know anything about these powers, and you expect me to master them on my own? Not on your own. Raisin shook his head. Kyuubi will be here to help you. Just bind her to you. It should not be too difficult. Naruto felt an odd shiver at the man's grin. He never noticed Kyuubi blush at the words. I have left her with instructions on how to help your powers grow. So farewell for now, young Naruto. Raisin began to fade out of existence, but had one more parting comment for the blonde before disappearing entirely. Oh, and be sure to hide those eyes of yours. After all, You would not want an enemy to find out about them until you know what they can do. Naruto watched as Raisin faded away before he looked over at the girl, who had not moved from her position since his and Raisin's battle started. Naruto walked over to the young woman, who stiffened upon his approach. "Come here," Naruto said, his newly awakened demonic blood making his tone more commanding. Kyubi did as told, moving until she was in front of the cage, though her eyes were still on the ground. Naruto reached out, placing a hand under Kyubi's chin and lifting her face so he could make eye contact. After several minutes of watching Kyubi fidget under his gaze, Naruto asked a question her had been wanting to know since he had spoken with Raisin. Raisin Ajizin said that you were not yourself when you attacked the village. What did he mean? I was manipulated by a man who had placed me in a genjutsu. Kyubi started hesitantly. She clearly didn't want to talk about it, but this was her new lord and thus, she couldn't ignore such a clear-cut order. It was designed to torture me over and over again until I had become nothing more than a raging beast that he could bind to his will. You don't seem like the type to fall for a simple illusion, Naruto commented with a frown. I've been told Kitsune were masters of illusions. We are. The reason I fell to this man's abilities was because Yes, Naruto asked when Kyubi stopped talking. Kyubi sighed as she realized it would be best to get this out of the way with. The reason I was susceptible to that man's illusions was because of how I was attacked. The first time he brought me under his control, he had summoned me to this plane by surprise, and I had no time to actually resist him. The second time he managed to control me was because at the time I had been trying to escape from your mother. My what? Asked Naruto in a whisper, as if he had not been sure he heard the fox woman correctly. Your mother, Naruto-sama, Kyubi said, looking away, clearly uncomfortable. It's obvious you don't know, but you're not my first Jinchuriki. I have had two before you. The first was Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the Shodaime Hokage, who sealed me within herself during the first time I had been controlled. My second host was Uzumaki Kushina, your mother. I see. Naruto closed his eyes as he processed that information. It was hard to believe, but her words made sense. From what he had heard, the Kyubi appeared out of nowhere, and without warning as it began attacking the unprepared village of Konoha. Most of the academy students had just accepted the knowledge without question, but Naruto had always questioned how the Kyubi had managed to kill so many of the village's civilians. One would have thought that if the Kyubi had been coming to Konoha, the village would have prepared or even abandoned the village to rebuild at a later time, which meant Kyubi had appeared without warning and done so close enough to Konoha that she was able to attack immediately after appearing. He wasn't quite sure what to think about this new information. He wasn't even sure he wanted to think about it. Deciding it would be better to know more, he asked, so what happened? Because of the rarity of Jinchuriki, this isn't common knowledge, Kyubi began. But there's a point when a female Jinchuriki's seal weakens to the point where a bijou can escape when she is in childbirth. Naruto's eyes snapped open at those words, and Kyubi flinched under his cold gaze. Despite the slight fear she gained from his new power that was far beyond her, she continued. I hadn't realized that at the time. All I knew was that the seal was weakening and I wanted out. I tried to break out of the seal, but someone, your father, I think, was keeping the seal from breaking. However, sometime during my struggle, the resistance on the seal stopped. The next thing I knew was coming out of the seal. I had thought I was free, but then I ran into that man. The man who used me, manipulated me, and turned me into his plaything. Who was this man? Asked Naruto. His name is Uchiha Madara. The blonde's eyes widened and Kyubi continued. He is the founder of the Uchiha clan. Naruto frowned. With his new senses, he could tell she wasn't lying. But wouldn't Madara be like 100-something years old? How could he possibly be alive? Even he had known of the man who helped found Konoha. He had been the second choice for Hokage when the village was founded. When he betrayed the village Hashirima, the Shodaime Hokage had fought and killed him. Or so the story went. I don't know, Kyubi shrugged. I don't know much about him, only that he used me twice. With everything he had learned, Naruto decided to withhold his judgment over Kyubi until he could process it all. I'll be leaving for now, he said at last. Looking at Kyubi, his eyes narrowed slightly. We will be having words when I get back. and you will explain everything you know to me. Hi, Naruto-sama. Kyuubi stuttered when Naruto released some of his power to back up his words. Naruto nodded before disappearing from the seal. Chapter 2. A Lesson in Badassery. Birth of the New Demon King. This changes everything. Dosu's mind was in shambles as he stared at the raven-haired boy with the markings of Orochimaru's cursed seal spreading across his body. His chakra is incredible. There's no way we can compete with this kind of power. Ah, you're finally awake, Zaku said as he stepped toward Sasuke, a smirk on his features. Now I can finally kill you. Dosu was the only one who knew what that seal was, having seen it on 4 others who were Orochimaru's elite guards. He knew that his teammate didn't stand a chance against Sasuke as he was now, and tried to stop his fellow Odo ninja from attacking the Uchiha. Zaku don't. However, it was too late, as Zaku held out his palms and shouted, Zenka Hayakaha, extreme decapitating airwaves. The blast of slicing airwaves that emitted from Zaku's hands were incredible. Everyone was forced to crouch down and cover their eyes as the immense pressure displaced the air around them, causing many of those in attendance to be nearly blown off their feet. When the jutsu finally ended, the many groups that had converged saw that the land in front of Zaku had been turned into a large trench several feet wide and nearly a foot deep. It stretched out for all the way to the tree that Sasuke and Naruto had been lying under, which looked like a giant had taken a bite out of it. Naruto had been buried under the rubble. Thus, no one saw his body as it was encased in a red haze. Zaku was breathing heavily as he stood there, his feet spread shoulder-width apart, slightly crouched, with his hands held out in front of him. However, despite his obvious state of exhaustion, he had a proud smirk on his face. Look at that, he said with a huff, his tone somehow managing to retain its arrogance despite his exhausted state. Blew that little shit to pieces. Not quite. Zaku's eyes widened as he heard the voice behind him. He tried to turn around, but wasn't given the chance to do much of anything as he was pounded in the back of the head by a fist. Hard. With a shout of pain and surprise, Zaku was sent flying. He soared through the air, right until his body hit the ground with a loud smack that rang across the clearing. His still conscious teammate yelled his name, but it was lost to the boy as he rolled across the ground like a rag doll. His brutal tumble ended eventually, and Zaku managed to just push himself up onto his hands and knees. As he did so, his wide eyes strayed over to Sasuke, who was standing in the same spot he had hit Zaku from, Sakura standing just a few feet behind him. Such speed, Dosu cried out in surprise. He managed to get his teammate out of harm's way in the blink of an eye. Everyone else seemed just as surprised as Dosu was. Well, Zaku was still quivering in shock and more than a little fear, but the members of Teams 10 and 9 were staring at Sasuke in shock. Even Neji had a surprised look in his eyes. Sasuke smirked. It was the kind of look a cat had when playing with a mouse. His hands came up and soon ran through a quick gauntlet of seals, ending on the Tiger Seal, the seal for all fire jutsu. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, fire release. Phoenix Sage fire jutsu. Sasuke sucked in a deep breath, then released it in quick bursts. Several flames erupted from his mouth and took the shape of fireballs. The volley of fiery destruction sped towards Zaku, who had finally managed to get back to his feet and regained his bravado, even if most of it was faked. I'm not going to let you get the best of me. The Odo Genin stuck his hands out and released a powerful burst of airwaves that smacked against the fireballs, putting the flames out, only to find that Sasuke had hidden shuriken inside of the flames. Zaku had no time to do anything other than get his arms up to cover his face as the shuriken came at him. He screamed in pain as they struck, slicing up his arms and legs. A few managed to embed themselves in his body, causing further damage. Zaku, Dosu shouted, "Get down!" Before Zaku could do much of anything, Sasuke was already there, sliding across the ground as if he were on ice. The last Uchiha was quick to move behind Zaku, grabbing both of the older boy's wrists, then raising his left leg. Gah! His foot stomped on Zaku's back, forcing the boy onto his knees, his arms held in a painful position behind his back. His eyes widened further, and more pain erupted from his arms as Sasuke pulled on them. While the Odo ninja could not see it, everyone else noticed the sick and twisted grin on Sasuke's face. Clearly, he was enjoying himself. "You seem to be very proud of these arms of yours," Sasuke said, grinning as he toyed with the boy. He couldn't see it, but just knowing that Zaku's eyes were wide in a mixture of shock, pain, and fear caused a shiver of pleasure to go down Sasuke's spine. "You must be very attached to them." Zaku just barely managed to turn his head when he felt the foot on his back begin putting more pressure on him. His eyes widened in horror. He screamed, "What are you doing? No, stop. Crack." The sound of Zaku's arms breaking like a couple of twigs rang throughout the forest. Everyone there watched in horror as the Odo ninja's arms were bent in a way that defied human anatomy. The arms were now mangled and twisted in such a way that it would be a miracle to get them fixed without a medical ninja or some very painful manual repositioning. Zaku, his senses overloaded with pain and his mind unable to fully comprehend what was happening, ended up passing out. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and as Sasuke let go of his arms, he fell down to the ground with a dull thud. With the one arrogant enough to actually challenge him now beaten, Sasuke looked up at the others in the clearing. Everyone cringed at the insane gleam in his eyes. Everyone except Sakura, who had hearts in her eyes as she thought of how cool her Sasuke-kun was. Even Ino, who had been just as rabid a fangirl as Sakura, couldn't help but flinch at the bloodlust and evil intent radiating off of raven-haired Chūnin. However, Sasuke ignored them. They were just pests to be dealt with at a later time as far as he was concerned. "Now who's next?" Sasuke said as he advanced on Dosu, who began backing away in fright. The Uchiha noticed this and grinned. "Scared? That's too bad. I was hoping you would provide more entertainment than that other one, but it looks like I'm not going to get even that." However, before Sasuke could get to Dosu, another powerful chakra came crashing down on the clearing. This one so potent that everyone, even Sasuke, was forced to their knees as they struggled to breathe. No one could pinpoint the source of this power, mainly because no one could actually lift their heads to look. Only Negi would have been capable of seeing where the source was coming from due to his Byakugan, and he had been forced to turn it off, lest the chakra saturating the area blind him. Underneath the rubble from the tree where Naruto had lain, the red cocoon that had surrounded him exploded. The debris from the tree flew everywhere as a bright red light flashed across the clearing. Everyone was forced to close their eyes as a red light came over them. When it was over, they turned their attention to the tree where the light had come from and were shocked to see a person standing there. He stood at about a height of about 167 centimeters, making him a little over a head taller than Sasuke. He was not wearing a shirt, allowing everyone to see the rock-hard and compact muscles that ran along his chest, abs, and arms. Streamlined, that was the closest word any of the people there could think of for his body type. He wasn't big, nor did his muscles bulge like what people would see from a bodybuilder or a pro wrestler. However, he was ripped, his muscles were defined and cut in a way that made them look as if they had been chiseled from stone. Even the most minuscule of movements caused them to twitch and flex. His pants, which were straining against the man's muscles, were a bright and obnoxious orange that very few people would be caught dead wearing. They were also familiar, though no one there seemed capable of making the connection as they were still trying to make their brains work again. He had on blue shinobi sandals and a Konoha headband wrapped around his head, keeping his waist-long mane of spiky golden blonde hair out of his face, allowing them to see a pair of deep blue eyes. His face was lean, masculine, with a well-defined jawline. The only oddity to his features, which really did nothing to detract from his image, with a small pair of fang-like canines jutting from his upper lip. Had the situation not been so serious, both Ino and quite possibly even Tenten would have likely creamed themselves from just looking at the man's face and body. He had the kind of looks that seemed almost divine, like someone had seen God and decided to chisel out his features in stone. Any woman that saw him would claim the man embodied perfection. The blond man walked out of the large hole he had made in the tree and looked around, eyeing each of the people there. "I wonder what the hell is going on here?" the man questioned in a deep voice, though it was clear the man was talking to himself. He did not seem particularly concerned about the situation he was in. If anything, he seemed amused. Sasuke looked at the man who was radiating power like beacon with jealousy. This man's power was even stronger than the one he was using. That power should be his. Who the hell are you? Sasuke demanded to know, his Sharingan eyes glaring at the man, combined with the cursed mark it made for an intimidating sight. The before him did not seem fazed in the slightest. Instead of cowering like most would have, he smirked. I'm surprised you don't recognize me, team. It hurts to know that my own teammate can't even figure out who I am. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he registered what the man said. Dope. Everyone looked over at the blonde in shock when they heard Sasuke's words. There was no way this ripped and extremely powerful-looking man could be the dead last of their class. Could there? Naruto laughed and gave Sasuke a mocking clap. So, I see you really do have a brain in that head of yours. Sasuke growled. I'm gonna have to show you why you shouldn't insult your betters, loser. My betters, huh? Naruto said with a grin as he watched Sasuke get closer. To him, the boy was moving in slow motion. The blonde watched and waited, not even bothering to react until Sasuke was right next to him and preparing to send a punch his way. The young Uchiha didn't even know what hit him as Naruto's fist collided with his chest, the power behind the punch making it feel like his entire ribcage had caved in before he was sent flying. Everyone watched in absolute shock as Sasuke was sent sailing right into a tree, hitting the trunk hard enough to cause it to crack. Sasuke slid down the tree as his cursed seal receded. He was unconscious before he even hit the ground. Naruto ignored the shocked looks on everyone's face as he walked over to Dosu. Hand over the scroll now, or I'll finish what that little bitch of an Uchiha started, Naruto commanded. Dosu gulped as he grabbed his scroll. He knew better than to mess with someone who could defeat Sasuke with his cursed seal so easily. Here, will you let us go? Dosu asked as he tossed Naruto his scroll. Naruto caught the scroll and looked at it. Nodding with a satisfied look, he pocketed the scroll and gave Dosu a dismissive wave. Yeah, you can leave. Dosu held in a sigh of relief as he picked up Zaku and Kin, throwing one over his shoulder and the other in an underarm carry. Naruto waited until Dosu was out of sight, before turning around to face the Konoha Genin. Yo, he said with a wave. Everyone looked at him, still stunned. Naruto, Shikamaru asked, his tone unsure. While he felt this was the best guess he had, mainly because of the kill-me orange pants the man was wearing, it was still hard to believe that this man was the obnoxious loudmouth they had known at the academy. Shikamaru couldn't help but wonder what happened to the blonde. They had all seen him lying under the tree with Sasuke, and he had most definitely not looked like he did now, which meant that something must have happened between those few seconds during the recent battle between Sasuke and the Odo ninja. But what? Shikamaru wondered. Unfortunately, even he couldn't come up with any explanation as to Naruto's extraordinary transformation. Naruto rolled his eyes. Who else would I be? The fucking Tooth Fairy. Those words seemed to snap everyone out of their stupor, though many were still left wondering how this person, who was radiating power like a furnace, could possibly be Naruto. Sakura, however, did not care as she remembered what Naruto did to her Sasuke-kun. Her eyes quickly became enraged as she stood up. She began to march over to Naruto, her march quickly turning into a run as she shouted, Naruto no, Baka, look what you did to Sasuke-kun, with her fist cocked back and ready to let loose all of her righteous anger on the blonde like she usually did. Naruto grit his teeth at the loud and ear-piercing screech the pink-haired banshee unleashed. Looking over at the girl, the blonde frowned as he saw her rush him with a fist cocked back to deliver her righteous fury. Not that he had any intention of letting her hit him anymore. He sidestepped her rather clumsy attack, chopping the back of her neck as she passed him to knock her out. As she fell face first to the ground, Naruto sighed and created two clones, one to carry Sakura and one to carry Sasuke. He looked over at teams 9 and 10. I suggest you guys get moving to the tower. With nothing left to say, the blonde leapt into the trees and disappeared. Was that really Naruto? Asked Ino. Now that the danger had passed, she felt herself shiver and slump to the ground. Her face became flushed as her mind remembered just how attractive the blonde had become. That is, if that was really Naruto. When did he get so hot? It looks like it, Shikamaru muttered a disgruntled look on his face. It was clear he was not pleased with this new development. He also had no trouble expressing this through more complaining. This is just great. Now that blonde is going to be even more troublesome. Come on, we'd better head to the tower so we can get out of this troublesome forest. Birth of the New Demon King. Naruto grinned as he and his clones hopped through the trees at a speed that would put most ninja to shame. He felt great. Ever since he had woken up, Naruto felt like his body had been hooked up to a power coupling. His chakra, which had already been quite large, was now through the roof. The second chakra system, which he recognized as his Yukai, was a barely contained maelstrom of power, giving his namesake justice. He could feel it coursing through his body, rolling off him and giving him more energy than 1,000 ninja. He felt powerful, invincible. Absently, he twirled the new heaven scroll he had gotten from a group of unsuspecting AIM ninja that he had jumped around his fingers. It was amusing to see how pathetic some of the people entering this exam were. The 3 AIM ninja had been so busy trying to lay a trap for the clones he had sent after sensing them, that they had not even realized the real danger until he appeared within their midst. Now, they were dead, and he had their scroll. The blonde Uzumaki wasn't sure how long he had been in this forest, having been unconscious for some time during what he had decided to call his rebirth, since he felt it fit the description of his new changes. Currently, he and his clones were making their way towards the tower in the middle of the forest of death. He wanted to get there within the next hour. Naruto looked over to see Sakura starting to wake up. Her body was stirring, and her eyelids were beginning to flutter. A frown marred the blonde's face. He didn't want to have to deal with the girls shrieking right now. Thankfully, his clone noticed too and made sure her head hit on a tree branch so he would not have to listen to the pink-haired girl screaming. The blonde took a moment to wonder just what the hell his old self had been thinking when he thought he was in love with that girl. She was nothing more than an overly loud and abusive fangirl, one who used every opportunity she had to degrade and hit him. His thoughts on his former stupidity in liking a banshee like Sakura didn't last long, however, since he had far more important things to think about. Several minutes later, Naruto found himself standing in front of one of the doors leading into the tower. After kicking the door open, Naruto walked in and looked around. The room was fairly large, with several red columns on either side acting as supports. The walls were a barren gray, with cracks and stains that showed just how old this tower really was. The tiles were white, and while the walls were in rough shape, the tiles looked almost brand new. Strange. Soon enough, the blonde's eyes landed on a large poster hanging on the wall opposite the door. Naruto's keen eyes were quick to pick up what it said. Realizing it was a riddle and what it meant, Naruto created a clone and handed it the Heaven Scroll. The clone looked at Naruto, and seeing him nod, they both opened their scrolls at the same time. On the inside of both scrolls were a mass of lines and squiggles. They varied in size, shape, and length, all of them written around a circle that seemed to be the base. It took a moment for the blonde to recognize the symbols as seals, but when he did, his eyes widened as he realized what they likely meant. With a shout to his clone, both he and his doppelganger were quick to toss the scrolls away. The 2 scrolls hit the ground, forming an X as the Heaven Scroll landed on top of the Earth Scroll. There was a burst of smoke, and when it cleared, Irika was standing in front of Naruto. Irika was a man of average height and build. He had brown hair that was being kept in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose, which he has had since his youth. He was wearing the standard Konoha shinobi outfit complete with forehead protector, sandals, and flak jacket. The only difference between his outfit and most others was that he had the sleeves rolled about 1/4 of the way up his arms. "Irika-sensei," Naruto said with a small smile on his face as he saw one of his only precious people. Irika was the first person to believe in him besides the Hokage, and one of the only people that Naruto considered family. "Hello, no?" Irika trailed off as he got a look at the new Naruto. His eyes widened in shock, and for a second, it seemed he had been struck speechless. The scarred man managed to recover admirably, however, and was quick to ask, "What happened to you? You look different." Naruto finished for Irika with a shrug and a grin. "Let's just say my bloodline awakened and leave it at that." "Bloodline?" Irika asked in undisguised curiosity. "I didn't even know you had a bloodline." "Yeah, Neither did I, Naruto said sardonically. At seeing Irika's curious look, he added, I'll tell you about it later, sensei. Right now, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Irika nodded. He was about to speak some more when he noticed Sasuke and Sakura knocked out on the floor a little ways away. His gaze turned curious as he looked back at Naruto. What happened to them? Naruto turned to look at his two teammates, then looked back at Irika and shrugged. Sakura got knocked out during our fight with some Odo ninja, and Sasuke got knocked out when this weird lady who can summon snakes gave him a hickey. Both were the truth in a way. Sasuke had been knocked out after receiving that mark. Naruto had just had to knock him out again, so he would not try to do something stupid. And Sakura had been knocked out when Naruto fought those Odo ninja. She just hadn't been knocked out by the Odo ninja. However, small details like that really didn't matter. Irika paled as he heard the part about them fighting someone who could summon snakes. Only 2 people had that ability, and one of them was an S-rank traitor. If he was in Konoha, then it could only mean trouble. Anyway, you might want to get Sakura to the hospital, and Sasuke should see someone about that seal on his neck, Naruto said. Irika nodded as he regained his composure. Of course, I'll get the medical ninja here. In the meantime, why don't you head over to room 232 and get some rest? You have 2 days until the second part of the exams end. Naruto nodded, right. At that very moment, Naruto's stomach made itself known with a loud gurgle. Naruto gained a sheepish expression on his face as he rubbed the back of his neck. Irika-sensei, do you know if there's a cafeteria here? He had not really had anything good to eat in a while, and his demonic transformation took up a lot of energy. Irika shook his head at Naruto's antics. However, he couldn't quite keep the smirk off his face. It was good to see that, awakened bloodline or no, Naruto hadn't really changed much. Yeah, it's down the hall, 3 doors on your left. Thanks, Naruto said as he ran into the hall to get something to eat. Who knew that having your entire body structure changed in order to hold enough power to equal the greatest demon to ever exist would cause such an appetite? Birth of the new Demon King. A now full Naruto stepped out of the shower and began drying off. The first thing he had done upon finishing his conversation with Irika was head over to the cafeteria and scarf down as much food as humanly, or is that demonically, possible. He was glad no one else had been there at the time, with most teams still outside in the forest of death, and the few teams that had made it likely resting. Naruto didn't want any of the other squads to know about his transformation yet. Naruto walked over to the mirror near the sink, wiping away the steam on it so he could see his face, or more specifically his eyes. Both the iris and sclera were a deep blue. Moving outwards from the center were concentric silver rings that spread out in a ripple pattern. Kyuubi had told him this was the Rinnegan, the most legendary of the 3 great Dijitsu, and was rumored to be the progenitor for all Dijitsu. Whether that was true or not, Naruto didn't know. But he did know the man who had created ninjutsu had these eyes, though his were apparently different than the one that the Rikudo Chūnin had. According to Kyuubi, the Rinnegan was supposed to be gray with purple rings. She had told him that the differences in color was likely due to his demonic heritage mixing with the Dijitsu, which also likely meant he would have some different powers than the original Rinnegan. He shook his head at these thoughts, not really interested in how he got it, though he did make a note to himself to test his eye's abilities when the second stage ended. Walking out of the bathroom, Naruto entered the bedroom, where he grabbed his boxers and pants and put them on. The room only had a single bed, due to it being a 1-person bedroom. He had decided that he didn't want to sleep with his 2 teammates when they got out of wherever they were, and thus had found his own room. The last thing he needed was for the Banshee to start yelling at him, or the Uchiha to annoy him enough that he would kill the brat in a fit of rage and lose his chance of becoming Chūnin. Sitting down, Naruto took up a meditative position and began focusing some of Kyuubi's chakra to his eyes. Naruto used a minor kitsune illusion to make them appear their standard blue color. Only other kitsune would be able to see through the illusion, and those with the Mangekyo Sharingan would be able to tell there was an illusion over his eyes. Or so Kyuubi had told him when she taught him the jutsu. Naruto created a shadow clone, and as soon as it appeared, it took out a brush and ink and began to write seals along the wall for privacy. Most would probably be surprised that Naruto knew anything about the art of Fuinjutsu. However, ever since he learned Kyuubi was sealed inside of him, He felt it would be a good idea to learn them. That way, if anything happened to his seal, he would be able to do something about it. The blonde wasn't very far along in seals yet, though, only being capable of making basic and a few moderately difficult seals. But he was getting there. With that done, Naruto entered the seal to speak with Kyuubi. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto opened his eyes and walked through the cage, where Kyuubi was waiting in a kneeled posture with her head bowed in submission. "What is it you wish of me, Naruto-sama?" Kyuubi asked. Naruto resisted the urge to groan. "First, I want you to drop the sama crap. I hate titles. Just call me Naruto." Kyuubi looked up at him with something akin to shock, but before she could speak, Naruto started talking again. "The second thing you could do is stop bowing to me. I have yet to actually do anything seriously worthwhile that would call for such a show of respect." "I can't do either of those, Naruto-sama," Kyuubi responded with a shake of her head. "Not only are you the descendant of Raisin, the most powerful of the three Demon Kings." "And I couldn't care less," Naruto interrupted. "Until I prove myself worthy of being Raisin Ajisen's heir, you will not call me Naruto-sama." "I cannot do that, Naruto-sama," the red-headed demoness said again. "You may not feel as if you have earned it, but the fact is that you are Raisin-sama's heir. Anything less than giving you the utmost respect is unbecoming of a demon." Naruto growled under his breath. He mumbled a few choice words that Kyuubi only picked up thanks to her enhanced hearing. They weren't very pretty words, and the redhead was unsure whether she should flinch or giggle at the profanities the blonde was spouting. It was so nostalgic. "Fine," he ground out at last, breathing out a deep sigh. "We'll discuss this later. I didn't come here to talk to you about that anyways." He crossed his arms and looked at Kyuubi, his gaze hardening. "You're going to tell me everything you know about my mother, my father, and Madara. You will leave nothing out." "Right," Kyuubi said. She tried hard not to shiver at his tone and the power he was unleashing. Not only was it slightly frightening, but for a demon like her, it was highly arousing. To a demon, power is everything, and those who have power are often the most desirable mates. With his new changes and demonic heritage unlocked, Naruto, like Raisin, was power incarnate. Kyuubi did her best to shake those thoughts off, however, as she knew she was not worthy of Naruto after what happened to him thanks to her. She quickly forced herself to get back on track, even though she had no desire to remember that time. Where to begin? I suppose I should begin with some basic information about myself. Originally, I was a simple member of the Kitsune clan, which are a clan of highly regarded demons and Makai that specialize in illusions and elemental manipulation. During one of my outings to the human world, I was struck by a very powerful chakra. I ended up passing out, and when I woke up, I had 9 tails instead of my 3. "What does this have to do with what I asked?" asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. It sounded like an interesting story, and he would probably want to hear more of it later. But right now, all he wanted was to know about his parents and the night Madara had forced her to attack the village. "There's a point, Naruto-sama," Kyuubi said with a placating gesture. "I promise." The blonde deliberated for a moment before nodding. Kyuubi continued. "When I got back and my family saw my 9 tails, I became the new head of the Kitsune clan. You see, no one else has ever possessed 9 tails. The amount of tails a Kitsune gains is equal to the amount of power they possess, and none had ever gained more than 8. In my clan, we have a legend, one that states the Kitsune to gain 9 tails shall become the ultimate power and lead our clan to prosperity. In a way, that did happen. With my power, I was on par with 2 of the Demon Kings of Makai, able to fight them one-on-one and hold my own. Only Raisin was stronger than me, but he had recognized my power, and I had been given a place at his side as his second in command. Life was good for my clan after that," she continued in fond remembrance. Her eyes glazed over slightly, and a soft smile touched her lips. Even though Naruto was still slightly angry at her for attacking the village, manipulated or not, he couldn't help but think about just how beautiful she looked right now. Kyuubi was unaware of his thoughts, and thus continued without interruption. "I held one of the most prestigious positions, and my clan was highly respected by others. However, after Raisin died, my clan was forced to take up the vacuum he filled. We were successful for a while, but the power gap between Raisin and myself was vast, and it wasn't long before those seeking to gain power for themselves plotted against us. The two demon kings decided to work together and created an army that marched on our territory. We fought, of course, we fought with everything we had. But in the end, it wasn't enough. Most, if not all, of my clan was killed, and I was cast out. I ended up making my way to the human world, where I decided to live until I was able to retake the throne that I had been tasked with guarding. During that time, I traveled a lot, never staying in one place for too long. Everything was more or less fine. Until he came. The way QB spat out the word, he with such vitriol let Naruto know just how much she hated Madara. It happened so fast that I barely remember what happened. He somehow placed me under his control and then reverse summoned me to a plane where I was forced into battle against Senju Hashirama. As you know, that battle ended up with me being sealed. I was rather angry about that. Now, not only would it be impossible for me to gain enough strength to retake Raisin-sama's throne, but I was sealed in some damn ninjin. For years, I tried to escape that prison. However, all my attempts ended in failure. Worse still, that woman was able to use some kind of chakra chains to keep me tied down like some kind of animal. QB's breathing had become slightly ragged as she remembered how she had been treated by that woman, or how she hated the looks of pity she had received. Mito hadn't even attempted to realize why she was so angry, just went on assuming she was a dangerous beast with endless hatred. It pissed her off the no end. By this point, there was an aura of red yukai leaking from the redhead. Her braided hair was swinging about agitatedly, much like her 9 foxtails were also doing. Realizing she was losing control of her emotions, QB closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. After a few seconds, she continued. I had hoped that I would be able to escape when she died, but it seemed they realized what would happen and decided they didn't want to lose me. I ended up being sealed inside of your mother when Mito was at the end of her life. I had almost given up hope of escaping when Madara let me loose, and, well, you know the rest. Naruto nodded. Everything made sense now. From the reason he had the QB sealed into him, to the reason why the QB had ever been sealed in the first place. It was hard to believe, had QB told anyone else. Not that she would, they likely wouldn't have believed her. But Naruto, having already met Raisin, was more or less forced to believe her words. They did, after all, coincide with what his ancestors said. I appreciate you telling me this, he said at last, shaking the lingering thoughts away so he could address the woman in front of him. While I find that a part of this is your fault, here, QB flinched, I find that it is impossible to place all the blame on you. When the redhead turned wide eyes on him, Naruto grinned. Most of these troubles seem to originate from that human, Uchiha Madara. Had he not come, I doubt you would have been sealed. Do not get me wrong, though. While I do not blame you for my parents' death, nor do I hold any ill will, I find myself disappointed by how you let a human control you. It was a bit odd to Naruto that he was no longer thinking of himself as human. He knew he wasn't human, of course, but he had expected a harder transition with more angst and denial. Though he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Best to just be thankful he didn't have any problems being a demon. QB nodded and bowed her head. Naruto was being more merciful than she had expected, but she was thankful to him and decided she would use this opportunity to improve her standing in the blonde's eyes and serve him as best she could. I understand, Naruto-sama. Now, then, Raisin Ajisen said something about binding you to me so that you could help me reach my full potential. It was here, finally, that Naruto noticed QB's blush, and despite feeling a little unsure about its meaning, pressed on. So how do we do this binding thing? Well, QB's blush deepened a bit. Despite having had kids of her own before gaining her 9 tails, she had never done the binding ritual. Her marriage, for lack of a better word, had been one of convenience. While the Kitsune clan had been powerful and well-respected, the truth was there were very few Kitsune, numbering somewhere around 200 or 300 before they had been wiped out. Well, you have to... She mumbled something under her breath that Naruto could not catch even with his enhanced hearing. What was that? Naruto asked. You have to mark me, QB said, her blush increasing in hue. Naruto's eyes fluttered a bit as his mind went through some of the pieces of information that Raisin had imprinted in his mind. It was an odd process, and it seemed that learning more about his heritage required keywords being said. Otherwise, he was sure that the information would have come to him sooner, and he would not have had to ask about the process. What he didn't know was that Raisin had done this so that the blonde's mind would not overload from gaining more information than it was prepared to handle. Given that there was thousands of years' worth of knowledge locked away in Naruto's head now, it was probably a good idea. He found what he was looking for, and soon enough, he was blushing as well. Arrow Demon, Naruto muttered. He turned to look at Kyuubi, who squirmed under his gaze. We don't have to do this if you don't want to, he told her. While he had accepted his demon heritage, he wasn't quite sure he was ready to accept binding someone in like that. Kyuubi shook her head. I really don't mind. Naruto-sama. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You mean to tell me you don't care if I basically mark you as my property? Kyuubi looked down at the ground, gaining a sudden interest in her toes. I've already sworn myself to you. This would not make a difference. Naruto sighed as he walked up to her. Are you sure about this? Kyuubi said nothing but gave him a nod. Naruto sighed as he went through his mind about what he knew on marking. He frowned in thought as he came upon how it was applied. There were two ways to mark someone. The first was the mark of a slave, usually from a demon biting someone on their arm or calf. In many ways, it reminded him of how cattle were branded when he had an 8D rank mission at a farm once. The second was the mark of a life mate. This was always located on the neck and was usually done during intercourse. Naruto grinned as a thought occurred in his mind. The blonde didn't know how it came about, but he decided it was a good idea, and it would be funny to see Kyuubi's reaction. Acting too quickly for Kyuubi to do anything, Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist, pulled her close, and sank his fangs into her neck. Naruto-sama. Kyuubi squeaked in surprise. That soon turned into a moan of ecstasy. However, as Naruto flooded her body with his demonic yukai. While it was not as intense a feeling as it would have been if they had been in intercourse, it was far more intense than anything she had ever felt. Her entire body shuddered as a wave of absolute ecstasy washed over her. Had she been in her right mind, Kyuubi would have embarrassed when she came just from feeling the blonde's power coursing through her body. As it was, the only person who noticed was Naruto when he picked up the scent of her flowing juices. If he didn't have his fangs still in the vixen's neck, he would have grinned. After nearly a minute of this, in which Kyuubi felt like she was in one continuous orgasm, the redhead's mind went blank and she blacked out from the overwhelming feeling. Naruto held her to him as she passed out and gently set her down. The blonde sat himself down and pulled the woman's head into his lap. He took a moment to examine her features. Kyuubi really was a beautiful woman, he decided. Absently, he wondered why he wasn't blushing from that thought. Had it been just a few hours ago, he would have been a mess for even thinking something even remotely perverted. As it was, he felt no real embarrassment about his thoughts, nor was he embarrassed about his desire to mate with Kyuubi, which was another surprise, considering just moments ago he had still been angry at her for his parents' death. These thoughts left him, and the blonde blinked in surprise when he saw himself begin to fade from the seal. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself in his room again. He blinked a few times as the memory of his clone working on the seals hit him. It was very strange, like seeing out of another pair of eyes that were not his own. Of course, given that they were his clones, they technically were him, but it didn't change the fact that the whole thing felt weird. I wonder why I never noticed that I get the memories of my clones before. Naruto asked himself. He'd been using the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu for months now, ever since he had learned it from the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing during that trumped-up academy graduation exam that Trader Mizuki said he could do. It was the jutsu he had used the most ever since. Then again, that could be why. Whenever he made clones, it was never just one or two. Naruto normally spammed out several dozen, at the very least. Perhaps that was why he never noticed. He simply used so many of them that the feedback effect was negated so as not to put undue stress on the mind. Whatever the case was, he would need to think of a use for this new ability soon. Before he could think further on the subject, his mind was pulled away by something unusual happening. He looked down in surprise when he saw a red chakra coming out of his seal, and became shocked when it began to form a shape that he recognized as distinctly feminine. Soon enough, the shape was completed, and Naruto found a still sleeping Kyuubi lying on his lap. The first thing he noticed about her was the content look on her face as she dozed. Her beautiful features were carved into a content smile that made her look like she was having a very pleasant dream. The second thing he noticed was that she was completely bereft of clothes. Naruto would have wondered why, but in that moment found he truly could not care. The blonde found his eyes wandering over Kyuubi's form, the two large, beautiful mounds that made up her bosom, with their dark pink nipples and areola. Her breasts rose and fell in time with her breathing, jiggling ever so slightly to show that they were firm yet soft. Her thin, lithe waist flared out into perfectly proportionate hips and a firm ass. Mile-long legs that seemed to go on forever, and a patch of red pubic hair stood out just a little bit above her sacred area. As it was only through sheer will, which even as a human had been firmer than the strongest steel, kept him from mating with her. While getting his urges under control, he wondered how she was out of the seal, but given how soon she had come out since he had given her his mating mark, he figured it likely coincided with that. He created a shadow clone with his demonic yukai so that it would last longer. Being careful not to jostle the sleeping demoness, Naruto stood up and gently set Kyuubi in the bed. He was about to let go of her, but Kyuubi, as if sensing him leaving, latched onto him, pulling him down on top of her. Before he was able to react, Kyuubi rolled over, so she was now on top, where she began to cling and nuzzle into his chest, sighing in content. Naruto soon became distinctly aware of the feminine assets pressing themselves against his body and was hard-kept not to pass out, or keep Naruto Jr. from waking up. He turned to his clone and glared when it began to snicker. "Continue to laugh, and I'll use the replacement jutsu on you." "You say that like it would be a bad thing," his clone said. The clone had a point, though Naruto didn't appreciate the smart-ass comment from it. "Just go. Transform yourself into a random shinobi and get some real clothes. Remember, get something that will be concealing for now." Naruto looked down at Kyuubi. "Also make sure to buy some clothes for Kyuubi. Her size is 98-48-96. I wonder how I knew that," he asked himself, before determining the reason was unimportant. All right, his clone said dismissively. The Naruto clone looked at him, gave his creator a cheeky grin. Have fun being an oversized plushie. Naruto did not get to say anything as his clone ran over to the window and disappeared in a burst of speed. With nothing else to do, Naruto sighed as he continued, trying not to allow his lower head do his thinking. Eventually, exhaustion got to him, and he fell asleep as well. Birth of the new Demon King. The next morning was rather interesting for both Naruto and Kyuubi. The two had refused to look at each other all morning. Well, Kyuubi refused to look at Naruto. Every time he had tried to get her attention, she would look at him for a second, before flushing bright red and looking away. It was clear she was embarrassed, and Naruto couldn't help but find her flustered state adorable. Naruto sighed as he finished drying off and got dressed in his new clothes. A pair of dark black pants that were slightly flared out to hide his new muscles. A black sleeveless shirt, bandages that he had managed to dye orange wrapped around his arms and legs. Despite his new demonic blood, his love for orange could not be denied. A pair of black close-toed ninja sandals with steel tips. Black fingerless gloves with a non-reflective gray metal plating on the back. Black forearm protectors and a new black headband. Over all of this, he threw a long black cloak that reached down to his ankles and came with a hood that hid his face and wore a face mask similar to Kakashi's. Finished changing, Naruto walked out of the restroom to see Kyuubi look up, only to look away a second later with a bright red face. "It's your turn," Naruto said. While he wasn't embarrassed about waking up with a naked Kyuubi on top of him like the vixen was, he knew that being in such close physical contact after having gone so long without was going to take some getting used to. He couldn't even begin to imagine how Kyuubi felt. After all, she had been sealed for Kami only knew how long. Kyuubi mumbled a thanks as she walked into the bathroom. Naruto heard the shower turn on and decided to get some more sleep. Moving over to the bed, he flopped on it and closed his eyes. Birth of the new Demon King. Kyuubi sighed as she got out of the shower, feeling much more in control of herself than she had the half an hour before she had first got into the shower. It had been nice, luxuriating in the feel of the warm water stinging her back, the way the droplets had traced patterns down her skin. It had been so long since she had actually taken a shower, having been sealed inside of Naruto for nearly 13 years, Kushina for over 20 years, and Mito for over 80, so she had taken this opportunity to get as much enjoyment out of the relatively simple act as possible. Truly, some people didn't know how good they had it until it was gone. Wrapping a towel around herself, the elegant beauty made her way over to the mirror and looked at her reflection. Not much had changed about her since the time she had been sealed. In fact, almost nothing had changed about her despite having been in her fox form for nearly 200 years. It was nice to see that the abuse she had suffered from the humans constantly stealing and using her power had not caused her body to suffer in any way, shape, or form, though she realized that her powers would likely be out of practice for some time to come. The only thing about her that was different, which also happened to be the thing that made her blush the moment her eyes landed on it, was the mating mark that Naruto had placed on her sitting prominently near the junction between her neck and collarbone. It looked like the spiral she recognized as the symbol for the Uzumaki clan, but surrounding it were several odd lines that reminded her of the tattoo under Raisin's left eye. She let one of her fingers delicately trace along the mark, admiring it and allowing herself to daydream, if only for a moment. When Raisin had defeated her in combat with relative ease, she had known then and there that he was a demon any demoness like herself would be willing to give all her tails for just to mate with. It had gotten even worse when she had become his second in command and formed what amounted to a fangirlish crush on the most powerful demon king. Despite her crush, however, nothing had ever amounted to it. Raisin had fallen in love with some filthy ninjin, and she had been forced to watch him wither and die. Now his descendant, her former host, had come into his own demonic heritage. In a short time, since Naruto's rebirth, he had proven to be Raisin's descendant. While the blonde had some of his own personality quirks, such as his love for orange and ramen, he was very much Raisin's descendant. He even acted just like the man for what she had seen. Due to the blonde's new attitude, it was no wonder she was feeling so flustered around him, and she couldn't help but think about what it would be like to truly mate with the blonde. Reality struck a second later, and Kyuubi remembered her place. She had made Naruto's life hell and didn't deserve to be with someone like him. Looking at the mark again, she wondered why Naruto had given her a mating mark rather than a mark of servitude. Surely for one such as her, the simple mark of a slave would have been more fitting. After all the horrible things her presence in his life had caused, she did not deserve to be treated kindly. With a sigh, Kyuubi shook the depressing thoughts away. It would not do for her to question her master on things like this just to satiate her curiosity. What was done, and nothing would change that. She would simply have to accept her role in Naruto's life and help him as best she could to atone for her sins. With these thoughts in mind, Kyuubi moved to hang up her towel on the rack. However, as her eyes strayed to the bathroom, she quickly realized that something was missing. She had left her clothes outside. Moving over to the door, she opened a small crack and looked out. Naruto was lying on the bed and looked like he was sleeping. That was good. The last thing she needed was for him to be awake and see her in such an embarrassing state. Looking around a little more, Kyuubi saw the new clothes Naruto had bought her. She quickly squashed down the warm feeling that thought brought her, lying on a chair several feet from the bed that the blonde was laying on. Wanted to get her clothes quickly, Kyuubi rushed into the room and grabbed the clothes she was going to wear. She had just turned around to make her way back into the restroom, only to stop when a voice spoke up behind her. "You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you have an exhibitionist streak." Kyuubi turned and blushed heavily as she saw Naruto, wide awake, and with a cat that ate the canary look on his face. Naruto's grin increased as he spotted the blush. "Or is it that you just wanted to give me a good show?" Kyuubi let out an eep as she raced into the restroom, completely embarrassed at her master having seen her in her nude state. While it was true that her body belonged to him, she had only ever been seen nude by one person. And after she had done her duty for the clan and had a kid, they never even saw each other afterwards. Naruto chuckled a bit. It was so amusing seeing the woman who just so happened to be the strongest Biju in existence, blushing like a little schoolgirl. However, as soon as the thought came and went, confusion took its place. Why had he just done that? It didn't make sense. He had never flirted or teased a girl before, ever. The closest he had gotten to flirting would be how he would loudly ask Sakura out on a date when he had still been an attention-seeking idiot. It was almost like he had another person inside of his mind, creating all of these thoughts and desires, telling him to do things like tease Kyuubi when she had come out of the restroom and telling him to mate with her to make the mark on her complete. What he didn't know was that due to his demonic heritage and the power he now had flowing through him, as well as his potential being unlocked, his mind was beginning to reform into what it would have been had the hack Chūnin, 8 trigram sealing style, not sealed up his demonic properties. This gave him an enhanced IQ, along with a libido that would put any human or demon to shame. His little teasing episode a few seconds ago had been nothing more than instincts talking. He decided then and there not to worry. Whatever was happening did not seem bad. He had learned long ago not to look a gift horse in the mouth, and this certainly seemed like a gift. After all, who else can say they can make the QB blush, he thought with a chuckle. He was shaken from his thoughts when the restroom door opened. Looking up, he saw a still red-in-the-face QB. Only now she was clothed, much to his disappointment. She was wearing the red kimono he had gotten her, which was similar to the one she had in his mindscape, except there was no V-cut to show her cleavage. That was a bit disappointing, but he kept that thought to himself. Naruto smiled at her as he let his eyes wander over her body, feeling a smirk come to his lips as he felt her embarrassment increase further. He could almost scent her embarrassment pouring off her in waves. Or were those pheromones? "You look good in that," Naruto complimented honestly. QB looked away as she desperately tried to get rid of the increasing redness on her face. It didn't work, obvious from the way Naruto chuckled at her, but there wasn't much she could do. Thank you," she stuttered, inwardly cursing how weak and flustered she sounded. Why is it that I can't seem to stop from blushing around him, she wondered. In all her 1,000 years of life, she had been proclaimed as one of the most beautiful women in the demon world, even by those who were not of Kitsune descent. Men had doted on her hand and foot in the hopes of getting her in bed with them. She had turned down every single one. In fact, had it not been for her father, she would have never gotten married. Yet this boy, who, despite being the next heir to one of the 3 thrones of Makai and the descendant of the strongest demon to ever grace the earth, was still only a boy nearly 988 years her junior, somehow made her heart flutter several thousand miles per second. It shouldn't have been possible. "QB," Naruto said, getting the young-looking woman's attention. He gestured for her to sit next to him, lightly patting the spot beside him on the bed. QB hesitated for a moment before doing as asked. Despite her embarrassment, the beautiful redhead managed to retain her natural grace, somehow making the act of sitting down look like an art form. For a while, the two were silent. Naruto just watched her for a moment before deciding to speak. "The first thing I need to ask, is there some way you can hide your presence? If people saw me with a girl they had never met before, it would get pretty suspicious," he explained as he saw her quizzical look. QB nodded. "Yes, if you want, I can use a Kitsune illusion to become invisible. Only those who hold a Jujutsu would be able to see through it. However, even they would not be able to see me, just the energy I was emitting." Naruto thought about that for a moment before he shook his head. "That would not work. Both my teammate and my sensei posse's the Sharingan, so they would get suspicious if they saw a massive energy following me. I can also transform into my full Kishin form and act similar to that dog that follows the cocky boy who reminds me of you," QB suggested. "Hey," Naruto said in an indignant voice, "I'm not that bad." QB grinned, pleased that she could get him back for his teasing this morning. "Maybe not as bad anymore, but you were definitely a loudmouth until recently." Naruto grimaced. "Yeah, well, a stupid Jinchuriki is a Jinchuriki that isn't perceived as a threat and gets beaten far less." QB winced at that, knowing that was the true reason he had always acted as he had. Naruto sighed when he noticed her crestfallen expression. He placed an arm around her shoulder in a half embrace. "Don't worry about it. I already said it's not your fault." QB smiled, not resisting the blonde's pull as she laid her head on his shoulder. She knew Naruto was likely to embarrass her by bringing this up sometime along the line, but for the moment his presence was comforting. "We should probably get going," Naruto said after a moment's silence. QB lifted her head and looked at him. "Get going where?" Naruto gave her a grin. "Well, Sakura and Sasuke are likely to be awake by now. They'll probably come looking for me at some point. And I don't know about you, but I have no desire to be anywhere near them right now." Naruto stood up. "So I'm going to find some place to train until the second stage ends, or At least someplace those two won't think to look until the next stage of the exam. Kyubi gave a nod of understanding as she was engulfed in a red light. When the light died down, Kyubi had turned into a small fox kid. The demoness hopped on Naruto's shoulder. She wrapped herself around Naruto's neck like a scarf as the blonde put up his hood. Naruto left the room to find a place to go train, hoping Kyubi could help him better understand his powers before the second stage ended. Birth of the New Demon King. Naruto resisted a sigh as he ignored the stares he was receiving. Most of the people there were probably wondering who he was or why he had changed so much. He knew that most people had heard about what had happened in the Forest of Death from Ino, who had always been the biggest gossip queen in the academy. So he could not blame people for staring at him. Still, it was very annoying and he wished they would stop. Maybe if I cracked a few skulls in. He shook his head, and instead of paying attention to the stares he was receiving, Naruto looked around to see who his competition was. Aside from his team, 5 other Leaf teams had made it past the second stage, most of which were rookie Chunin teams like his own. There was also the Odo team that had given him their scroll. The man who Sasuke had beaten before he had woken up was looking very surly, with something of a petulant pout on his face, and his arms were in a sling. The mummy, a Naruto had taken to calling him, was hard to get a read on, though he didn't look too worried if his lazy posture was any indication. It was the female of their group that garnered most of his attention. However, the girl looked uncomfortable for some reason, and Naruto got the distinct feeling that she did not want to be there. The only other team to have made it past the second stage was the team from Suna. The one known as Gaara was much shorter than the average male, standing somewhere around 146, maybe 148 centimeters in height. He had short, spiky, auburn-colored hair and a pair of jade-green eyes with mostly invisible pupils. 2 things Naruto noticed about him immediately were the large black rings around his eyes, making the kid look like he was suffering from insomnia, and the red kanji for love on his forehead, where his forelocks were parted in order for the symbols to be displayed. He looked agitated, and Naruto could practically taste the bloodlust rolling off of him. However, very little of Naruto's attention was actually focused on the redhead. No, his mind was more focused on the sandy-haired blonde that was his female teammate and sister in the Odo Kunoichi. While neither could compare to Kyubi, they were both rather beautiful, and they were still young, so their bodies were only just filling out. He looked over to his left and saw the female weapon user of Team 10, who was also very attractive in her own right. Naruto frowned as he felt his urges welling up. It didn't help that both Kurenai and Anko were there as well. Fortunately, he managed to bring them back to heel with a few deep breaths. He was going to have to work on keeping his body under control, or he was liable to do something he'd regret later. Sighing, the blonde tried to focus on the area around him. They were in a large theater that looked like it was some kind of training area. He, along with the other genin, were standing on a stone-tiled surface. Up in front of them was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on a slightly raised platform. Behind Sarutobi stood the proctors Anko and Ibiki, who were looking out amongst the crowd. The Jonin sensei were also there, along with several Chūnin who were acting as judges. The only thing Naruto couldn't really get over was the large pair of forearms that were sticking out of the wall behind the Hokage and proctors, the 2 appendages having moved until their hands were together and forming a ram seal. Really, how weird was that? Out of 78 people at the start, 21 of them actually made it in time, Anko thought with a frown. She sighed. When I said I was going to cut them in half, I was thinking more along the lines of single digits. Anko looked around at all of the genin present when her eyes landed on the mysteriously cloaked figure. The thing I can't figure out is who that is. I heard the rumors of the seemingly transformation of the Kyubigaki, but I'm not sure if this can actually be him. It's amazing that this many made it, and for so many of them to be rookies. Sarutobi eyed the Jonin squad leaders. It's no wonder they were all nominated. Sarutobi looked over the genin before his eyes landed on the spot where Naruto was supposed to be. In his place was a genin who seemed to have caused a lot of commotion, and according to rumor, compliments of one Yamanaka Ino, defeated Sasuke in his cursed sealed state. As if feeling Sarutobi's eyes on him, Naruto turned his head and stared. The Sandaime found himself almost frozen as power flowed out of those blue eyes. Despite the feeling of overwhelming power from them, The old Hokage was able to tell it was Naruto. There may be some truth to those rumors. I'll have to talk to him after the preliminaries. To everyone who made it this far, congratulations in passing the second stage of the Chūnin exams, Enko said. Listen carefully as Hokage-sama explains the third stage of these exams. Before I explain the third stage of these exams to you, there is something I would like you all to know, Sarutobi said by way of introduction. That is the true reason for these exams, that seem to catch many of the Chūnin hopefuls off guard. The only one who did not seem to be caught off guard was Naruto. Not because he knew where the Sandaime was going with this, but quite simply because he didn't care. Instead, the blonde shinobi turned his thoughts inward, connecting his mind to Kyuubi's. Q-chan, can you teach me more about my powers after this stage ends? Asked Naruto. Kyuubi was so glad her fur was red, or Naruto would have seen her blushing up a storm from the new pet name and affectionate suffix. Despite her embarrassment, she dutifully informed him of what he would eventually learn. There are many things I will teach you aside from controlling your power. Most of what you will focus on for now are speed techniques and energy techniques. They're standard things demons know, but are the building blocks for greater and more powerful attacks. Naruto nodded. When you say speed techniques, what do you mean by that? Kyuubi moved a bit to get more comfortable around Naruto's neck, though she was also careful not to let herself be seen. Basic teleportation, it's something all demons can do to an extent. The more power you have, the better you can do it. Of course, it also requires good control over your yokai. I see, Naruto said. Hearing Kyuubi talk about a technique designed to increase one's speed intrigued him. He knew from his reading that the Yondaime was famous for his Hiraition, flying thunder god, a jutsu that teleported him to a kunai with a shiki on it. It was what gave him the nickname Kuroi Senku, Yellow Flash, during the Third Great Ninja War. If the demons had something like that, it would be a useful power to have in his arsenal. The blonde was snapped back to reality as Sarutobi finished his speech. Before we begin the test, there is one thing I must tell you. Sarutobi looked at the genin standing below him. This is not just a test. It is a life-risking battle with your dreams and prestige on the line. I don't care about any of this, Gaara said. Despite his monotone voice, Naruto could sense his aggravation. Just get to the point and tell about these life-risking battles. Actually Hokage-sama. As a referee, please allow me to explain the match, said a jonin who appeared crouching before the Sandaime. Very well then, Sarutobi said with a nod, taking a step back. The man turned around, and Naruto gained an incredulous look at his sickly appearance. The man looked like he would fall over any moment. He was dressed in the uniform of the standard jonin. The only difference was his headband was being used as a bandana. He also had a sword strapped to his back. Naruto thought the man should be in the hospital, not participating as a proctor in the Chūnin exams. Hello everyone, I'm Gekka Hate. Cough before we can begin the third test. I need to inform you that there will be a preliminary round. Why do we have to have a preliminary? Asked the confused Sakura. Why can't all the people who made it this far continue? Hate coughed into his hand as he looked over at Sakura for a moment, before explaining himself. Him coughed because the first two exams may have been too easy this year. We just have too many people. According to the rules of the Chūnin exam, we must hold a preliminary to reduce the number of people participating for the third test. As Hokage-sama stated, there will many prominent guests attending, and if the fights take too long, we may run out of time. Anyway, for those who aren't feeling well, or those who like quitting, please step forward now, since we will be starting the preliminaries immediately. Kabuto raised his hand. Proctor-san, I quit. Hate nodded. Very well then, you may go. As Kabuto walked off, a voice spoke up, catching the attention of the entire room. So you're leaving, huh, Kabuto? Naruto snorted. I guess I shouldn't be surprised you failed 7 times. You probably gave up each time you made it this far. You're such a pussy. He chuckled as he saw the white-haired genin glare at him. With his enhanced senses, Naruto could easily smell the scent of snakes wafting off of him. They reminded him of that woman in the Forest of Death, who after thinking about it realized that it could not have been woman at all, given that the person could summon snakes. It was easy to tell who had attacked him after that. After all, that man had been a candidate for 4th Hokage at one point. And if there was anything Naruto knew about, it was anything and everything Hokage. Kabuto grit his teeth as the cloaked blonde insulted him, but calmed himself. After all, it would not be a good idea if he showed his true skill or give the Hokage reason to believe he was a spy. As Kabuto calmly walked towards the arena door, he smirked. Your time will come soon, Naruto-kun, and when it does, I'll be there to watch. Sarutobi frowned as he watched Kabuto walk through the door, Naruto's words ringing in his ears. The blonde's comment, inane as it might have been, had put him on alert. The Sandaime decided he would have some ANBU trail Kabuto once the preliminaries ended. With Kabuto gone, Hei turned to the rest of the genin to see if anyone would quit. When it was clear they would not, he began to explain the rules of the preliminaries to them. Basically, the matches would be one-on-one. The fight would continue until someone was unconscious, gave up, or was killed. The names of who would be fighting were decided randomly and shown by an electronic screen on the wall above and behind the Hokage. Once the rules were explained, the screen shuffled through names before landing on 2 names. Chapter 3. Moving to a New Beat. Birth of the New Demon King. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. Everyone not participating in this fight, please head up to the balcony, Hei instructed. As everyone left the stage, Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke and began to tell him not to use his Sharingan, and that he would have to step in if he did. Naruto, who had advanced hearing thanks to his demonic heritage, grinned as he watched Sasuke grit his teeth, clearly frustrated for being handicapped right from the get-go. 100 Ryu says Sasuke is going to do something stupid now that does not have his Sharingan. I don't take sucker bets, Naruto-sama. Came Kyuubi's voice. He could tell she was as amused as him, if not more so. Somewhere in Fire Country, a busted blonde sneezed. As the match started, Kakashi appeared behind Naruto. The blonde felt as well as smelled his appearance with his enhanced senses, but didn't respond to the white-haired Jonin's presence, waiting instead for him to make the first move. Naruto did not even bother to look at the silver-haired man. Yes, Kakashi-san? Kakashi eye-smiled at the blonde, and even though Naruto still couldn't see, rolled his eyes just knowing it was there. Ma Naruto, that's Kakashi-sensei to you? Naruto scoffed as he watched Sasuke being forced on the defensive as his opponent used some kind of chakra-draining ability. Frowning as his hidden Rinnegan eyes watched the chakra from Sasuke flow into the other genin, the blonde wondered if he could learn such a skill. However, he soon realized that Kakashi was waiting for him to say something, and so began speaking. No, the title sensei only goes to someone who actually teaches his students something. The only thing I learned from you was tree climbing and teamwork. At this, the other Jonin looked at Kakashi in shock. Most of their teams had already finished water walking and were starting on some of the more advanced forms of chakra control. Naruto grinned as he decided to put the nail in the coffin. Not only did you teach me just that, but I know for a fact that you have also been giving private lessons to the team on how to use his Sharingan after our teamwork training sessions. Naruto put quotations in the air when he said teamwork. Turning back around to look at the battle, the blonde finished his small spiel. Frankly, until you actually teach me something substantial, you can forget me calling you sensei. Those who listened to Naruto's words couldn't help but be appalled that Kakashi had only gotten to tree climbing with his team, yet had privately trained Sasuke. Many people felt their respect for the copy ninja drop. Sarutobi, who also heard this, narrowed his eyes, promising to have a few words with Kakashi after the exams. Kakashi scowled under his mask. Sasuke needs to learn how to effectively use his Sharingan. And I needed to learn how to effectively fight, period, Naruto said with a shrug. Unlike Sasuke, who was given preferential treatment at the academy and could rely on his clan scrolls, I have been forced to try and make do on my own in my ninja training. Hell, I wasn't even taught the correct stances for the basic academy taijutsu back at the academy. You could have helped with that, yet didn't. Naruto scowled as Sasuke used a move he had obviously copied from his spar with Lee before the beginning of the Chūnin exams to defeat Yoroi, though it was a greatly bastardized version. He had used the initial kick or the Omote Renge, Hidden Lotus, as well as the Kage Bio, Shadow Dance's Leaf, to help set up his opponent for a reverse heel kick Sasuke called Shurinan, Lion Barrage. Now if you're done, Your pet looks like he needs help, Naruto said, pointing with his chin at where Sasuke fell on his back. Kakashi scowled, promising himself that this was not over as he sunshined, body flicker, to Sasuke, scooped him up, and took him to the hospital. Bet you 100 Ryu that Kakashi will give the Uchiha brat personalized training after this. Naruto gave Kyubi a feral grin, even though she could not see it due to being hidden in his cloak. I don't take sucker bets. Somewhere in Fire Country, a busted blonde-haired woman sneezed again, vowing to make whoever kept making her sneeze pay. Aburame Shino versus Abium Zaku. Damn, I wanted to fight the Uchiha, Zaku grumbled as he walked down the stage. Despite the fact that both his arms were in a sling, the boy still somehow managed to exude an aura of arrogance. Now I have to fight some loser instead. Shino said nothing as he made his way to the arena floor. The match was over fairly quickly, and Shino was the victor. Not that it was surprising to Naruto, as that the Odo Genin had been in no shape to participate in combat. Shino had, of course, given the Odo ninja a warning and a chance for Zaku to forfeit. But Zaku's arrogance had led to his downfall, though Naruto had been surprised when the Odo Genin had shown that he could use one of his arms. Of course, when Zaku had tried to use his Zankaha, Shino had simply used a Karawimi, replacement jutsu, on a Mushibun Shin bug clone. Eventually, the Odo Genin had been trapped between a wall of bugs and Shino, who had given him another chance to forfeit. Zaka had, of course, refused and tried to use both hands, but Shino had anticipated this and clogged the boy's wind holes with his bugs. The end result being both of Zaku's arms exploding, which, if the agonized screams of pain before the boy passed out were any indication, must have been incredibly painful, resulting in Shino's victory. As the medical ninja cleared Zaku from the field, Kakashi reappeared. Almost as soon as he did, Sakura began asking about her, Sasuke. Naruto ignored her, as well as the way Kakashi had tried to get his attention, and then tried drilling a hole through his head with a one-eyed glare when words didn't work. The man had never paid attention to him before. Why should Naruto pay attention to him now? Sabaku no Kankura versus Tsurugi Mitsumi. Naruto only paid a little attention to this battle, as it was even shorter than Shino's. Misumi had the ability to dislocate and stretch his limbs, a Kekiai Genkei, Naruto assumed, which he had done at the very start of the battle, and used them to wrap around Kankuro. The Genin had threatened to break Kankuro's neck if he did not surrender, and of course he followed through when Kankuro refused. However, it turned out that Kankuro had been nothing more than a puppet, and the real Kankuro had been hidden inside of the cloth on the puppet's back. Several kunai had appeared on various parts of the puppet's body, impaling Misumi as it squeezed him like a grape. The Konoha ninja had been dead before he hit the ground. Sabaka no Temari versus Higurashi Tenten. This battle was, unfortunately, much the same as the battle with Kankuro. It was a fairly one-sided fight, with Temari claiming victory. Temari was a wind user, and the worst possible matchup for Tenten, who was a weapons user. No matter what she threw at Temari, the fan-wielding Sunakunoichi would merely blow it away via a wind jutsu. The blonde had even made a show of it, unraveling her fan to reveal a circle and telling Tenten that it was a star, and when all three were revealed, she would lose. Tenten had scoffed at the girl. There was no way she would give up, and had used a jutsu where she would jump in the air and unseal the contents of 2 storage seals, launching an assortment of weapons at the fan user. Naruto had to admit to being impressed at the sheer amount of ammunition the girl had locked up in her scrolls, as well as just what that ammunition was. He had seen everything from kunai and shuriken to katanas, nodachis, sides, kusurigama. Naruto had even caught a glimpse of a ball and chain somewhere in the mix. None of them had landed. It had been at that moment that Temari revealed herself to be a wind user and had launched all of the weapons away with a blast of wind from her fan, though Tenten had a trick up her sleeve and proved she wasn't quite finished. She had used chakra strings to lift the weapons back up and sent them flying at the sand-haired blonde. Only it had not worked. Temari used another wind jutsu and sent all of the weapons sailing back towards the panda-haired girl. Tenten had gotten cut up with her own weapons and was nearly unconscious by the time she fell. Temari had decided to show the girl who was superior by setting her fan down, so Tintin would fall on it, likely doing some serious damage to her back. However, before Tintin could hit the fan, Naruto appeared on top of it, catching the weapon user in a bridal carry, one arm under her knees and the other around her shoulder. Many were utterly shocked with his speed, which they noticed was on par with Guy, with his weights on. A few, namely Kakashi, couldn't help but wonder how Naruto got so fast. Or if this person really was Naruto, since he had never shown such speed before and couldn't come up with a way for the blonde to gain such power in so short time. I do not think it is good sportsmanship to cause further damage to someone who is clearly defeated, Naruto said in a cold tone that left no room for debate. While he didn't particularly care for Tintin, seeing how he didn't even know her, she was still a Konoha shinobi. More importantly, such a blatant insult like what Temari was going to do offended the blonde's sense of honor. Temari gulped as Naruto's cold blue eyes bore into her. Something inside of her screamed that this boy was dangerous, and that crossing him would mean her death, no ifs, ands, or buts. She hurriedly nodded, and the odd sense of foreboding and dread that she had not even noticed welling up inside of her disappeared like an unknown weight that she had never known existed was suddenly lifted off her shoulders. Good, Naruto said, disappearing again. He reappeared a second later next to Guy and Lee, one who was looking at him in surprise and the other in surprise and eagerness. Naruto set Tintin down against the wall. Even in her weakened state, Tintin blushed, having seen the blonde before he had covered himself up, as well as the fact that she had felt the blonde's ripped muscles when she had been pressed against him. Seeing that Tintin didn't have any permanent damage done to her, Naruto stood up, giving a nod of acknowledgement to Guy, before he once again used his speed to appear before shocked Kakashi. Guy-sensei, Lee said with tears in his eyes after Naruto left, that Chūnin is so youthful, caring for our teammate like that. You are right, Lee, Guy proclaimed as he got in his nice guy pose, complete with thumbs up and glittering teeth. It was a rather horrible sight, and one that could only get worse with time as the bowl-cut Chūnin continued his tirade. His flames of youth burned brighter than 1,000 suns. I will strive to be just like Cloak-san and fan my own flames of youth, Lee shouted, bringing a fist up to his face, tears of joy, and something undefined that managed to freak everyone around the boy streaming out of his bug-like eyes. And if I cannot do that, I shall run 200 laps around Konoha on my pinkies. Attaboy, Lee, Guy shouted, and I will help stroke your flames of youth. If you cannot do that, I will climb the Hokage monument using nothing but my teeth. The geyser of tears running down Lee's eyes soon became a veritable waterfall as he stared at his sensei. Oh, Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Soon enough, the two bowl-cut shinobi began to hug, a sunset backdrop of a beach complete with crashing waves appearing behind them as they did. The scene itself would have actually been quite beautiful, with the sunset painting the sky in a brilliant blaze of red and orange. Several sparse clouds were also lit up, their colors lighter than the sky, thin willow wisps that enhanced the already beautiful scene. That, combined with the waves of water that crashed against the rock and managed to catch the reflected light of the sun, created a scene of such marvelous and enchanting beauty that few could believe it was a genjutsu. However, that beauty was completely ruined by the two hugging in its midst. Many people screamed in terror as they felt their eyes begin to burn. Kurenai tried dispelling it, placing her hands in the release seal and trying to overpower it with her chakra, only to be shocked when it did not work. Why? Why won't it dispel? She had never had a problem dispelling genjutsu before. Hell, she was renowned for her genjutsu, second only to Itachi, who had the benefit of his Sharingan eyes. Fortunately, before anyone could go into shock or commit seppuku to spare themselves from the horror of being overexposed to the creepy sunset genjutsu and two-man hugging clones, the two were forced apart when a large blast of black energy was launched at them. Everyone turned and stared wide-eyed at Naruto, whose index finger was still smoking from the energy attack, glared at the pair with barely concealed rage. I have absolutely no problems with you guys doing that on your own time. But if I am present, I suggest you cease such a disturbing ritual, lest I make sure this next shot doesn't miss. As if to prove his point, a black ball of energy appeared on the tip of his finger. Do I make myself clear? Naruto shouted in a tone that basically said, obey me or die, receiving two fearful nods from the self-proclaimed green beasts of Konoha. Naruto smirked under his mask as the energy dissipated. It was then he noticed everyone staring at him. What the hell are you people looking at? Naruto said. Everyone hurriedly looked away. Naruto smirked and nodded in satisfaction. What was that power? Wondered Sarutobi, along with nearly everyone else in the room. That was not Kyuubi's chakra. If anything, it felt stronger, which shouldn't have been possible. I'm really going to have to speak with him after this. I wonder what that attack was. Kakashi asked himself. Maybe I can get him to teach it to Sasuke. Mom was right, Sakura said to herself. Naruto Baka is a monster. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara thought. Why is mother afraid of you? Most thoughts that everyone else had were of a similar nature, though they varied from person to person. Naruto was more or less oblivious to these thoughts as he stared at the screen, waiting for the next match to begin. Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. This was the most disappointing battle that Naruto had seen. The two girls had only used a mixture of basic academy jutsu and strategy that Irika had taught them. Even worse, half of their time was spent talking about how they would win the heart of their Sasuke-kun. Surprisingly enough, the battle ended in Ino's victory, after she had managed to trap Sakura with her Shintenshin and force the girl to give up. It was a disappointed Sakura and an ecstatic Ino that walked up to join everyone else. Man, Kakashi, your student's battle was pathetic, Asuma muttered as he took a drag of his exaggerate. Didn't you teach that girl anything? Even though Ino trained less than everyone else on his squad, which was saying something considering he had a slacker and a boy who cared more about eating than training, he had still taught her some things. Kakashi scowled behind his mask, but didn't bother to reply as the next match started. Tsuchikin versus Nara Shikamaru. Oh man, what a drag, Shikamaru groaned as he made his way downstairs. Why do I have to face a woman? So you think that this is going to be easy because I'm a woman? Kin questioned in an angry tone, already standing in the arena. Despite Shikamaru being some distance away, it was clear she had heard him perfectly. I didn't say that. Troublesome woman, Shikamaru muttered in a lazy tone, making it obvious that he did not want to be there. At first, Naruto did not pay much attention to the match. He had not thought there would be much to it. However, as the match continued, the blonde shinobi became more engrossed in it as he saw that Shikamaru, despite not being very strong, was an excellent strategist. The shadow using Chūnin played a defensive role mostly, allowing Kin to show off and explain her technique with such meticulous detail that made the blonde roll his eyes. Why the hell someone would actually let someone know how an attack works was beyond him. Weren't ninja supposed to be sneaky? Kin had launched several Senbon at Shikamaru for most of the match. Somewhere along the line, she had launched 2 Senbon with bells attached to them, and used chakra strings so she could use their special ability. The bells had cast a Genjutsu on Shikamaru, making him seem more than one Kin. However, Kin had forgotten something crucial after that. The shadow under the wires had been far too large for wires that were so as thin as the one she was using. Had she noticed, she may have realized that Shikamaru had used his shadow possession jutsu in order to capture her. After that, all it took for the shadow user to win was a bluff and some shuriken, playing a game of chicken as he flipped back, and she did the same, hitting her head against the wall. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. All right, Kiba shouted in joy. It looks like we're getting the easy battle. Akamaru merely whimpered as Kiba jumped off the stands. While the boy had obviously not been paying attention to the past few minutes, or had and just disregarded how fast Naruto had been and the ball of energy he unleashed, it was obvious that Akamaru was not as blind as his master and had no desire to fight. Naruto held in his smirk as he thought of the beatdown he would heap upon the arrogant, dog-using ninja and walked down the stairs at a sedate pace. Trying to prolong your defeat, dead last? Kiba asked with a smirk as Naruto made his way to the opposite end of the stage, his posture lazy. Hardly, Naruto said with a chuckle. I merely wanted to savor this moment. and allow you some time to pray before I kick your ass. Ah, you think you can beat me? Kiba mocked. No wonder you're the dead last of class. To think you actually believe you can win against me. Naruto shrugged. Your friend doesn't seem to think it's so off. Naruto pointed over to Akamaru, who was still whimpering up in the stands. Kiba growled. Akamaru, get down here. Akamaru just barked and shook his head, not wanting to get near the cloaked boy radiating power. The mere presence of the cloaked blonde screamed alpha. Looks like Akamaru's the smart one, Naruto said, his tone laced with amusement. Gur, shut up. I don't need Akamaru to beat a dobe like you. Kiba shouted. All I need is one hit. Oh, Naruto mocked. Well then, come on, Mutt. Show me what you've got. Just don't go crying when I end up taking you to the pound. You asked for it, Kiba said as he ran towards Naruto. The dog user cocked his fist back, smashing it into Naruto's face. However, much to his and everyone else's shock, all it did was move Naruto's face to the side. Oh my, would you look at that? Naruto said in a sarcastic tone. I commend you for at least making me move my head a bit. As a sign of my appreciation, let me show you what a real punch feels like. With that, Naruto launched a fist into Kiba's gut, making the dog user double over as he felt his internals liquefy. Then Kiba was sent flying back several feet, smashing into a wall and causing the wall to break. Kiba slowly fell off the wall as he curled up into a ball, trying to get his breath back. So who's going to win this battle with one hit? Naruto mocked. Because from where I'm standing, it doesn't look like you can back up your words. Shut up, Kiba grunted as he tried to stand. It felt like all of his organs had been turned into mush. He winced and resisted the urge to whimper, though even through his pain-induced state, he couldn't help but wonder how Naruto got so powerful. I'm not going to lose to you. Naruto laughed. You've already lost. You're just too stubborn to realize it. No, Kiba yelled. This is not over. I won't lose to a loser like you. Naruto was actually impressed when the dog user managed to push himself to his feet, though, from the way his legs were shaking, it looked like he was nearing his limit. Using the last of his strength, Kiba jumped in the air and began to spin Tsuga, piercing Fong. Naruto watched as the spinning drill-like form of Kiba flew towards him with a lazy eye. As Kiba closed in, Naruto reared back his fist, launching it just as Kiba got in range. Naruto's fist smashed against Kiba's head. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, it irrevocably moved forward as Kiba was launched away. He ended up not just hitting the statue on the platform where the Hokage was, but was also blasted right through it. Kiba came to a stop on the other side as he hit one of the stairs. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the scene, many thoughts going through people's minds. What the hell? Temari wondered, shock clearly written upon her face. Her eyes looked like they might just roll out of her sockets, they were so wide. Isn't this supposed to be that idiot who had worn that ugly orange jumpsuit? When did he get so strong? When did he get new clothes for that matter? He beat Kiba like it was nothing, Kurenai thought in shock. How could the dead last of his class completely decimate one of the stronger students at the academy? She replayed the battle, which was less of a battle and more of a one-way slaughter, over and over again in her head, trying to figure out just what had happened. In the end, she came up with nothing. And Naruto-kun, what happened to you? Hinata asked herself. Truth be told, she was slightly afraid of this Naruto. While the blonde had always been loud and confident, he had never been this violent before. Worse still, he seemed to be enjoying it. You were never like this before. My Kikai are weary of Naruto. He is radiating chakra like a furnace, Shino thought. They are frightened. I will have to be careful if I end up fighting him. The power of that punch was even stronger than Lee's, Negi analyzed, yet there was no chakra put into that punch whatsoever. Man, Naruto's getting really troublesome, Shikamaru thought to himself. What a drag. What the hell is with this kid? Kankuro wondered. During the first stage, this guy was nothing more than a loud-mouthed idiot, and 5 days later, he's smashing people through statues with a single punch. Naruto was oblivious to all the thoughts running through everyone's head as he looked at Hate. Proctor-san, I believe you should call the match. Air, right? Hate blinked, The winner of this match is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto nodded as he went back up the stairs, not paying any attention to the looks he was receiving as he made his way over to his previous spot and leaned against the railing. Not a care in the world. Rock Lee versus Sabaku Nogata. Yes, Lee shouted as he pumped his fist in the air. It worked. It worked. I used reverse psychology to make everybody think that I did not want to go, and it worked. Woo! Many people began getting disturbed when Lee started to dance. Not only was he dancing, but he was dancing poorly. Naruto thought he looked like a worm trying to stand up with the way he was waving all over the place. Thankfully, Guy was able to knock the boy out of his horrifying dance. Shut up, Lee. Guy yelled as he smashed a fist into Lee's face. Lee was sent flying, corkscrewing, and spiraling through the air before landing on his back several feet away, but got up quickly as if nothing had happened, or this had happened so many times it no longer affected him. Naruto figured the boy had been smacked around so much that he was just using to getting hit like that. Maybe he's a masochist. Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee shouted. All right, Lee, listen to me carefully. Lee took out a notepad and pencil so he could write down everything Guy said to him. Guy leaned in close. Watch out for that gourd on his back. There's something creepy about it. Everyone who heard Guy face-faulted. Everyone except Lee, who looked at Guy as if he had just said the single most brilliant thing in the world. Of course, Guy-sensei, Lee said as he wrote that advice down in his notes. Naruto shook his head as he watched Lee jump over the railing and onto the stage. Lee got into the beginning stance for the Goken Taijutsu style, feet together with one hand held behind his back in a fist while the other hand was in front palms up as if in a welcoming gesture. As soon as Lee got into his stance, the cork on Gaara's gourd popped out and flew at the bowl-cut boy. Lee caught the cork and dropped it to the ground. There is no need to hasty Gaara-sen, Lee said, getting back in his stance. There will be plenty of time for us to show off our flames of youth. Sabaku no Gaara versus Rock Lee begin, Hate said, sun shining away from the stage. Rock Lee disappeared in a burst of speed, reappearing right next to Gaara, and launched his opening kick. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Hurricane. Before the kick could even connect, sand shot out of the gourd and blocked it. Lee was surprised for a second, before he rebounded away when the sand tried to grab hold of him. Landing on the ground, the Taijutsu specialist launched himself at Gaara again. Naruto watched the battle with a frown. Something about Gaara was bothering him. The boy was just standing there, not even really paying attention to Lee, who was attacking from many different angles in the hopes of getting past the boy's sand. Still, it was confusing. Why didn't he even try to do something about Lee, and instead stand still as if invulnerable? That boy holds a demon. Q-chan, Naruto asked as he heard the voice in his head. Yes, Naruto-sama, Kyubi said, feeling a bit flustered at the continuous use of Naruto's new nickname for her. You said that boy with the gourd holds a demon, Naruto said as he saw Lee get caught by the sand and flung away. So he's like me, or like I used to be? Yes, Kyubi answered. That boy holds the Ichibi no Shikaku, the one-tailed giant, Tanuki. Though it is quite odd, judging from the boy's eyes, he has obviously not gotten much sleep. Also, while I cannot pick up much from the demon, I can hear its screams of insanity. Or at least I can sense them. Screams of insanity? Naruto questioned, raising an eyebrow when Lee dropped what had to be several hundred-pound weights. Though, he was just judging this from the way the earth shook and several feet deep craters were formed where the leg weights hit the ground. So you're saying Gaara has a crazed demon in him? The blonde watched as Lee shot off at Gaara at speeds far faster than most Chūnin could produce. Had he not had his vision enhanced, Naruto knew there would have been no way for him to keep up. Lee finally managed to land a punch on Gaara, due to the sand not being able to keep up with Lee's speed. Not so much, Kyubi corrected. Shikaka has always had a large bloodlust and love for battle, but he was never insane like this. The problem is that it almost feels as if Shikaku's soul is being tormented by something or someone else. On the stage, Lee began to run around Gaara, increasing his speed so much that most of the Chūnin only saw blurs and slight after images. Naruto was the only Chūnin who could keep up with Lee's speed easily. Before anyone could wonder what was going on, Lee shot out of the circle, giving Gaara a rising kick in the chin. However, due to the sand, Gaara had barely even been lifted off the ground. Not one to be deterred, Lee continued pounding into Gaara, lifting the redhead higher and higher until he got Gaara to the necessary height for his move. Lee then wrapped Gaara up in bandages and began to rotate the two of them as they began to fall head first. Omote Ringe, Primary Lotus. At the last second, Lee kicked off of Gaara, allowing him to crash to the floor. As Gaara crashed head first into the ground, creating a large crater and dust arise, Lee landed on his hands, but was able to push himself into a back flip and land on his feet. Though due to the damage done by using the double-bladed technique, Lee fell onto his backside. As the dust cleared, everyone was greeted with the sight of Gaara's battered body. At least that was what everyone thought, until the body caved in and turned into sand, revealing it to have been a clone. A malevolent and insane chuckle had Lee turning his head to see Gaara standing behind him with a demented grin on his face. Gaara sent out a tidal wave of sand at the injured taijutsu specialist. Lee tried to dodge, but due to his injuries ended up getting hit and found himself getting slammed into a wall. Several people winced as the sand tendrils wrapped around Lee's leg, lifted him up, then slammed him back down hard enough that the bowl-cut boy coughed up blood. This continued for quite a while, with Gaara finding more and more things to smack Lee again. The other boy began to look so battered many people were sure he would lose. However, Lee had one last trick up his sleeve. It took some work, but with a swift application of his strength via using his free foot to kick at the sand, he managed to break the connection. As he fell to the floor, Lee flipped around, landing on his feet and crossing his arms into an X position soon after. Kaimon, Kai, first gate. Gate of life, open, Lee shouted, before a massive surge of chakra was released from the boy's body as his skin began to turn red. Kimon, Kai, gate of healing, open, even more chakra poured out of Lee. All of the previous wounds he had suffered began healing at an extreme rate. Naruto was actually impressed. While it was nowhere near his QB-induced healing and couldn't even compare to his regeneration abilities now, it was still impressive for a human. How many gates can he open? Asked Kakashi, looking startled at seeing a genin capable of such a powerful and dangerous genjutsu. 5, said Guy, his voice proud. Are you insane? Teaching a genin such a powerful genjutsu? I don't expect you to understand, Kakashi, said Guy. Given that you refuse to train 2 of your students, it's obvious you wouldn't know what it means to help your genin achieve their dreams. So I won't bother talking about it. At being rebuffed by Mato Guy, of all people, Kakashi growled and left within his Sunshin, not wanting to be around others anymore. Simon, Kai, gate of life, open. As the output of Lee's chakra surged even more, the bowl-cut haired boy's skin began turning red. Shaman, Kai, gate of pain, open. Veins began popping out of Lee's body. Naruto was able to see that the veins were actually his chakra coils thanks to his Rinnegan. While he could not see the chakra coils themselves, he could see the chakra coming off of the boy. It was more concentrated along the veins. Lee shot off the ground with such force that the tile shattered under the pressure. Gaara didn't even have time to blink as Lee smashed a fist into his face. Gaara went flying back and Lee appeared behind him, using another rising kick to launch the sand user into the air. Then he did the same thing, this time sending Gaara to the ground with a heel drop. On and on it went, with Lee playing pinball with Gaara as he launched the boy from one side of the room to the other, moving so fast that only a few of the people in the room were even able to follow. Naruto frowned. Even he was beginning to have trouble keeping up with the boy now. That was unacceptable. I will need to train my speed when I get out of here, he decided. No human should be faster than me. Hell, I'm not going to let a demon be faster than me, so I won't allow some mere ninja to be. Don't worry, Naruto-sama, Kyubi reassured her master. I will help you increase your speed, along with everything else. Naruto gushed over the seal. You're so sweat, Kyuchan. Maybe I should give you a reward for such dedication to your master. While he could not see Kyubi's blush, thanks to her fur being red and her being hidden inside his cloak, he could feel the heat she was radiating. Just thinking of how embarrassed she was made him grin. Finally, Lee launched Gaara back towards the ground, stopping the sand user's momentum a bit when he wrapped his bandages around the Sunagenin. This is end. Tommen. Kai, gate of limit, open. The two went spinning once again, only far faster than before. It had gotten to the point where the air around them had gotten so displaced that the two looked like they were in a tornado. URA Ringe, reverse lotus. The two crashed into the ground. Thankfully, Lee managed to push off and land safely, though he was too injured to even move anymore. All he could do was lie on his back, panting heavily as his droopy eyes looked over to where Gara had crashed. Everyone wondered if the odd boy with the bowl-cut hair had won. Both Temari and Kankuro were gaping at the scene. No one had ever hurt Gara before, and this kid with the freaky eyebrows had just slammed their little brother in the ground, and that was after using him as a pinball. They both wondered if Gara had finally met his match, while everyone else were already under the assumption that Gara had lost. However, the participants, Proctors and Jonin Sensei, soon realized the red-haired genin was not defeated as the smoke cleared and they saw Gara lying on his side, his sand under him from having it catch his fall. Gara lifted up his right hand, making the sand shoot forward to grab onto Lee, in order to kill the person who had actually hurt him. Before the sand could get even 5 feet from Lee, Naruto appeared in front of it, his hands in front of him as if commanding the sand to stop. Shinra Tensei, Naruto whispered, so no one else could hear him. It was the only move he knew for the Rinnegan, having received it from a dream while he slept. He wasn't very good with the technique, having only practiced it once, but he was good enough for what he intended to do. The sand was blown back as Naruto used to reverse the gravity around him to reject the sand. Everyone stared wide-eyed, both at the speed with which Naruto got there, and at the fact that Naruto had seemingly just stopped the sand with nothing but spreading out his hands. Hinata and Negi were the only ones who knew he had used some kind of jutsu, due to their Byakugan. It looks like he sent his chakra out in a push, as if he was using some form of repulsion to shove the sand away, Negi analyzed. It was an odd technique, something he had never seen, and the fact that it used no hand seals was troubling. Even more troubling to the Hyuga prodigy was the large concentration of chakra he could see in the boy's eyes, something that was normally only found when someone had a Dojutsu. Yet he could see no evidence of such a bloodline with the blonde. Why? Why did you stop me? Asked Gara, confusion in his voice. Naruto shrugged. Why wouldn't I stop you? Lee gave it his all and fought well. It would be a shame for you to kill or cripple him and not even allow me the chance to fight him in combat. Guy appeared next to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you for helping Lee. Had something happened to my precious student? It's all right, Guy-san, Naruto said with a shrug. Like I said, it would be a shame if he got killed or crippled after such a magnificent battle. Winner Gara, Hayden announced. As the medics took an unconscious Lee away, a troubled Gara walked up the stairs. Gara, Temari asked tentatively, are you okay? Gara looked at her, and it was the first time she had seen him look at anything without hate. Mother is refusing to speak with me, Gara said, turning his attention to Naruto, who was now back in the stands. She is afraid. That cloaked ninja frightens mother. His siblings and Jonin Sensei stiffened. They knew who his mother was, and for a Biju to be frightened by someone. What was a frightening thought? Baki knew they would have to tread very carefully if someone could actually scare a Biju into silence. Akamichi Choji versus Danyuta Dosu. Chuji gulped as he saw his opponent and remembered what the Odo Genin had done to them in the Forest of Death. It had not been that long ago since he and the others had been beaten by Dosu and his teammates. After all, I think I'm just going to forfeit. What? Ino yelled as she turned on Chuji, hands on her hips and a glare on her face. It was the look of a girl who was not pleased. You are not going to forfeit, Chuji. Asuma nodded. You should at least give it your best. When Chuji still looked unsure, Asuma decided to add some incentive. I'll take you to your favorite barbecue. That seemed to get Chuji fired up as he jumped down from the stand, looking like he was ready to take on the world. He even began ranting about how he would beat Dosu quickly so he could eat. Naruto shook his head at seeing how Asuma had to bribe the boy with food. He wasn't sure whether to laugh at the hilarity of it or feel pity that this boy couldn't be motivated to get stronger simply for the sake of getting stronger. Good luck, fatty, Ino said, giving the boy even more incentive to fight. Chuji's face turned red with anger. That's it. First I'm gonna get this guy. Then I'm coming for you, Ino. Dosu just ignored the Chuji until the match started. This one, like several others, was fairly fast. Chuji had used his expansion jutsu to turn into a large ball and try to roll over Dosu. However, the man had merely hopped out of the way, allowing the large genin to crash into a wall. After that, all it took was a tap from his melody arm, and Chuji was out like a light. Hinata, Hyuga versus Negi Hyuga. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the pairing. He knew Hinata from his class, though he would confess to not knowing her very well. She had always been a weird one, blushing a beet red and passing out the few times he tried to talk to her. However, he knew next to nothing about Neji, other than that he looked like someone with a stick shoved further up his ass than Sasuke. There was also the stench of hatred coming off of Neji, who was watching the younger Hyuga child with a glare that looked like it could kill someone. Naruto had no clue what was going on there, but his gut was telling him trouble was brewing. Hinata paled as she walked down the stairs and stood across from Negi. "Hinata-sama," Negi said with a sneer, "you should just give up. You cannot win against me. Fate has decided that you will lose this battle. You are too kind-hearted and weak. You will always be weak, and nothing you can do will change that. You should give up." Hinata looked like she was about to cry, but before anything else could happen, Naruto started to chuckle. That chuckle soon turned into outright laughing as the blonde held his gut. Everyone looked at him with raised eyebrows, while Negi turned his sneer onto Naruto. "Haha, oh Kami, haha, this is fucking rich. Haha, listening to you talking about fate like it was some kind of all-controlling entity." Naruto's laughing increased as Negi's face turned red with fury. To Naruto, it just made him look constipated, and that just made him laugh harder. "Ha ha, so I guess that makes you Fate's little bitch, huh? Man, you're so fucking pathetic. Blaming your hardships on fate because you don't have the balls to face life head on. You're no warrior, just some little pussy with a chip on his shoulder." Negi grit his teeth in frustration as he listened to Naruto insult him. How dare this no-name loser insult him? He was the prodigy of a Hyuga clan. He would have said something to shut the cloak genin up, but he noticed Hinata looking at him with more confidence than he had ever seen in her. "So, I see you're still going to fight," Negi stated, a sneer coming onto his face. "That's right." Hinata got into a stance. "Prepare yourself, Negi and I-san." Negi just smiled as he got into a stance. He had wanted to show Hinata her inferiority anyways. The fight soon began, and despite Hinata's best efforts, Naruto knew she would lose, as did many of the other jonin. Still, she fought with a ferocity that no one had ever seen in the underconfident girl. It made her decision to fight all the more worth it. The battle basically ended when Hinata hit Negi thinking she had won, only for the Hyuga prodigy to show her that he had been cutting off her Tenketsu points, making her Juken strikes useless. Despite this, Hinata still fought on, even though she knew it was a futile effort. In the end, Hinata was hit with a Juken strike to the chest, sending her sprawling onto the ground. "Proctor-san, call the match," Negi said as he turned around and began walking off the stage. "Hey Neji-chan," Naruto called in a sing-song voice, "you might want to turn around." Negi did, about to insult the other genin, when he noticed, much to his shock, that Hinata was struggling to stand again. A small conversation ensued after that. It was low enough that most could not hear it. Only Naruto, with his enhanced hearing, could make it out. Hinata telling Negi that he was the one suffering because of the clan, not her. The girl's words consequently sent him into a rage, and he ran at Hinata, intent on ending her life. Like with Lee, before he could make it even 5 feet, and before the genin and jonin knew what was happening, Naruto appeared in front of Neji, grabbing the Hyuga prodigy by the throat and lifting him up, while 2 other Narutos appeared on either side. Kunai aimed at his vital points. "You know, it's not nice to try and kill your own family, Neji-chan," Naruto said. Though he spoke in a sing-song voice, the blonde was anything but happy. Once again, it wasn't that he actually cared about the girl Neji was fighting, since all he knew of her was that she was extremely shy and introverted. It was that Hinata was the Hyuga prodigy's family. And for someone who was an orphan like Naruto, family should be protected and loved above all else. Neji tried to reply, but Naruto was cutting off his air circulation. He tried to juke Naruto, but the other genin merely swatted his hands away with impunity each time. Behind Naruto, Hinata had finally fallen, causing the medics, as well as Hinata's Jonin sensei, to rush to the girl's side. Consider yourself lucky we're in a tournament, and killing you would disqualify me, Naruto said. Otherwise, you would not live to see the next day. Naruto dropped the boy who had been starting to turn blue. He looked over at Guy. I suggest you beat some humility into this boy. Arrogance like his will not only get him killed, but his teammates killed as well. Guy merely gave him a nod, grabbing Negi and taking him off the stage. I'm definitely going to have to talk to Naruto after all of this, Sarutobi thought to himself as he watched Naruto take his place with the other genin in front of the stage now that the Chūnin exams were over. To all of you Kof have earned the right to compete in the third stage of the Chūnin exams. Kof, congratulations, Hate said, before taking a step back, allowing the Hokage to stop forward. Sarutobi coughed into his hand briefly to clear his throat. Allow me to explain the last stage of the exams for all of you. As I said before, it was at this point that Naruto started to tune the man out. Kami, I really do love Ajisen and all, but he has this really cryptic way of speaking that pisses me off. And he's more long-winded than Iruka-sensei. It's just how old people are, Naruto-sama, Kyuubi said placatingly. My father was the same way before I became the Kyuubi. That reminds me, how did you become the Kyuubi exactly? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, to be honest, Kyuubi said, not having a problem with telling her new master what she knew. As I said, I was hit with a very powerful chakra. It must have been, around 800 years ago. I ended up blacking out, and when I woke up, I had 9 tails instead of 3. After that, my father named me clan head and gave me the title of Kyuubi. So Kyuubi is just a title then? Asked Naruto. Is both my title and my name, Kyuubi said. Naruto frowned. Then what were you called before you became the Kyuubi? Kyuubi? Naruto asked when the vixen was silent. It doesn't matter, Kyuubi said eventually. It's no longer my name. Naruto could hear some bitterness in her voice and decided to back off with his questions. Instead, he turned his attention back to Sarutobi. Now I would like to dismiss all of you, but there is one more matter we must attend to, Sarutobi said as Anko stepped forward with a box in her hand. There are pieces of paper with a number on it within the box Anko is holding. I want each of you to take one. I'll come around to you, so I want you brats to wait your turn, Anko said. Anko walked around to each genin who would take a piece of paper and then move on. When she got to Naruto, she gave him a wink, causing the cloaked genin to raise an eyebrow. Now that everyone has a piece of paper, I would like each of you to tell me the number it has on it. Anko said, we'll start from the left. 5, said Shino. 2, Niji said. 7, said Temari. 6, Kankuro said. 3, Gaara said. Troublesome, 8, said Shikamaru. 1, Naruto said, a grin hidden behind his mask. 9, said Dosu. 10, said Ino. That means the Uchiha has 4, Ibiki muttered. We will now reveal your matchup for the first round of the tournament, Sarutobi said. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Niji Hyuga. Gaara no Sabaku vs. Sasuke Uchiha. Shino Aburame vs. Kankuro no Sabaku. Temari no Sabaku vs. Shikamaru Nara. Ino Yamanaka vs. Dosu Kinyuta. Now before everyone is dismissed, do any of you have questions you would like answered? Asked Sarutobi. Since this is a tournament, that means there can only be one winner, right? So does that mean only one person can become a Chūnin? Asked Shikamaru. Not at all, Sarutobi replied. There will be judges including myself, the Kazekage, various daimyos from other countries, and other ninja leaders who will be here to watch to evaluate your performance. Those who have the necessary qualities of a Chūnin will be able to become one, even if they lose their first match. Consequently, someone can win the whole tournament. But if we do not feel they are qualified, they will not become Chūnin. So, does that mean it's possible for everyone to become a Chūnin? Asked Temari. Yes, Sarutobi said, but it's equally possible that no one will become a Chūnin. Advancing in the tournament gives you more opportunities to show off your abilities and appeal to the judges, so make sure you do your best. If that is all, then you're all dismissed, said Sarutobi. Most of the Genin started hooking up with their Jonin senseis to leave. Naruto was about to head out himself when the Sandaime spoke again, stopping the blonde boy in his tracks. However, I would like to ask Uzumaki Naruto to stay. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but remained nonetheless. When the other Genin were gone, Naruto let his voice be known. So what's up, Ajisen? Wanted to congratulate me for kicking ass? Naruto questioned. Sarutobi chuckled a bit at the boy's crass attitude. At least that hadn't changed. That is part of the reason. However, I would also like to speak with you in private. Why don't we head to my office? Sarutobi did not give Naruto a chance to speak as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, and they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Birth of the New Demon King. Naruto was sitting in front of the desk in Sarutobi's office, waiting for the aging Hokage to speak. As he did, his eyes gazed around the room, taking in the light beige walls, the bookshelf that sat on his left, and the couch with the pictures of the 4 Hokages on his right and slightly behind him. The desk Sarutobi was sitting in was large, made of a dark brown wood and holding several items of interest, as well as 2 large stacks of paperwork, which always seemed to be there no matter how many times Naruto came in. Behind the desk and the comfortable leather chair that the Sandaime sat in was a large window that overlooked Konoha. He had been in this room many times in the past, probably more than anyone else who had not been Hokage. The room held many fond memories for him, times when he and the aging Sandaime would sit around and he would listen as Sarutobi told him stories from his youth, of his times training with the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages, while eating some cookies that the man's secretary would get for them. It was also here that Naruto began to learn about what was required of a Hokage beyond being the strongest shinobi of the village. Sarutobi reached into his desk and pulled out his pipe, packing some tobacco into it before using a fire jutsu to light it. He took a few puffs on his pipe as he looked at Naruto. He sat there, silently contemplating the young man for a few moments before speaking. First, I would like to congratulate you on your victory in the 2nd stage of the Chūnin exams, Sarutobi said. You showed a rather impressive amount of strength to do what you did, and the timing of your last attack was impeccable. The Sandaime was, of course, speaking the precise timing required to hit an Inuzuka while they were using the Tsuga technique. In order to do any damage and not receive it in return, someone had to precisely time their attack to the exact moment the Inuzuka makes a full revolution. Thanks, Naruto replied. But we both know that's not the reason you called me here, is it, Ajisen? Quite right, Sarutobi said, wondering a bit about the boy's increased perceptiveness. He better than anyone knew that Naruto had never been stupid, but just because Naruto wasn't dumb didn't mean he was perceptive. Before we begin, could you take off your hood and mask? Kyubi, Naruto said. Already on it, Kyubi replied as she cast a Kitsune illusion to become invisible. Normally, such a burst of Yuki would have been clearly felt, but being near Naruto, who had nearly 4 times more Yuki than Kyubi did after his transformation, no one felt it. Naruto reached up and pulled down his hood, revealing his now long spiky hair, which moved into his cloak. Then he pulled off his face mask, revealing his now lean and slightly aristocratic features. Sarutobi was surprised to see that the boy looked almost exactly like his father now, with the exception of his longer-than-average canines, and that his hair was obviously far longer than Minato's had been. It was even more surprising to see that the boy's whiskers were gone. "What happened to you, my boy?" asked Sarutobi, shock clearly evident in his voice. "You look older," Naruto finished for him, smiling a bit. "I know. I can't honestly explain what happened because I don't know myself," he lied. While the blonde demon shinobi may trust the Hokage, he didn't want word about what he had learned getting out until he was ready to face anything that might come his way. "All I remember is fighting that freaky lady who could summon snakes." He watched as Sarutobi stiffened. "The next thing I knew was that woman smashing her hand into my gut while shouting some kind of jutsu. After that, I was knocked unconscious, and when I woke up, I looked like this and felt nearly unlimited power at my disposal." Sarutobi tried to understand what was going on. The snake lady, as Naruto called her, was obviously Orochimaru. Anko had told him what had transpired between her and her former sensei in the Forest of Death, and he knew that his former student had marked the young Uchiha Sasuke with his Juin Jutsu, Curse Seal. But it was obvious he had done something to Naruto as well. If what the blonde said was true, then he had most likely tampered with the seal somehow. That could be very dangerous to Naruto, especially since no one aside from Kushina and another Uzumaki would have the same knowledge of sealing that the Yondaime had. Naruto-kun, may I see your stomach? Sarutobi asked. It is possible that ninja tampered with the seal that holds the Kyuubi. Naruto shrugged before pulling off his cloak, setting it on the chair as he lifted his shirt up, revealing his stomach. Channel some chakra, please, the old Hokage said. Naruto began doing so, and Sarutobi was once again surprised when nothing happened. He could feel the chakra circulating through Naruto. It was impossible not to feel that maelstrom of energy that surrounded the blonde. Yet the hack no Fuin Shiki 8 trigrams sealing style that held the Kyuubi was not visible. Had something happened to the seal? Did it break? But if that were the case, then Naruto should be dead and the Kyuubi would be free or dead as well. He would have to get Jiraiya's opinion on this. If something happened to the seal, he would be the one who was most likely to figure it out. What Sarutobi did not realize was that the seal was gone because Kyuubi was no longer in the seal, so it had nothing to hold. So, any problems, Ajisen? Asked Naruto. No, Sarutobi said at last. No sense in worrying the boy when he himself had no clue what happened to the seal. No problems, you can go now. Naruto put his shirt back down and shrugged his cloak on. I should probably tell you I'm not going to be in Konoha this month. Naruto said, I have some ideas for some new jutsu, but all of them are fairly destructive. So, I'm going to be heading outside of Konoha to train. Sarutobi looked at the boy. I suppose that is fine, he said at last. There was nothing in the rulebooks that said a ninja had to stay within Konoha during the month training period. It was unusual for a Konoha ninja to leave, but not unheard of. Just make sure you're careful. Naruto gave the old man a grin. Hey, it's me. Sarutobi watched the blonde leave and sighed. That's what I'm afraid of. Chapter 4. Can't keep a demon down. As soon as Naruto exited Konoha, he made his way into the thicket of trees that surrounded the hidden village, traveling through them via tree hopping until he felt they were sufficiently far enough away that no one would detect what they were doing. So what do we do now? Naruto asked, despite the fact that no one could be seen. Were any hypothetical witness watching, they would have sweat dropped before declaring the blonde clinically insane. Kyuubi uncurled herself from his neck and hopped out from underneath his cloak, transforming into her Hanyu form in mid-air. She landed on the ground and turned to Naruto. Well, I figure the first thing we need to do is get you accustomed to your new body and powers. To do that, we're going to go to the Cursed Plains in Makai. We'll get you some battle experience against some of the lesser demons. So how are we going to get to Makai? Asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. While everyone had heard the many myths that surrounded the supposed underworld, a world in which demons roamed free and only the strongest survived. At least that was the information he had grown up on. No human had ever been to Makai, so no one actually knew anything about it. We'll perform the ritual to open a gate to Makai, Kyuubi replied matter-of-factly. The first thing we need is demon blood to draw out the seals needed to open the gate. After that, it's just a simple matter of summoning enough Yuki to open the gate. Naruto nodded and was about to take out a kunai when Kyuubi used her claws to cut into herself. Blood flowed from the wound that was quite deep. Despite that, the red-haired beauty didn't even flinch. Naruto, however, did. Hey, what are you doing? Naruto asked, shocked that she would so callously injure herself. Kyuubi looked at him and blinked in a confused fashion. I'm using my blood to write the ritual. Is that a problem, Naruto-sama? Well, Naruto watched as Kyuubi began writing a complex seal on the trees. I suppose not. I just thought we were going to use my blood. Don't be silly, Naruto-sama, Kyuubi said chidingly as she cut her palms again, as they had already healed over, dipping her finger in her blood and writing some more. I'm also a demon, so my blood will work just fine. Besides, I am your servant. It would be improper of me to let you use your blood when I am perfectly capable of doing this myself. Kyuubi let out a squeak of surprise as a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind, pulling her against a well-muscled chest. She let out a shiver when she felt Naruto's breath in her ear. His breath was hot and the red-haired demoness could begin to feel herself meld into him. If the blonde kept this up, Kyubi was sure it would only take a matter of seconds before she turned into a puddle of goo. "You know that seal on your neck says otherwise," Naruto said. His voice was deeper than normal and carried a slight growl to it. Kyubi was mortified when she let a moan escape her throat at the sound of his voice. Even worse, she could feel her sex getting wet and her love juices beginning to run down her thighs. And he was just talking to her. That is not the seal of a servant, Kyu-chan. Kyubi's breath came out in pants as all of her demonic instincts were screaming at her to claim the male behind her, to rip off their clothes and let him mount her, to let him claim her as they rutted like kitsune in heat. She did her best to quell those treasonous thoughts. However, as she spoke, I am still your servant, Naruto-sama. Even if this seal says otherwise, this the only way to repay you for my sins." Naruto sighed as he let go of her, his voice returning to normal. "You know it's not your fault, Kyu. I don't particularly care that you were sealed into my mom, or that you had done your best to escape the seal. You just wanted freedom. Were our positions reversed, I have no doubt I would have been trying to break free as well. As for the rest, it doesn't really matter. It's not like you wish to destroy Konoha. I doubt its destruction was even important to you." "That's kind of you to say, Naruto-sama," Kyubi said, glad she was facing away from Naruto so that he would not see her tears of gratitude. She quickly raised her left hand to wipe them away, not wanting him to see her show of weakness. "However, it is my fault. If I had been more cautious, this would not have happened." Naruto frowned. He couldn't really understand why this woman was being so damn obstinate. If anyone should be angry and unforgiving at her, then it should be Naruto himself. Yet he didn't blame her for what happened. He knew she was involved in his parents' death, but he also knew while she may have been part of the problem, she had not been the catalyst for his parents' death. And really, how could he blame someone for attempting to be free? No sentient being wanted to be locked away. Even if he wanted to, Naruto found he couldn't blame the woman for what happened. So why couldn't she just accept that he didn't care and move on? He sighed. Shikamaru was right. Women were troublesome. Having decided to just let her work, Kyubi managed to finish the seals shortly after and began to channel her Yuki into them. A large black cloud filled with crackling red energy inside formed in front of the tree she was using. It reminded Naruto of the thunderclouds he had occasionally watched when Konoha had its rare storms. Only those were bluish-gray with yellow lightning, not black with red lightning. The cloud began to take shape, shifting and hardening until it looked like a mirror with swirling red energy trapped inside. "Follow me, Naruto-sama," Kyubi said as she walked towards the mirror. As her body touched the hard-looking surface, a ripple spread out across it, making the surface look more like a liquid than a solid. Naruto watched as Kyubi disappeared inside of the mirror and shrugged. A few moments later, he walked through the mirror himself, not concerned about what he may find on the other side. Birth of the new Demon King. "What do you mean you let him leave the village?" A disgruntled Jiraiya practically yelled at the top of his lungs as he paced Sarutobi's office. Jiraiya was a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair, usually tied back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with a kanji 4 oil. The only other physical feature worth noting, aside from his tall and imposing physique, was the single wart on the right side of his nose. Unlike most ninja, Jiraiya's clothing consisted of a green short shirt, kimono, and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese geta, wooden sandals, a red cloak with two simple yellow circles, and a large scroll that was tied to ninja wire around his left shoulder and rested securely on his back. Sarutobi gave his most loyal student a flat look. "I mean exactly what I said. Naruto has left Konoha to train in his new Kekkei Genkei. He will likely not be back until it's time for the Chūnin exams." "I meant, why did you let him leave?" Jiraiya asked in an annoyed tone. "How am I supposed to train Naruto if he's not even here?" It had not been long since Jiraiya had come here looking for Naruto. After 2 weeks of waiting for the boy to just apparently show up at his feet, the white-haired man had come to Sarutobi, asking where Minato's brat was. The man had obviously not been happy by Sarutobi's explanation. Not that the old man cared in the least. If anything, Jiraiya was to blame for the mess he was in. Sarutobi shrugged. Perhaps if you had met with him before now, this wouldn't have happened. Don't try to guilt-trip me, Sarutobi-sensei, Jiraiya said, looking disgruntled at the older man's words. I have too many duties that keep me away from the village. You know that. My spy network is important. There are too many dangers out there that we are only aware of because of my network. I couldn't leave it unattended. I am not saying what you did was wrong, the aging Hokage said, placating his student. He took a puff of his pipe and blew out a ring of smoke. I'm merely stating that you probably should have tried to apprentice him sooner, or, at the very least, visited him when he was younger. Jiraiya gave an exasperated sigh. He should have known Sarutobi would bring that up. It was true that Jiraiya had been in Konoha several times before now, and had even seen Naruto running around causing havoc when he was 6, though he had never introduced himself to the kid. What would he say? Nice to meet you, Gaki. By the way, I'm your godfather, but I wasn't even there for you when you were younger. Hope you can forgive me. Yeah, that would go over well. So where is he now? Asked Jiraiya, grumbling and mentally complaining about old coots who should keep out of other people's business. He told me that he was going to head south, Sarutobi stated, completely unhelpfully. It's not like knowing the general direction of where the boy went would help Jiraiya find him. I did not know anything else other than that. Damn it, Jiraiya mumbled. You only have yourself to blame for this, Jiraiya-kun, the old Hokage chided. Jiraiya glared at Sarutobi as he left, deciding to spend some time researching in order to cool down. He would begin searching for the blonde after he had some time to think. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto looked around with a blank expression. The Cursed Plains looked in many ways exactly how Naruto thought it would look. The ground was desolate with no life to be seen for miles. There were several large cracks around the surface. The sky was a blood red, and as Naruto looked off in the distance, he could see a large mountain range and several forests that looked as dead as the plain he was in. There was no signs of life for miles around. So how are we going to find some demons to fight? Asked Naruto. We will just walk around the plain until some demons come to us, Kyuubi answered as she began walking. It didn't look like she had any destination in mind. Lower levels demons won't appear until after you step into their territory, so we'll walk around the plain until we find them. That sounds kind of boring, Naruto said as he ran to catch up to her. Are you complaining, Naruto-sama? Kyuubi said as a dangerous gleam crossed her eyes. It was a look that all females gained when annoyed, something they knew how to do instinctively. Even a civilian woman could gain that look, and it was enough to freeze any man in his tracks, all-powerful demon or not. Nope, no complaining, Naruto said hurriedly, instinctively recognizing that look as a bad look. It brought all of his preservation instincts, honed from generation to generation of males who had suffered that look. Good, Kyuubi chirped as the look faded from her eyes. So, what exactly are you going to be teaching me? Asked Naruto, after having not found any demons for nearly 15 minutes. Well, to start, I'll teach you how to use your Yuki to create a physical attack, Kyuubi answered. Physical, Naruto mumbled. You mean like shape manipulation? It is similar, but that is a human's version of manipulation, Kyuubi said derisively. It was clear that she did not hold humanity or their abilities in high regard. I'm going to show you how demons manipulate their Yuki. It is far more advanced than anything a human can do. So, then you must be pretty good at that sort of thing, Naruto said. Kyuubi managed to give Naruto a smirk. Yuki manipulation is my specialty. As the Kyuubi, my ultimate ability is complete mastery over my own Yuki. So the bijou of specialties then? Asked Naruto. Bijou is simply the name humans gave us as a means of placing a label on that which they don't understand, Kyuubi scoffed. Our actual title is Demon Lord. There are 9 of us in total. Each of us have enough power to rule Muchamakai if we wanted, though only Hachibi and myself have enough Yuki to rival the 2 Demon Kings. She didn't include Raisin in that category. He could beat all 9 Demon Lords with his hands tied behind his back. So what are the specialties of the other Demon Lords? Asked Naruto. Honestly, he was quite curious to hear what she had to say. After all, the very little was known about the bijou. Kyuubi tapped her chin a few times, while the Ichibi is a master of wind and has a decent earth manipulation. That's how he can use sand, isn't it? Naruto realized, understanding how Gaara was now able to use sand as a form of defense and attack. Ever since seeing the ability, he had wondered how someone could manipulate sand like that. Kyuubi nodded. Yes, he combines wind and earth to form sand. Then you have the Nibi, who has control over fire and life and death. She works closely with the Shinigami to ferry the souls of the dead to the netherworld. The Sanbai has a mastery over water that makes your Nidaime Hokage look like an academy student. Yambi has the ability to use earth and fire, as well as the ability to combine them to form lava. The Gobi uses fire and water and can combine them to make steam. The Rokubi is a master at creating bubbles attacks through the combination of water, wind, and fire. The Nanabai is a master of earth and can use bugs to attack. And the Hachibi is a master of lightning, physical combat, and swordplay. And yours is mastery over your Yuki, Naruto said. Actually, I could do a little of everything, Kyuubi admitted. I just specialize in Yuki manipulation and Kitsune illusions. She paused here before adding, and like all Kitsune, I can use plant-based attacks. Naruto blinked at that piece of knowledge. You mean like the Shodame's Mo-Katan? No, Kyuubi shook her head. Mo-Katan is what attacks. It's limited to trees and the like. I can use plants, from creating basic poisons to growing large plants that feast on flesh. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in learning more about her plant ability. However, he put thoughts on that to the side as he moved on. So, can you use the elements then? Of course, Kyuubi said. I may not be as proficient as the other Bijuu are in their specific element, but I'm good enough that no human can hope to be better than me. Naruto gave another nod and then remained silent as he digested the information given to him. He wondered if he could gain Kyuubi's proficiency in all of the elements like her. Was she capable of that simply because she was the Kyuubi? Or did it just require power and time to master? He wondered if Raisin Ajisen knew how to manipulate the elements. The silence was broken 15 minutes later by Naruto's scream of frustration. Gah, what the hell? Why aren't there any demons to fight? I'm not sure, Naruto-sama, Kyuubi replied, just as confused. She looked around at the desolate plain, as if expecting a demon to pop up at any moment. There are always demons running around these plains. That we haven't run into any is odd. The only reason we wouldn't is if. Kyuubi's eyes widened as she realized what was wrong and resisted the urge to smack herself. Naruto-sama, the reason we haven't run into any demons is because they're afraid of you, Kyuubi said. Afraid of me? Naruto asked in confusion before he scowled. If they're afraid of me, then what's the point of even bothering to fight them? Simple. I should be able to teach you some of the basic techniques by using them as target practice, Kyuubi stated, as if her reasoning should be obvious. It's best to learn your powers in a controlled environment. If we were to seek out the stronger opponents, it could be dangerous without a decent grasp of your power. Naruto sighed, knowing she had a point. So then how do we get them to come out? You need to learn how to mask your presence, Kyuubi answered, as if it was the simplest answer in the world. No demon, even a lower-ranking one that acts purely on instinct, will fight against a demon that has enough Yuki to crush both the current demon kings at the same time with ease. So how do I mask my presence? Asked Naruto. It's a fairly easy ability. You must think of your Yuki as a ball within the center of your chest. That is your core. When you find your core, your task is to make it smaller by compressing it. Sit down. I shall help you in this endeavor. The next hour was spent with Naruto compressing his Yuki to what Kyuubi said was an acceptable level. She would eventually work on his control until he could mask himself perfectly, but that would take a long time, and right now, she wanted him to focus on his combat techniques more than stealth. It seemed to work, as 5 minutes later the two were forced to jump out of the way when several demons shot out from the ground. Blades, Kyuubi said as she and Naruto landed on the ground, eyeing the reptilian demons. The things looked like some kind of miniature dragons or giant lizards. They were all wearing gladiator armor, had armor-colored claws and shields on their left arms. They like to travel underground and attack you then. So long as you're fast enough to dodge their first attack, you should be fine. Whatever, Naruto said as the six creatures dug back underground and came at him. A smirk made its way on his face. Let's rock. Birth of the new Demon King. So how'd I do? Asked Naruto as he did some stretches after killing off the last demon. Kyuubi stood on the sidelines to see how well he fought. The blades didn't actually provide much of a challenge, but they were good enough that Kyuubi had been able to study her new master's fighting style. Truthfully, Naruto-sama, you suck. Naruto's face faulted. Getting up, he rubbed his nose and glared at his companion. What? What? Kyuubi tapped a finger against her chin as a thoughtful look crossed her face. Well, let's see. Your taijutsu is awful. You don't even seem to have any kind of style when it comes to fighting. It's like you just do whatever the hell pops up in your head. You have no control over your Yuki, and your chakra control is, well, I would say it was awful, but that would really be understating things. You lack technique, you lack finesse, you basically lack any kind of substantial skill. Naruto crouched down and began playing with the dirt as a rain cloud poured over his head. Yeah, well, it's not like anyone bothered to teach me, and since Mizuki was the one who taught taijutsu. Kyuubi winced, guilt welling up inside of her at hurting the one she was supposed to serve. I am sorry, Naruto-sama. I did not mean to imply this was through any fault of your own. I may not have been fully conscious of what went on outside of the seal, but I saw how Jinchuriki were treated in other countries. Given what you've told me, I can see your time in Konoha has been just as bad, if not worse than others. I merely wanted to give you an accurate dissertation of your skills. Sock. Naruto smiled as the rain cloud that had been matting his hair to his face disappeared. He stood back up, looking as chipper as ever. But not to worry, Kyuubi said cheerfully. That's why we're here. I'm going to help you train. With your power, it should be easy to gain more than enough strength to defeat a Kage during this month period. Really? Asked Naruto, blinking. Kages were the strongest ninja in the entire world. It took years, if not decades, to reach that level. And even then, very few were ever capable of reaching the prestigious S rank, which was the level of a Kage. Really? Kyuubi said with an enthusiastic nod. By the time we're done, you'll be more than a match for any Kage-level ninja. All right, Naruto shouted as he hopped onto his feet with renewed energy. So what are we working on first? Yuki control and chakra control. Naruto face faulted. He had always had horrible control, and now he had two types of energy to control. Naruto concluded right then and there that his entire experience this month was going to suck. Birth of the new Demon King. You've gotten a lot better, you said. Why don't we go find an archfiend for you to fight, you said. It will be fine. Naruto-sama. Nothing to worry about, Naruto said, mimicking Kyuubi's tone of voice to show how thoroughly disgruntled he was. That is the last time I ever listened to you. It had only been a few days since Naruto had begun his training. And in that time, Naruto had truly come into his own. Without the seal blocking his potential to blonde, was learning far more quickly than even Kyuubi had thought possible. After he had mastered the few Yuki control exercises she had given him, the Vixen had taught him how to properly apply his new power to increase his speed and strength, and how to form basic energy attacks using his Yuki. Kyuubi had to admit to being impressed with the blonde's ability to learn. While he could not stand listening to lectures, so long as you showed him what you wanted him to learn, he would get the technique down in under an hour. Of course, the fact that Naruto had learned the secrets behind the Kagebunshin no Jutsu had meant what would normally take days or weeks to master took far less time, depending on the amount of clones Naruto made. Kyuubi rolled her eyes as her master continued complain as they made their way down the busy street in one of the demon villages within Makai. She sighed as she noticed the many looks of lust being sent her way by the men that she and Naruto walked past. It bothered her to receive those looks, especially since she only needed to display her tails to get them to stop. However, it had been decided by her, and seconded by Naruto, that she should hide them so that rumor of her continued existence didn't get out to the two demon kings. That still didn't mean she wasn't annoyed. Even worse for her were the looks her master was getting. So far, every single female they had passed by had stopped upon seeing Naruto. Their faces would go red, eyes would widen, mouths would gape open and produce vast amounts of drool. Not only was it disgusting to watch women debase themselves by being so blatant in their staring, but it irritated Kyubi to no end. None of these girls were even worthy of looking at her master. Getting her mind back on track, Kyubi rolled her eyes, and when Naruto paused for breath, asked, "You weren't injured, Naruto-sama. Why are you complaining?" "It's not a matter of getting hurt," Naruto said in an annoyed tone. "Those clothes were some of the only pair I had. Now they are gone." He gestured to himself. Like when he had gone through his transformation from human to demon, Naruto was completely shirtless and his pants were ripped in multiple places, showing off parts of his boxers. "Which is why we're going to get new clothes for you," Kyubi said as if speaking to a child. Really, sometimes her master could be so immature. Besides, human clothes are far inferior to the clothes that you'll find here. Now stop being such a child. "I don't sound like a child, do I?" Naruto asked, an innocent look on his face. Kyubi rolled her eyes. Despite his new personality, every now and then the old Naruto would come out. She would never admit it out loud, but it was somewhat endearing. Not that she would ever tell him that. "At the moment you do. Really, Naruto-sama, you need to learn to be more mature." Naruto grinned, and before Kyubi knew what was happening, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared behind her. A pair of arms wrapped themselves around her waist, pulling her flush against a well-defined chest and six-pack. Despite her best efforts, Kyubi's face took on the same hue as her hair as blood rushed to her cheeks. "Now, don't be like that, Kyu-chan," Naruto whispered in a husky voice. "I can be plenty mature. Perhaps you would like me to show you how mature I can be." Kyubi shuddered and just barely managed to keep her arousal down so none of the demons near them could smell her musk. Even then, she could not stop herself from leaking a small amount of love juice that ran down her thighs. The combination of Naruto's musky scent filling her nose, his hard and well-muscled body pressing against her back, his voice a husky growl in her ear, his hot breath hitting said ear, and the absolutely dominating demonic aura that screamed alpha was nearly too much for the fox woman's libido. "And Naruto, Sama, we should get you your clothes," Kyubi said, her voice haggard. It took a concerted effort of the most supreme willpower to rid herself of the lust her master's presence had caused. Taking a deep gulp of air, she removed his hands from around her waist. Stepping out of his hold, she began moving again, putting some distance between her and her master so she would not jump him in the streets. She could not give in to her temptations. Someone like her, who had made her master's life miserable, did not deserve to be with a person like Naruto. Getting herself back under control, Kyubi began walking again. "Come on, Naruto-sama. The store is just a short distance away." Naruto sighed as he followed Kyubi. He was a little disappointed that she had turned him away again and could not understand her reasoning. He had been rather straightforward in his desire to be with her. Yet, no matter how many times he would flirt with her, compliment her, or use physical intimacy to fluster her, nothing ever happened. "I don't get it. Is there something about me that she does not find attractive?" He shook his head at the thoughts as the two entered a shop. Naruto took a moment to look around. The shop itself looked like many of the ones in the human world. The floor was made of wooden tile, a red wood of some kind that he did not recognize, but assumed that was because the material for construction came from Makai. The walls were a light gray and looked to be made of rock or some kind of sediment. Not that it mattered, since most of the wall was covered by what they had on display. Likewise, the ceiling was made of the same material and had 2 fans and 4 light fixtures hanging from it. The only difference he could discern between human shops and this one was that, in a human realm, all the clothes that they were selling was displayed for the customers. Here, it seemed that the different kinds of fabric used to make the clothes were displayed. There were several dozen racks running the length of the walls with various materials hanging from them. Set up in 6, like rows in the middle of the store were cubby holes containing more fabric. Curious, Naruto walked up to the wall and grabbed the first piece of fabric he saw, a thin red material of some kind. Rubbing it between his fingers, he was surprised by how sturdy it was, especially since it was also ridiculously soft to the touch, like a combination between silk and wool. Ignoring her master perusing some of the fabrics, Kyubi walked up to the clerk, an old kitsune sitting behind the desk, poring over an old scroll. "Hekasi-san," Kyubi shouted in surprise as she sped up to the old kitsune clerk. Hearing his name called, the old-looking kitsune looked up with a startled expression, before gasping in surprise as he laid eyes on the red-haired beauty. Kyubi-sama. The four-tailed kitsune stood up and rushed around the counter, dropping down in front of Kyubi. He got on his hands and knees to bow before the nine-tailed female. You're a sight for sore eyes. Our entire clan has been worried sick when you had disappeared. He looked up, and Naruto, who had stopped looking at the materials when he heard Kyubi call out to the man, could see the sheer joy shining in his eyes. Wait until I inform the others of your return. You mean others survived? Asked Kyubi, her voice a mere whisper. Naruto looked over at the vixen and was surprised to see that the woman looked close to tears. I can't believe it. How many of our clan live? Not as much as I would like, Kyubi-sama, Hekase said, his face taking on a look of depression. All totaled, there are probably about 50 kitsune left, and they're scattered across Makai. The only reason the Demon Kings have not hunted us is they deemed us not worth the effort after you disappeared. He perked up a second later. But with you back, that can change. We can once again rise to greatness. Hey Q-chan, who's the old guy? Asked Naruto. He had been patiently listening to their conversation, but he was getting annoyed at not being introduced. Hekase's eyes widened before they narrowed, and he growled at the blonde. How dare you disrespect Kyubi-sama with such familiarity? You should be getting down on your knees and begging forgiveness for showing such disrespect. Kyubi's eyes widened and was about to turn and apologize on behalf of her friend when Naruto's killing intent washed over not only the store, but the whole village as well. Now you listen here, you worm, Naruto said, his eyes alight with power, and his voice now a deep regal and demonic tone. Kyubi was on the floor, gasping for breath and trembling as she tried with all her might to get back on her feet. Hekase was even worse, his eyes wide and some drool escaping his mouth as he lay on the floor in a fetal position. I do not care if you're Kyubi's best friend or her former lover. Speak to me like that again, and I will make sure that you suffer unimaginable horrors the likes of which will cause all of demon kind to shudder in fear for millennial to come. In Naruto, Sama, Kyubi gasped out, one hand reaching out and touching his foot. Naruto looked down at her, his eyes still glowing, but as he saw Kyubi struggling to even breath, the glowing stopped. His eyes softened and grew concerned as his killing intent and power lessened, dwindling down until it was all gone. Naruto reached down and helped Kyubi stand, wrapping one of his arms securely around her waist while he brought the other up to her head and began to run it through the trembling woman's hair. He pressed her head closer to his and nuzzled their cheeks together in a sign of affection. Gomen, Naruto whispered, his voice laden with regret at the troubles his actions had caused. I lost control for a moment there. I shouldn't have gotten so angry. Forgive me. Please do not apologize, Naruto-sama, Kyubi said, for once not resisting the intimate action. Indeed, where she might have pushed him away a few seconds ago, right now she cherished the feeling of being close to him like this, especially after feeling his power and killing intent. She needed to reassure herself that this was still Naruto. This was my fault. I should have let him know that you are of higher status than myself. Naruto's face left hers with a sigh. Kyubi would always take the blame for something that was his fault. She had done it several times already. Naruto was not sure what it was about, but was surprised at how submissive and accommodating Kyubi was. Of course, he knew that there was much about the woman that he didn't know. Hell, he hadn't even known she was a woman until they met. He tightened his grip when Kyubi tried to pull away. Don't, I can tell from how your legs are wobbling that standing on your own is out of the question. Kyubi looked like she was about to start struggling again, but Naruto brought his other hand up to her cheek. The feel of his warm and calloused hand delicately touching her cheek brought an unusual amount of comfort, so much that Kyubi didn't even notice when she started leaning into the hand. A thumb lightly ran across one of her whisker marks, causing her to suck in a breath. Opening her eyes and wondering when she had closed them in the first place, Kyubi noticed a pair of Rinnegan orbs staring back at her. The Jinjutsu must have dispelled when he released his power, she thought absently, before her mind was taken away from the small observation by the sound of Naruto's voice. Despite what you say, this is my fault. Naruto let his thumb run along Kyubi's cheek, caressing her whisker marks a bit more. Kyubi blushed a bit as a low moan / purr escaped her throat. If I have to, I will make it in order. Kyuubi sighed, knowing that with her master's stubborn nature he would. She wouldn't admit it, even to herself, but she was thankful for his compassionate nature. Demons rarely ever showed compassion. Many even felt that it was a weakness. Even Raisin-sama had rarely ever showed compassion, though he had on rare occasion. Very well, Naruto-sama, Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded before they turned to look at Hekasi, who was just now coming out of his stupor. Looks like we've got some explaining to do. Naruto muttered with a loud sigh. Kyuubi just nodded in agreement. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto jumped back just as the Oranguera smashed into the ground he had previously been on. Chunks of dirt were launched into the air as the large creature's fist struck the ground. The large ape-like creature howled as it missed, beating its massive fist against its chest. Naruto smirked, while the Oranguera was fairly powerful. In fact, its power was easily on par with that of 8B rank demon. It was slow and stupid, which lowered its classification to that of a C rank. The blonde thrust out his hand, a giant black claw made of his yuki extending from it. The claw latched onto the giant ape, pinning its arms to its chest. With a roar worthy of any demon king, Naruto lifted the demon off its feet and flung it into the air. He watched as the creature flew higher and higher, waiting until the large ape reached the apex of its flight before striking. Jumping up after it, Naruto created another claw and used the Oranguera's weight and the world's gravity against it, throwing it back down to the earth. The creature was smashed into the ground, creating a large crater as dirt and gravel was kicked up. The ground under it cracked, and large fissures spread out from the center of the creature's impact. From where Naruto was almost floating in the sky, the entire crater looked like a large spiderweb. Naruto landed on the ground just as the creature was getting back up. It moved on wobbly legs, looking for all the world like it had just gone 300 rounds with a world-class boxer and lost badly. It took a while, but eventually, the beast managed to regain whatever wits it had. The blonde grinned as the beast let out a roar, ready for round 2, and charged at him, attempting to smash into him with its body. However, Naruto had no intention of letting the lumbering creature hit him and nimbly leapt out of the way, much to the ape's frustration. Soon the blonde demon began to play a game of weaving in between the creature's attacks, always making sure to stay out of the creature's reach. This seemed to make Ape Demon increasingly frustrated, and eventually, it seemed to lose whatever composure it had. The Oranguras let out a loud roar. Its hands smashed into the ground hard enough that it managed to bury the two appendages several feet into the coarse earth. With a great heave, it lifted a large chunk of rocky gravel, then hurled it straight towards Naruto with the intent of having the earthen projectile smack into him. Naruto held out his hand. The appendage had taken on an L shape, with his middle, ring, and pinky fingers were curled as if making a fist, and his index finger was pointed at the ape demon with his thumb sticking up in the air. A small black ball of energy began forming on the tip of his finger, crackling and sparking with barely suppressed power. Bang! The energy ball tore into the chunk of earth, ripping it asunder and continuing on to the Oranguera, blasting a chunk through it too. The giant ape roared, this time in pain, as the demonic energy from Naruto not only tore a hole straight through its chest, but also began burning around at the edges. The hole hissed and steamed as layers of skin continued melting off the Oranguera like someone had sprayed acid on the wound. Naruto knew the truth about what was happening. Kyuubi had informed him early on that Naruto's yuki was poisonous to those who weren't strong enough to withstand it, and the blonde demon shinobi had used that to his advantage. Several of the times he had battled the demons on this plane, he had merely killed them via poisoning their system with his power. Naruto used a quick shundo, the speed technique Kyuubi had taught to him, to appear on the creature's head with a loud boom. One hand pointed palm down at the large gorilla's head, the other holding onto the pointed hand's wrist. Boom! A large blast of black energy launched out of Naruto's hand, bathing the creature in its light, or lack thereof, as it were. In a few seconds, the entire Oranguera was obliterated. Not even ashes of the creature were left. Naruto grinned as he put his hands in his pockets and made his way towards Kyuubi, who was overseeing the training his Kage Bunshin were doing. "So how was that?" asked Naruto, his voice changing from its regal, demonic tone to a normal voice as his Yuki left his system. "Not bad," Kyubi replied, a small smirk on her face as she stopped watching and helping the clones to face him. "You're a little cocky when you fight and tend to make a game out of it, but I suppose considering who you are, it can't be helped." Naruto pouted. "Yeah, well, when I fight an opponent who requires me to take them seriously, I will." A sly grin crossed his face as he saddled up to Kyubi, an arm snaking around her waist. "Besides, with all these awesome techniques and powers you're teaching me, I doubt there is any demon alive who could put up a decent fight." Kyubi blushed a bit, but quickly frowned and stepped out of Naruto's grasp. Naruto, frustrated from being snubbed so many times by now that he had lost count, barely managed to restrain his growl. "Why do you keep resisting, Kyubi?" he asked, despite his voice being calm. There was a hint of frustration. I don't know what you're talking about," Kyubi replied, turning away so he couldn't see her face. This time Naruto did growl. "Don't give me that. You know very well what I'm talking about. Is there something wrong with me? Am I not attractive enough for you? Or do you not like me because I was once human?" "No," Kyubi shouted as she turned to him, her eyes wide in shock. "No," she repeated, her voice softer. "There's nothing wrong with you. I just—" "Then what it is?" Naruto asked as he closed the distance between them. "Have I done something wrong? I know we haven't known each other that long." Naruto paused here. "Well, I guess you know me for a while now, huh?" He stopped when he heard Kyubi sob. He moved to comfort her, but she quickly moved away, taking several steps from the blonde, before whirling on him. "That's just it," she said, tears leaking out of her eyes. "I've known you for a long time, longer than anyone else. I was sealed into you the moment you were born for Cammy's sake. I know of almost everything that happened to you. She stifled another sob. "I watched as you went your entire life without anyone but a few people caring about you, and even they were only passing by, never staying long enough to truly help. I saw all the beatings you've ever gone through, like watching a movie. Every time you went to the hospital in critical condition, I was there. I saw." She paused, unsure whether she should continue or not, but plunged on anyway. "I saw when you tried to end it." Naruto stiffened. He was not surprised that she knew about his beatings. While they had been rare, only happening once in a blue moon, they had happened. Usually he would get beaten while running afoul of a drunken villager. He lived in the red light district, so there were quite a few of them wandering around late at night. He had learned early on not to stay out after dark when he was younger. But to hear that she had seen him in his greatness moment of weakness was shocking, even though he knew it shouldn't have been. It had been when he was 6 years old. He had just started the academy and couldn't have been happier, since he felt he would finally get to prove to everyone just how awesome he was. Several people had not liked the thought of the demon getting stronger, and he had received his first true beating that day, the kind where he was sent to the hospital half dead and forced on life support for several days despite Kyubi healing him. It had been after he had left the academy when it happened. The blonde had reached the red light district where a group of disgruntled villagers had been waiting. They had muffled him and taken him into an alley where they proceeded to beat the life out of him. He didn't know how long the beating had lasted, or even who had been doing the beating. Consciousness had faded in and out before the pain had become too much and he had passed out altogether. He hadn't known what happened after that, but did remember waking up in the hospital attached to a life support system. A month after that he had lost it, not being able to stand the glares, the new and harsher beatings when drunks caught him. Naruto had attempted to commit suicide. He had taken a kunai knife and slit his throat. Only for his throat to heal nearly instantaneously, he had tried his wrists and ended up getting the same thing. As a desperate last gamble, Naruto had pierced his heart. He was not sure how he had survived that. "It was you, wasn't it?" Naruto asked in a low voice. "You were the one who had kept me from dying that day." Kyubi nodded her head. All these things that had happened to you were because of me, because I was sealed inside you." She turned away again. "But that's not even the worst part. The worst was that I didn't save you out of some noble desire to keep you alive. I saved you so that you would suffer, so that I could get some form of revenge on you. Even though, like me, you had no choice in being my host. Someone like me, someone who has caused you so much pain and relished in it, doesn't deserve to have you." Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. Opening them again, Naruto walked over to the sobbing vixen, wrapping her up in his arms. Kyuubi struggled a bit, but with her waning strength and Naruto's immense physical condition, there was no contest between them. Eventually, her body gave out and sagged into him, tears coming out of her anew. "Baka," Naruto said, one of his hands reaching out and caressing her hair. "That was years ago, and while I don't like hearing that you wanted me to suffer, I can understand how you were feeling. I can't say if I would have done the same or not, but who can unless they're placed in a similar situation? Everyone would like to say things like I would never do that, and what a horrible thing to do, but in truth, no one could ever truly know how they'd react until they're put in a similar situation. What about before you met me?" Kyuubi asked with a slight hiccup. It was very odd seeing the most powerful of the 9 demon lords break down like this. Naruto may have only known her for a time, but he knew enough to know that crying like this would be seen as a sign of weakness, and one that Kyuubi herself was likely to scorn were anyone else doing so. He wondered if she would still cry for him if he were still human. Probably not. "Q, I didn't even know about you until 3 months ago," Naruto said in an amused voice. "Sure, I may have placed a slight blame on you when I first learned about the sealing, but that was overshadowed by my desire to prove I wasn't you. I never really took the time to place blame on anyone, not my parents, and certainly not you." Kyuubi sniffled a bit as she buried herself deeper in his chest, reassured by Naruto's words. She still felt horrible, and in some ways, her master's forgiveness made her feel even worse. She had watched and relished in his suffering, drinking in the agony that a 6-year-old child had gone through like a fine wine, all for the sake of her misguided hatred. Yet Naruto had forgiven her, the person who had caused his suffering, and enjoyed it. His forgiveness of her just made her feel even more guilty. And yet, beyond that guilt, Kyuubi felt the stirrings of hope. That maybe, just maybe, if she helped Naruto and did all in her power to protect him, then she would be able to earn the forgiveness he had given her. Forgiveness that she didn't deserve. "What about the villagers?" she asked after several seconds of silence. Naruto chuckled. "I may not blame them for the sealing. After all, there was nothing they could do about it one way or the other." Naruto sighed as he placed his chin on top of Kyuubi's head, letting it rest there as he continued. "That doesn't mean I don't blame them for how my life has been because of them. They abused an innocent child for crimes he did not commit, for something beyond his control. They didn't even take the time to get to know me, simply believing that I was a demon given human form." Naruto chuckled at the irony of that statement. In some ways, he guessed the villagers had been right. They had just mixed him up with the wrong demon. And while I'm not going to stoop to their level and go out of my way to make their lives miserable, I'm not going to put up with their crap anymore either. They want to try something with me. They better be prepared for the consequences and the pain of me breaking my foot off in their ass. Kyuubi gave a small giggle that was somewhat stifled by her face being buried in Naruto's well-developed pectorals. "That's good. I don't think I could have put up with another minute of that simpering and submissive attitude you used to have." "Ouch," Naruto said, mocking a wince. "You could have put that a little more nicely." He grinned. "In any case, I'm just glad I'm not an overly conscious bleeding heart like a certain vixen I know. Who would have thought the great Kyuubi no Yoko was such a crybaby?" Naruto winced a bit as Kyuubi's nails elongated into claws and dug into his back, but for the most part ignored the slight pain. He pushed her back a bit, looking at her tear-stained face, bringing a hand up and wiping off the few remaining tears. "So, are we going to cry and moan about things that aren't true and don't matter anymore?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi shook her head and smiled. "You'd better be careful with that attitude around me." "A threat," Naruto said in mock fear before smirking. "I'll take that as a yes. And in that case, we need some way to seal your promise, not to cry about things you can't control." Kyuubi blinked at him and tilted her head curiously. "What do you mean, MPH?" Kyuubi was cut off as Naruto smashed his lips against hers. The redhead's eyes went wide for all of 1 second before they fluttered closed. Acting almost on instinct, Kyuubi pressed her lips against the blonde's even harder, eliciting a slight grunt from the blonde. One of her hands ended up going to the back of Naruto's neck, while the other buried itself in his hair. Kyuubi moaned at the feeling of Naruto's lips against hers. They were surprisingly soft, not something she would have expected from the blonde. Soft and moist, and in Kyuubi's humble opinion, perfect. Opening her mouth, the vixen allowed Naruto to slip his tongue in between her teeth and deepen the kiss. Kyuubi's tongue came out to meet his as they began to duel and danced around each other. Kyuubi's experience won out, and Naruto let her explore the inside of his mouth. Her tongue ran over his teeth, feeling the increased length of his canines. It went to his roof, licked along his inner cheeks. The red-haired demoness left no part of the blonde's mouth unexplored. Eventually, Kyuubi's tongue retracted, allowing Naruto to the same to her. When breathing became a must, the two broke away. What was that for?" asked a completely dazed Kyuubi, her eyes half-lidded with lust. Naruto grinned at her expression. "Why, we were sealing our promise, of course. You're not going to feel guilty about what happened to me anymore, remember?" Kyuubi looked up at him with a cute expression of confusion on her face. She shook her head and gave a sly smile. "I think we need to try again, just so I remember our promise more clearly." Naruto chuckled before leaning back down and capturing Kyuubi's lips again. Birth of the new Demon King. Loud explosions and the sound of battle filled one of the dead forests of Makai. The feeling of raw power emanating from the forest was enough to drive off even some of the bravest or dumbest of demons. It was a very smart thing for them to do, all things considered. After all, getting in between a battle between the most powerful of the 9 demon lords and the heir and descendant of the greatest demon king to ever exist was not a wise move. Naruto grunted as he jumped away from another of Kyuubi's energy blasts, this one hitting close enough to sing his clothes. There was a slight pull on his Yuki as they repaired themselves a moment later. He had never been so thankful that his clothes had the ability to repair themselves. Just thinking about the amount of money Had would save from having to get new clothes each time he destroyed another pair, which he could feel was going to be a very frequent occurrence, was enough to make him smile. He would have to thank Hekase for them later. Looking up, Naruto saw another energy blast heading his way. He charged all the energy he could into one of his fists and, as the ball of red Yuki got closer, smashed his fist into it. For a moment, the ball of energy and Naruto's own power struggled in a battle for dominance. With a loud roar, Naruto shoved more power into his hand and pushed. The ball of Yuki caved in where Naruto's fist was for a moment, before getting launched into the air. When it was several thousand meters high, Naruto sent an energy blast at it, creating a large explosion that could no doubt be seen for miles. The blonde had no time to celebrate, however, as Naruto's instincts began screaming at him. Acting on them, he jumped to the side just in time to dodge a giant claw of Yuki. Creating his own Yuki claw, Naruto grabbed onto the red claw of energy and yanked. He was rewarded when Kyuubi came flying out of the forest, head first and towards him. He jumped up to meet her, his fist already charged with Yuki, the black energy making it impossible to see said appendage. Just as he brought his fist down, Kyuubi phased out of existence with nothing more than a sonic boom to signify her moving, having used the demon speed technique Shundo to get away. Naruto's fist ended up hitting a tree, destroying it and the 7 behind it, as well as creating a large trench in the ground. Landing on the ground, Naruto went into a roll, dodging the red beam of energy that Kyuubi shot from one of her tails. He had learned early on that Kyuubi's tails were actually the most dangerous part of her body. With them, she could launch energy blasts anywhere she wanted and was not limited by not being able to see where she sent them. That, and the fact that she had 9 of them, meant she could send a near continuous stream of energy when she wanted to. Kipping up on the balls of his feet, Naruto spun around and held out his hand, palm pointed towards the sky. Several reddish-black discs appeared above his hand. They looked like a spinning hacksaw, with razor-sharp, jagged edges that looked like they would be incredibly painful if they cut into your flesh. Naruto placed his hand on the top one and began throwing them at Kyuubi, one after the other in quick succession. Before they could hit the red-haired vixen, Kyuubi began to weave her tails in a complex pattern as she charged them with Yukai, creating an energy shield that caused the attacks to explode harmlessly in front of her. However, Naruto used the distraction it afforded him and Shundoed right in front of her, his leg crackling with an ominous black glow as it descended on her. Kyubi merely sidestepped the kick, using her arm and Yuki to redirect the blast away from her and knock Naruto off balance. Naruto stumbled and Kyubi capitalized on his momentary weakness, smashing a Yuki-covered fist into his face. Naruto went flying backwards for nearly 100 feet, smashing through multiple trees before rolling to a stop just a few feet from Small Lake. He blinked several times as he tried to get the spots out his eyes, all the while wondering why his head was ringing. As he lay there, panting, Kyubi came up and leaned over him with a victorious smirk. "Yeah, go on, gloat as much as you can now," Naruto panted, trying his best to give her a glare. Considering how much his head hurt, it was less effective than it could have. It would be a good idea to take what bragging rights you can before it's out of your reach. Kyubi just shook her head, her smirk still in place. "Do you think I would be so cruel as to brag about how I kicked your ass 6 ways to Sunday?" Yes, yes I do," Naruto said with a grunt as he felt the last of his wounds and burns heal. Sitting up, the blonde shook his head to clear it. He could distinctly hear ringing in his ear. "Who would I brag to?" Kyubi asked as she held out a hand to help Naruto up. "After all, until you have the strength to claim your throne, I'm basically sworn to secrecy." Naruto looked at the hand and grabbed onto it, but instead of letting Kyubi pull him up, he yanked on it and pulled her down. He watched with amusement as her eyes widened, and just as she crashed into him, Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist. Rolling over, Naruto grinned victoriously as he looked down at the red-haired vixen he was now straddling. "I suppose that's true," Naruto mused, "though it will probably worse if you bragged after I took Raisinajison's place." "Well then, I suppose you'll just have to convince me to stay quiet," Kyubi replied in a purring voice. Naruto grinned and began to lean in when... Grog! Both Naruto and Kyubi were forced to roll off each other and jump out of the way as several globs of acid splashed against where they had been laying. "Oi! Who the hell do you assholes think you are?" I was just about to... Naruto trailed off and eyed the odd-looking creatures warily. The things were bent down on all fours and had a large pair of arms coming out of their backs. They had black, leathery-looking skin covering most of their bodies except for a few parts that were red and showed off muscle, and their face, which was an off-white color. A few of them had masks on, and while Naruto was not sure, he had a hunch that they increased the creature's size since the ones with the mask were at least twice as large as the ones without. All in all, they were some of the ugliest things he had ever seen. There were 50 in all. "Nobodies," Kyubi commented as she made eye contact with him. Naruto dodged another stream of acid before grabbing one of the creatures with a Yuki claw and crushing it like it was made of clay. He tossed the corpse in several of the others, knocking them down with how hard he threw it. "Nobodies?" Naruto asked, curiosity in his tone. "Is that what these things are called?" Kyubi nodded as one of the masked nobodies leapt at her. She jumped to the side before shooting a red beam of Yuki into it, destroying the mask along with most of its head. The beast continued sailing through the air in a slow arch, before hitting the ground a meter away and skidding for several more feet before coming to a stop. It was dead before it hit the ground. "Yep," Kyubi answered. "No one could ever figure out a name for these things, so that's what we called them. They're fairly easy to kill, but can be annoying since they have the ability to suck out your demonic energy with a dance." A dance. Naruto nearly laughed as an image of these things starting to break dance came to his mind. It was honestly the stupidest thing he had ever seen and amused him to no end. Maybe he should keep one as a pet to amuse him. "Don't underestimate them," Kyubi warned Naruto as her tail shot out, red Yuki extending from them and impaling 4 of the nobodies. "They may not be hard to kill, but they are still annoying and persistent." Naruto grunted non-comically. "Yeah, I got ya." Naruto smirked as one of the creatures lunged at him. He dodged aside and grabbed its head, releasing an energy blast in one go that destroyed the entire creature. "Still, it shouldn't be too hard to kill them," Naruto said. "With the 2 of us, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes at the most." Kyubi caught Naruto's eye and smirked. "The one who destroys the most wins?" Naruto's grin said it all. "That's right, the wages are one of us spending the entire week devoting themselves to the other." "Aw, but I'm already devoted to you, Naruto-sama," Kyubi said as she wiped out a few more with several swipes of her now clawed hands. Naruto hummed in thought. Well then, how about I devote myself to you for a week if I lose, and you'll have to wear a naughty maid outfit whenever we're at home. Kyubi blushed at the thought of wearing something like that in front of her Naruto-sama. It sounded kinky deal. All right then, Naruto said as he really cut his energy loose, the black yukai exploding out of him. Let's rock. Birth of the new Demon King. It had been 3 weeks since Naruto and Kyubi had entered the realm of Makai, and during that time Naruto had grown a lot, and not just in strength. With his Yuki still more or less trying to balance itself within his body, the blonde had grown another 5 inches, making him stand at a height of 6 foot even, or 182 centimeters. He also looked older now, his physical body matching the 16 to 18-year-old look of Kyubi. Speaking of the vixen, she was the one who told him why he was growing so damn much. Not that Naruto was going to complain. His height had always been something he had been self-conscious about. The fact that most of the kids at the academy had teased him for being so short notwithstanding. The reason for his incredibly growth spurt, apparently, was because he quite simply had too much Yuki for his body to handle. With the nearly overwhelming amount of power now being regulated through his Tenketsu, his body had been close to destroying itself from the inside out. Thus, the excess Yuki that he let out subconsciously was being used to increase his growth in order to handle his power. For someone who had been about just short of 146 centimeters just a little less than a month ago, it was a nice change. Naruto had learned much, both about his new powers and his demon heritage. Under Kyubi's tutelage, he had learned how to manipulate his Yuki. With the use of his Kage Bunshin training method, in which Naruto usually had around 2,000 or 3,000 clones on average, the blonde could now say he was a master at manipulating his own energy. Though Kyubi's words that he was good enough for now had made him face fault. Still, he couldn't deny she was way better at energy manipulation than he was, and so he didn't complain when the redhead had told him he still had a lot to learn. He had also gained much better control over his chakra. Because Naruto was at least part human, he still had his large reservoir of chakra, which had also taken a leap in size, his reserves being about twice as large as they had been when he was human. Kyubi had told him this was because the seal had still been active for some time after she had been unsealed, even though it no longer had anything to hold after she had been released. The seal, which had originally been designed to leak Kyubi's Yuki into Naruto's chakra coils, had instead taken Naruto's own Yuki and began pumping them through his chakra coils, increasing them in size before the seal was destroyed completely. He did not know how good his control was, as there was no way for him to measure it. However, Naruto now had a very good feel of his own chakra, and the several jutsu that he knew, Kage Bunshin, Korimi, and Hinge, could all be done seamlessly and without smoke. On a side note, for some reason the only human technique that he could use with his Yuki was the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto assumed that was because it was a direct manipulation of energy, whereas the Hinge was a Jinjutsu/ninjutsu hybrid, and the Korimi was a very basic Jakuken Jutsu. Not everything they had done was fighting. However, they had taken frequent trips back to Heseki's shop. After explaining who it was the four-tailed Kitsune had insulted and swearing him to total secrecy, the man had been much more accommodating towards them, even going so far as to give Naruto's first 2 sets of clothes to him for free. After that, they had gotten a nice discount, and the blonde was now the proud owner of several sets of kimonos and battle outfits that would repair themselves and grow as he did. A good thing, too, since he had been 173 centimeters when he first got his clothes. Currently, Naruto was wearing his favorite outfit, tight black pants that were designed to stretch across his form to fit his muscular legs. He wasn't wearing a shirt, but he did have a vest that was made from the skin of one of the greater fiends he had killed during his training. It was black with a dark orange Uzumaki swirl on the back, which was surrounded by a pattern similar to the tattoo around Raisin's left eye in the same orange color. Currently, it was unzipped, showing off Naruto's ripped torso. Over his vest was a sleeveless haori. It was also black, with another orange Uzumaki swirl on the back, and had orange flames licking the bottom and reaching down to his ankles. It came with a hood sewn into it. Heseki had placed a Kitsune enchantment on his hood, so that when Naruto put it up, all someone would see were his eyes. The haori could also zip up, And when Naruto wanted, he could attach sleeves of varying sizes and makes to it so that no one would be able to see what he looked like. Finishing off his outfit were a pair of dark orange boots, which were covered by sleek-looking black shin guards. His arms were likewise covered by a pair of arm guards and a pair of orange fingerless gloves. All in all, Naruto felt the look was badass. And if the way Kyuubi had purred and almost jumped him when she first saw him wearing them was anything to go by, he was damn sexy too. As it was, she had waited until they had left the Yuki village to jump him, which was just fine with Naruto. With all that had happened in the past 3 weeks, Naruto had to say he was rather pleased. He was getting stronger every day. He was learning more now than he ever had at the academy or from Kakashi. He was learning about his heritage, at least the demonic half of it, and he had a beautiful vixen by his side. Yep, life was good for Naruto, and even the so-called last test Kyuubi had told him about couldn't bring him down from his current high. Birth of the new Demon King. So that's it, huh? Asked Naruto as he looked at the massive tower hovering over a city that was covered in mist. The city itself was fairly large, and he could only see a part of it due to the mist that covered most of the sprawling mass of buildings, which meant the city was much larger than it appeared. The only thing that he could really make out was the tower, a large spiraling mass of stone and mortar that looked like your stereotypical evil dungeon, with sweeping staircases and buttresses of all kinds on outside, along with several large, pointed towers and statues of various animals that Naruto could not recognize. My last test. Yes, answered Kyuubi as she too looked out at the city. That city is called the City of Ghosts and Apparitions. The castle above it is called Maze Castle and is the fortress of the 4 Saint Beasts. Most of the demons living in the city are small-time, E to C class. However, the 4 Saint Beasts are said to be more powerful and will be a good test to see if you learned everything I've taught you so far. How do you know about these 4 Saint Beast guys anyways? Asked Naruto. You've been sealed up for like 100-something years, haven't you? A tick mark formed on Kyuubi's head at being reminded of her previous imprisonment. However, she didn't let him know how his words irritated her. She knew he didn't mean it as an insult, but a legitimate question. Because they formed about a year before I was forced to live in the human world. While they aren't that powerful compared to some of the demons in Makai, they're powerful enough that they were able to take over this city. They are also vastly more intelligent than the demons I have had you face thus far. Demons that lived on the plains of Makai were generally very stupid, lacking in everything but the most basic forms of instinct. While some of them, like the Greater Fiends and the Orangyura, had a lot of power, they did not have the brains to properly use that power. Naruto nodded before he turned to Kyuubi and grinned. Since I have to go alone, how about a kiss for good luck? The redhead rolled her eyes, even as a grin of her own formed on her face. She pressed herself against the blonde, had wrapped her arms around him. She raised herself up on her tiptoes as Naruto leaned down, his eyes closing. However, just before their lips touched, Kyuubi pressed 2 fingers against his, making him open his eyes and blink owlishly. I think not. The grin on the redhead's face grew wider, her larger-than-average canines slightly poking out from her upper lip. How about you do well, and if I'm impressed, then maybe, just maybe, I'll give you that kiss you're craving. And with those words, Kyuubi disappeared within a shundo, leaving Naruto blinking after her. Said blonde looked at where Kyuubi had been in his arms just a second ago, blinking in confusion. That lasted only so long, however, before he growled in frustration. Damn it, Q-chan, you can't just leave me all bothered like this. He grumbled for several moments before blinking as several ghouls surrounded him. Not in the mood to deal with these small fry, he growled. What the hell do you pricks want? The ghouls ignored him, however, as they talked amongst themselves. Such a delicious smell. He looks so tasty. Let's eat. Several large tick marks formed on his head as the ghouls spoke. Oi, I suggest you all shut the fuck up before I rip your goddamn intestines out of your throat and shove them up your ass. He let loose a small amount of his power and killing intent. Small being a very relative term. What Naruto did was release around maybe 10% of his power and killing intent. However, 10% of his power was on class with an B-ranked demon, and therefore much more powerful than anything these ghouls had likely ever come across. Therefore, it was no surprise when the moment he unleashed his power, The ghouls high-tailed their asses out of the blonde's vicinity. Naruto snorted before going on his way, grumbling about vixens and how they were going to regret leaving him horny the whole way. Birth of the new Demon King. Meanwhile, within the maze castle, Naruto's presence did not go unnoticed. It's been a while since we've had a visitor. Who cares? There's only one of them, and he hardly has any power to him. He's not even worth our attention. What say you, Master Suzuko? Bayako is correct. A single demon with only enough energy for AD rank? I doubt he could even make it past the front door. Birth of the new Demon King. So this is Maze Castle up close, huh? Naruto snorted. How quaint. He began walking closer to the entrance, but only made it a few steps before being approached by a strange creature whose purple body consisted of a single eyeball centered between two bat wings. Welcome to Maze Castle. The one who wishes to enter this castle must first be tried by the gate of betrayal, announced the creature. Trial? Asked Naruto, tilting his head from side to side as he looked at the creature. What trial? In answer to the blonde's question, the creature darted over to a switch on the side of the wall, causing the ceiling above them to fall down. Naruto frowned as he raised a hand and held the roof from collapsing on him. I hope this isn't the trial. If so, then I want my refund. This place sucks. This door is very sensitive and quite tricky. It is able to detect the strength of the people supporting it and apply the greatest pressure possible without crushing them outright. The creature said in what Naruto assumed was a smug tone. Just listening to the creature pissed him the fuck off. As soon as one person slacks, it will then completely fall to the ground. If one person betrays the rest and escapes, the rest will be crushed. If everyone remains, then eventually you will tire and you'll all be crushed. Only betrayers have the right to enter this castle. So who's going to live and who's going to die? Ha ha ha. Oi, did you forget I'm a lone cocksucker? Asked Naruto. The blonde cocked his unused hand back. He channeled a little power into his fist, not enough for anyone to see or even feel the energy, but enough for what he wanted. Naruto smashed his fist into the ceiling and unleashed the energy he had channeled into it. There was a small shockwave that was sent out from his fist hitting the ceiling. Cracks and fissures began to form, running along the surface. Then the entire ceiling exploded in a shower of debris. The shocked creature didn't even have time to do more than widen its eyes before Naruto grabbed it in his hand and squeezed. Gross demon guts, Naruto said after popping the creature like a balloon. He shook the juices and entrails from the crushed creature off of him. He looked around for a moment and grunted. This is so boring. I hope this lame-ass trap isn't conducive to the rest of the castle. He sighed. Whatever. Might as well get this shit over with. Maybe if I get done quick enough, Chūnin will give me a nice reward. He giggled a little at the thoughts of what he and Kyuubi would be doing together as he began walking into the castle proper. Somewhere in Konoha, Jiraiya felt the urge to shout and pump his fist, which he did. Unfortunately, he was currently spying on the women's hot spring while all the female ENBU members were taking a soak. His cries were so loud that Kyuubi, who was waiting for Naruto, heard them and smiled. Birth of the new Demon King. He managed to pass the fate of betrayal. Seems this child is stronger than we thought. What should we do, Master Suzuko? Do not worry, Sarayu. This only means we'll have a little more entertainment for the time being. The boy is a fool if he thinks he has what it takes to storm this castle on his own. Someone go down and play with him. This stupid blonde thinks he can come in here all by himself and defeat us. I'll crush him where he stands. No, I shall show this fool the true perils of Maze Castle. The mighty Jinbu shall bring you his corpse to you immediately. I shall stick his head on a pike at the top of the tower as a message to all those who would oppose us. Ha ha ha. Birth of the new Demon King. Dear Sweat Kami, when Chūnin said this place was a maze, she meant it. Naruto grumbled. He had been walking around the winding passages for over half an hour, searching for a set of stairs that would lead him to the next level with no luck. God damn it, when am I going to get to fight anyone? Looks like someone seems rather eager to die. Ha, a raspy voice bellowed out. Finally, I was wondering when one of you idiots would get here, Naruto said. I've been getting terribly bored. You got some guts, punk. Take the door on your right, and I shall show you just how out of your league you are, the voice commanded. The blonde grinned. "You won't be saying that after I kick your ass," exclaimed Naruto as he slammed open the iron double doors. The room was illuminated only by a few torches, while the majority of it remained hidden in darkness. In the back, a spiraling stairway leading upwards could be seen. Naruto sighed as he tried to peer into the darkness with no success. He still didn't have a grasp on enhancing his senses, as it took far more control than he currently had. Thinking of a better way to get some light, the blonde channeled some yuki into his hands and created a ball of flame. Well, it wasn't quite a flame. Naruto had learned early on that his yuki had no elemental properties to it. His chakra did, but not his yuki. The flame in his hands was essentially just a ball of compressed yuki that acted similar to fire. It was in many ways similar to Kyuubi's own Kitsune fire, otherwise known as Kitsune Bai. Holding out his hand, the flame flew towards the ceiling, lighting up the rest of the room. Naruto blinked as he got sight of the rather large beast before him. The mammoth-sized beast was composed entirely of rocks. He had turtle-style shell protecting his back, spikes on top of his head, and a long stone tail hanging out behind him. "Welcome, trespasser." "Ha," laughed the creature. Naruto had a deadpan look on his face. "I'm going to be fighting a fucking rock. Are you kidding me?" "I am Jinbu of the Four Saint Beasts," Jinbu told him, seemingly ignoring Naruto's insult. The blonde assumed the man was not only a rock, but likely as dumb as one as well. "Any last requests before I rip you limb from limb?" "Yeah, how can a beast be a saint?" asked Naruto, "and I've heard a pet rock before, but talking rocks?" "This is the only set of stairs leading up to the tower. You can defeat me and go up there on your own, or I can drag you there once you've stopped breathing," bellowed Jinbu as he smacked his tail against the floor, creating a giant crater. "I hope you don't have anyone back home waiting for you, or they're going to be left a widow." "That was lame," Naruto said. "Such a lame comeback. Can't you do any better than that? You've got guts for such a pathetic creature." "Ha ha ha." Jinbu laughed as his tail sunk into the ground. Jinbu's tail shot out of the ground from behind Naruto, attempting to smack him across the room. Not that the blonde demon shinobi had any intention of letting it. Turning around, Naruto unleashed a blast of energy from his fist, smashing it into the tail and destroying it. The tail reformed and retracted back into his body a moment later. "Ha. Thanks to my body structure, I can become one with any type of rock. With a little rearranging, I can make any stone one of my limbs. Since this whole chamber is made of stone, I have you surrounded. There is nowhere to run." Naruto's sweat dropped. "Did you seriously just reveal your abilities without even being tricked into it? I was right. You really are as dumb as a rock. You have yet to see the full extent of my power. Perhaps then you won't be so cocky," declared Jinbu as his entire body sunk into the stone floor. Naruto sighed. "I have no desire to play hide and seek with you." The blonde demon shinobi was forced to leap backwards as Jinbu's arm shot up out of the ground in the spot where he was previously standing. He backflipped backwards several times as he avoided the rock's arms and tails that attempted to squash him. Naruto frowned. "So, it looks like I have to draw him out of hiding before I can cut him to pieces. Fine by me." Using Shundo, Naruto began to flash himself around the room, moving so fast that he left after images in his wake. He dodged arms, legs, and tails with ease, taunting Jinbu all the while. "My god, you suck. It's no wonder you were the first one I fought. You're probably so weak the other beasts figured you were expendable." Jinbu, frustrated by his inability to crush the blonde and enraged by Naruto's taunts, launched himself out of the ground and into the air. "I'll crush you." Finally, Naruto crowed as he crossed his hands and created several black discs of energy. He flung his hands out in an X pattern, launching 10 discs at the same time. 2 of the discs sliced right through his head, 2 cut off his arms, 2 more went through his legs, and 4 of them cut into his torso. The chunks of stone that had formerly been his body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Naruto smirked as he dusted off his hands. "Man, that was just sad," Naruto said, shaking his head. "If this is the caliber I can expect with these saint beasts, then Q-chan is just making me waste my time." "Don't get cocky, punk," shouted Jinbu's voice from the pile of rocks. Naruto watched in stunned silence as the pile of stones started shaking as Jinbu's body pieced itself back together. Ha ha ha. You can slice my body up all you like, but I'll just reassemble every time, taunted Jinbu as his body reached down and put his head back on. Actually, it makes for a very nice attack. Horizontal boule d'explosion. Jinbu stretched his arms forward, firing them along with his head as projectiles at Naruto. The blonde frowned as he made his hands into knife edges and slid into a wider defensive stance. He didn't even bother to use his yuki to slice through the projectile arms and head, destroying them with impunity and making the pieces even smaller than last time. Let's see you recover from that, Naruto exclaimed. This is nothing, bellowed Jinbu as his body reassembled itself again. Surrender, and I'll make your end swift. You can't defeat me. Horizontal boulder explosion, shouted Jinbu as he started rapid-firing baseball-sized stones. Naruto frowned as he tried to come up with a plan, even as he continued destroying the boulders with well-placed punches. There's got to be a portion of his body that allows him to reassemble himself. The only problem is finding it would be like trying to find a single grain of sand on a beach. Naruto grumbled. This guy wasn't even worth the amount of time the blonde had already wasted on him. Why couldn't he just be simple to defeat like all the other demons? Well, if precision cutting doesn't work, I'll just blast the fucker away. Naruto began channeling more energy into his hand than he had previously. Enough that wisps of black energy began leaking off of his hand like steam. You efforts are useless. Justi. Horizontal boule d'explosion. Jinbu released his entire torso as a barrage of stone projectiles. Naruto dodged the stone projectiles, weaving through them as if they weren't even there. Using the same attack over and over again, have you no originality, shouted Naruto as he smashed his fist into Jinbu. There was a massive explosion of black energy that engulfed the large rock beast. The power Naruto unleashed caused the creature to disintegrate. Naruto looked around and snorted. How did you like that? Naruto began walking towards the stairs, grumbling the entire time. Stupid rock, making me waste so much time. Birth of the new Demon King. The remaining beasts all watched as the blonde's attack utterly destroyed Jinbu, or more like disintegrated, as there was nothing left of the rock demon, not even rubble. Still, they did not seem at all concerned by the death of Jinbu, nor by the progress Naruto was making. It seems that Jinbu has gone and gotten himself killed, Master Sasuke. You shouldn't be so troubled, Sarayu. Jinbu was the weakest among us. His only usefulness was his ability to communicate to the demons of the city through the walls. His defeat has tarnished the name of the Saint Beasts. We cannot allow this intruder to progress any further, Master. Their end is near. I'll tear him to shreds. This blonde fool will not escape the hunt of Byakko. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto sighed as he continued walking. This place was so boring, and Kyuubi was refusing to talk to him via their telepathy through the mating bond until he had finished his test. Man, I really wish Kyuchan had chosen a different task. This is so boring. I need some action. Suddenly, a deep, grumbling roar shook the tower. Gragra ah. Oi, who the hell is being so loud? Shouted Naruto. Gragra ah. Cracks started to form in the stone walls, and the ceiling tiles began to crumble, sending debris to the floor. Naruto frowned as he looked around at the passageway, which looked it was beginning to come apart at the seams. Large cracks began forming along the entire corridor as the stone around him crumbled and broke apart. This place doesn't look like it can take to much more of this. The blonde used Shundo to speed up the last bit of the passageway. He made it just as the ceiling collapsed behind him. Dusting himself off, Naruto walked up the final set of stairs and out the final opening of the tower to an outdoor platform. He seemed to be on a wide, elevated stone pathway that was led from the tower. When Naruto looked down the sides, he couldn't even see the ground. It was so far down. On the shorter pathway leading from the platform to the main portion of the compound stood the gargantuan white tiger. You must be the second beast, Naruto said, his tone carrying a hint boredom to it. The second Saint Beast was a huge, humanoid white tiger with teal stripes, standing several meters tall. Two large fangs jutted out from the bottom of his mouth, and his green mane extended down to his upper back. He sported a green and red fur tunic with leg warmers. The tiger let out a low growl as his tail thwacked against the ground behind him, cracking and denting it. "Besht, you will pay for coming this far into my territory," sneered Bayako before he let out another roar. This one was not quite as intense as the other one, but it was enough that Naruto had to place his hands on his ears to block out the sound. "God damn it, you're loud," Naruto complained. "You remind me of this human girl I know. She can shriek like Banshee too. I can't believe such an insignificant insect like you has forced me to come all the way out here," snarled Bayako. "Don't be fooled by your victory over that weakling Jinbu. This is the end of the line for you. Jinbu is nothing. The only reason we didn't kill him ourselves is because he could communicate with the demons in the city by growling through the castle walls." "Are all of you Saint Beasts so damn arrogant?" asked Naruto. "If you think you can do better than him, then back up your claim with actions." However, Bayako appeared to not be listening to the blonde's words as he continued his rant. "I am a real beast. It's maddening enough that I've been locked up in this compound for all this time without the taste of human flesh. No prey, no bones, no blood. Then you have the nerve to come in here and think you can just walk all over us." "Oh, I'm sorry. Did it hurt your ickle feelings?" asked Naruto in a baby tone. Poor little tiger." The blonde sneered and his tone became harsher when he spoke again. "Stop your bitching and fight me. Insignificant trash. I will tear you apart and eat you myself," bellowed Bayako. "I will rip your sorry ass to shreds and feed you to the Fagaki." Naruto sighed. Why was this idiot still talking? Then get on with it already. Gragra ah. Bayako unleashed another stone-shattering roar. This one ended up reducing the wide open platform to a narrow pathway leading out to a circular area. "That roar is no joke," Naruto said. "Still, you're going to have to do something better than that to even put a scratch on me." "Was that so? Well, don't worry. I'm just getting started." Bayako plucked some hairs from his mane, started blowing on them. His breath infused them with spirit energy as they suddenly shot out of his hand and into the air, where they transformed into 4 green-furred, 4-legged beasts. The 4 beasts all landed with a thud in front of Naruto. "You're joking," Naruto said as he looked at the furring animals. "Kittens. You attack me with fucking kittens. What is this? A maze of powerful demons. Or an animal shelter." The blonde snapped his face as his face gained a eureka look to it. "I know. You're opening up a petting zoo, aren't you? You won't be saying that when these kittens rip you to shreds." Bayako roared in anger. How dare this pest mock him? Naruto snorted and lifted up his hand, his fingers stretched out as he pointed them at the beasts. "I don't have time to deal with trash like this." For black balls of Yuki on the tips of his fingers. As the beasts jumped, Naruto unleashed his Yuki, shooting the 4 energy balls right at the beasts. They struck the creatures, exploding on contact and defeating the beasts with ease. Smirking, Naruto looked at the shocked Bayako. "Is that all you've got, Kitty-chan?" Bayako growled in frustration. "You will not make a mockery of me. You are my prey. You make me so angry. I'll kill you myself." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Then get your hairy ass down here, kitten. We'll see who kills who." "Fool!" yelled Bayako as he leaped from his position and landed down on the platform with a massive thud. Naruto let out a whistle of amusement. "Would you look at that? You're even bigger up close, but you could stand to cut back on the cold cuts. Those little Yuki balls of yours won't be enough to defeat me. If that's all you've got going for you, you're done for," bellowed Bayako. Naruto gave Bayako a vicious grin as he held out his hand, palm pointed towards the giant tiger. "Who said that was all I've got? That was one of weakest attacks." A black orb of Yuki formed in his hand and was soon launched towards Bayako. The ball smashed right into the giant tiger, exploding, sending Bayako and the large slab of stone hurtling down to the ground below. "Sorry, but I don't have the time nor the inclination to play with a loser like you," Naruto said as he began walking off. Birth of the new Demon King. "It hasn't changed a bit," QB said with a fond smile as she looked at the moderately sized mansion surrounded by a gate, with the entrance being guarded by 2 kitsune statues that were sitting down in a pose of watchful alertness. It was a nice place, with a line of rather large trees on either side, their multicolored leaves swaying in a slight breeze. There was a pathway that led to a set of double doors in between the trees. Not in the 500 years since I had this house made. QB walked up to the gate. It was rather intricate, with sweeping curves rather than the standard straight lines most metal gates were made up of. In the center of the entrance was the symbol of the Kitsune clan, a fox head surrounded by 9 tails and a swirl that was almost like that of the Uzumaki, ironically enough. Biting her thumb, QB smeared her blood across the symbol. It glowed red for a brief moment, before the sound of shattering glass echoed through the clearing. The gate opened smoothly and efficiently, with not a single groan, despite having obviously not been used for centuries. QB walked down the path and towards the door. When she placed her hand on the door, it too took on a red glow. QB could feel her Yuki being drained and merely waited until it unlocked with a click. She opened the door and made her way inside. The first chamber of the house was beautiful. The floor was made from finely polished and stained wood paneling in a warm tone of color, which gave the whole room a homey and comforting feel to it. In the middle of the room was an ornate oriental-styled rug, with a pair of kitsune, one male and one distinctly female, coiling around each other in a yin-yang symbol. The walls were made of paneled wood, stained in a color that was slightly darker from the floor. On the walls hung various paintings of kitsune, landscapes, and even a few of raisins spaced evenly across the wall so it did not look too full. On the far wall sat a large fireplace, and on top of the mantel were 3 sheathed swords. The first was a nodachi, with a 13-inch handle wrapped in a finely woven red fabric. At the end of the hilt was a rectangular gold cap with the face of a kitsune etched on the 2 larger sides. 9 tassels were hanging loosely at the end. The blade was 4 feet long, and sheathed in a dark red scabbard that had black patterns spread along its length. The sword held an artistry and elegance that QB knew belayed how deadly it truly was. The other 2 were a matching set of beautifully crafted blades, a wakizashi and a katana. The wakizashi had a 24-inch long blade that was sheathed in a black scabbard with kitsune in various poses moving along its length. The hilt was made of a black wood, which seemed to suck in all light to it, and had a notched grip. The katana was 25 inches in length and was sheathed in a red scabbard that held the same kitsune poses as the wakizashi, only in reverse colors. The hilt was red and seemed to emit light as opposed to sucking in it. It too had notches to indicate where the fingers should go. Both blades were extremely well crafted, so finely made that it did not look like they could be created by standard means. They also looked like a pair, meant to be used together rather than separate. On the ceiling was an ornate-looking chandelier, with several thousand candles that, even though no one had been living in this house for centuries, were still emitting a bright light that lit up the entire room. Situated on either side of it was a cloth-draped couch and what looked to be various recliners, all of them facing the fireplace and the rug. While the entire room seemed to scream wealth and opulence, it also held welcoming feel to it that made QB feel misty-eyed as she remembered all of the good times she had living here. QB shook her head as she realized she had been standing in the entryway for nearly 15 minutes and made her war into the kitchen. Were any human to ever see the kitchen, they would be surprised by how normal it looked. It had all of the standard appliances that one would expect to find in a kitchen, albeit said appliances looked much more ornate than the average kitchen appliance. They looked like they were there for decoration just as much as they were for practical use. The entire room was bathed in whites and beiges. The countertops were a beige marble, while the floor was a white marble. There was a massive refrigerator on the left-hand side of the room, and a large assortment of kitchen appliances on the right, including a huge stove, a microwave oven, convection oven, and a deep fryer. Over to the left was another door that QB knew led to the wine cellar. She had always been a sucker for a good red wine, and the loss of being able to drink her wine had been one of the most aggravating things for QB after she had been sealed. It would not be inaccurate to say that half of the reason Mito had assumed QB to be nothing more than a raging animal of hatred and malice was because the red-haired vixen could not drink her wine. From the kitchen, QB made her way into a large dining room that seemed to be made for a rather large number of people. The table was long and narrow, and was lined on either side by plush chairs that resembled the recliners in the living room. A chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the room with its brilliant light, and the design was very similar to the one in the living room. The dining room segued into a much less formal living room setting, replete with a very large, curved and plushy couch that looked as though it was made for quite a few people. The room's decor was also much less formal. No fancy paintings or fireplace, but the floor and walls were made of the same wooden combination, and the light in the room came from a very similar chandelier, although slightly dimmer than the one in the main living room. QB didn't bother exploring the second floor yet. She knew it possessed all of the bedrooms. For now, she was content to see that while the house was a tad dusty, a little work would fix it right up. "Yes, I think this place will do nicely," she commented to herself, an obvious conclusion given that there was nobody with her. "I'm sure Naruto-sama will appreciate living here when he decides to take up his heritage." Birth of the New Demon King. As Naruto continued to walk down the passageway, he was forced to stop as Byaku's booming laughter made the entire area shake. Out of instinct, he channeled chakra to the bottom of his feet so he wouldn't stumble. Then came the roar. Greaha! Damn it, this guy is beginning to seriously piss me off. Naruto shouted the last bit at the end. He would admit to being impatient. Naruto did not like it when he was annoyed by those weaker than himself who just wouldn't give up, a trait he had gained within the 3 weeks of training as he came more and more into his demonic heritage. As a demon, he not only had a lot more pride than he did as a human, he was also quite a bit more arrogant, a trait that was very common among demons, especially newer ones like him. It was not a particularly good trait, even if a part of it was warrant given Naruto's power. "I'm not that easy to dispose of, fool. You are turning out to be very interesting prey," bellowed Byaku. "And you're proving to be an extremely annoying little shit. Relatively speaking, of course," Naruto said. "Silly fool. As a reward for your battle prowess, I'm inviting you into my lair, a room of hell," declared Byaku. "So, you have a room of hell while living in hell?" asked Naruto, scratching the back of his head, his annoyance forgotten and replaced with confusion. "Huh, what does that make sense?" Shrugging the question off, it wasn't like Byaku was going to answer anyways. Naruto made his way to, and then through a large iron double door that lead to rocky tunnel. The tunnel ended at a massive cavern, where the bottom of said cavern was filled with lava and had several small stone platforms shooting up out of the lava littered the room. In the center of it all was Byaku. "Well, isn't this a cute little setup?" Naruto commented as he looked around the cavern. "However, I think you're missing the damn souls that one would find in hell. And where's the boat that's supposed to ferry the souls of the damned? And isn't there supposed to be a Cerberus guarding the gates of hell? You, my friend, obviously don't know what hell is supposed to be like at all if you think this pale imitation compares to hell." Byaku let out a booming laugh. "You've got some guts, brat. So how shall we do this? Want to try and come at me, or do you want me to come to you? Either way is fine with me." Naruto rolled his eyes, as if that didn't just scream deception right there. "Well, it's not like anything you could do will hurt me anyways. All right, kitty cat, let's rock." Naruto leapt into the air, flinging 2 black Yuki discs at Byaku that sailed through the air with a loud, buzzing noise. Byaku didn't seem worried, however, as he clasped his throat with both hands and started the beginning of what appeared to be another stone-shattering roar. However, a surge of energy pulsed around his body, and he fired a green energy blast laced with black lightning from his mouth. The blast smashed into the energy discs and vaporized them. Naruto was forced to quickly jump to another platform, as the one he landed on was also destroyed by the blast. The thing that got Naruto's attention was the platform wasn't just destroyed, it disintegrated. "You like it?" asked Byaku with a smirk. "That's my Tiger Scream blast. It turns everything it touches into a pile of ashes." "It's not bad," Naruto admitted, "but it's still pathetic." "What?" Byaku roared in anger. "Yeah, that was a pussy blast," Naruto said. He grinned as he held up his hand, and more energy began to coalesce into his hand. "Though I suppose I shouldn't expect much from a pussycat like you. Let me show you how a real demon uses his Yuki." Naruto fired a ball of black and red energy from his hand. The ball was smaller than the last one he had sent, With a diameter of only 3 inches, it looked a lot more compressed than his energy ball. It crackled with energy, the discharge of which tore up several of the pillars it passed as it flew over towards the large cat. It was too fast for Bayako to dodge, and not for lack of trying, as even he had reason to fear the amount of energy that attack was emitting. The ball of compressed Yuki smashed right into his face. The results were near instantaneous as the ball of energy exploded, crackling with red power that looked almost like a surge of electricity being discharged into the air. Bayako's body fell down with a heavy thud, its entire head missing and the flesh at the edge of the wound blackening from having been burnt so badly. Naruto sniffed and quickly plugged his nose as the smell of burnt flesh hit him. Ugh, now that's just rancid. Great, I think I'm gonna vomit. Birth of the new Demon King. Bayako has fallen, master. I know, Sarayu. It appears our intruder is far more troublesome than we had first expected. That may be true, but Bayako's battle edge has weakened since we took up residence here. We can no longer sit back and let that child take the starting action. Very well, Master Shizuku. I will ensure that he does not survive the encounter with me. I have much faith in your abilities, Sarayu. I expect this to be no problem for you. Still, do not underestimate this boy. He is far stronger than we have expected. Do not worry, Master. You know I never underestimate my opponents. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto walked up a spiraling set of stairs, a frown on his face as he thought about the battles he had done so far. They had all been rather disappointing, to say the least. He could only hope the next beast was more powerful than Bayako and Jinbu had been. Exiting the stairs into a circular room with about 15 solid steel doors leading in every direction. Well, talk about your fork in the road, Naruto mumbled. I was beginning to wonder if this castle would actually live up to its name. I'm guessing only one of these doors is the right door, and the wrong ones will lead to certain death. Slightly cliché and a little boring, but I guess it's better than nothing. Naruto created 15 Kage-bunshins and had them each choose a door and walk in. He waited for a few seconds as the clones began getting killed and the memories of their death hit him. When the clone that had gone through the correct door dispelled the blonde side. Man, these traps suck. I'm beginning to wonder if the fools who made this castle were incompetent or the hunters who came here were just so stupid they never had to upgrade their traps. Birth of the new Demon King. In his room at the top of the tower, Suzaku watched the progress of the blonde demon shinobi with interest. Most interesting, he managed to pick out the right door rather quickly. I almost hope he survives the battle with Sarayu. He would make a most interesting opponent. Birth of the new Demon King. Having entered through the correct door, Naruto walked down the pathway until he came across a massive set of blue double doors outlined with ornate golden trim. To the side of the doors were a pair of blue dragon statues in snarling poses. Naruto was not very impressed. I hope this isn't meant to be intimidating. If so, then these people obviously need to get out more often. Naruto blinked in surprise as the door began to slowly creak open. Once it was open all the way, the blonde shrugged and walked inside with a casual demeanor, as if he were just going for a stroll through a park and not likely to fight a demon. Once he stepped fully inside, the door slammed shut behind him. Naruto frowned before turning back to be faced with a thick fog covering the room that made visibility severely limited. Naruto sniffed the air with a frown. This fog has the scent of the tainted energy coming off the beast's body. I wonder if he does this on purpose, or if it's just a byproduct of his naturally produced energy. Just then a low-pitched moan echoed through the fog. You have done very well to make it this far, but I will no longer allow you to disgrace my master. Naruto didn't much care for the beast's theatrics, and was quickly becoming annoyed that his enhanced eyesight couldn't pierce through the fog. Where are you, 5? Come out now, dragon. This hide-and-seek bullshit is pretty lame. As you request, replied the voice. Sparks of lighting soon began to flash through the fog, and a large blue ball of spirit energy appeared in the center of the room. The lighting coiled around the energy ball for a few seconds before a powerful surge caused the energy to flash brightly, forcing Naruto to close his eyes in order to protect them from the bright light. The light show soon died down, and most of the fog dissipated to reveal a giant figure standing before him, its figure shrouded by a swirling blue mist. The pale blue-skinned, dark-haired demon with a goatee towered over the blonde, dressed in dark blue martial arts clothes with a light blue embroidered dragon running across the front and back his torso. Naruto noticed the temperature take an immediate drop as the demon made his full presence known. It was then that the full scope of the dungeon also came into view. The dull gray square tiles of the floor were offset by the massive Arctic blue rectangular panels that went from wall to wall and even covered the ceiling. In the back of the room, another massive golden trimmed doorway marked the exit. Sarayu looked at the blonde as if he was nothing but a fly that he had to swat. "You may call me Sarayu. You will be going no further, intruder. I have been sent here to end your life." "Well, isn't that lovely?" Naruto replied with an air of nonchalance. Given those carvings on the door that got me here, I was expecting a dragon, not some ugly-ass jabroni who thinks he has what it takes to take me down. You think you are capable of beating me? Very well. Let us see who shall be the victor here, said Sarayu. The man raised a single hand in a come-here gesture that was universal to all beings. "Come." "With pleasure," Naruto said as he burst forward, intent on crushing the man's face into his skull. "Matadoryu Kin, Ice Dragon," roared Sarayu as he quickly brought his arm back and thrust his fist forward and unleashed a burst of energy. Naruto let loose a roar as his fist became covered in his reddish-black yuki, unleashing it upon the icy power coming towards him. The blonde was forced backwards due to the energy backlash, but he managed to destroy Sarayu's attack at the same time. "That wasn't a bad. You managed to counter my attack with an attack of equal power," Sarayu admitted at seeing the blonde destroy his technique. "But do not think that you have what it takes to beat me just because you managed to stop my attack." "Perhaps you shouldn't be so cocky," Naruto said. "It's that same kind of arrogance that got your friends killed." The blonde then chuckled. "Well, and they just weren't on my level." "I'm not like those weaklings you fought to get here," Sarayu countered. "They were too soft. Nothing more than fodder. I'm a master of ice. My power shall destroy you. Matiti eripsilonken. Are all you saint beasts lacking in originality?" asked Naruto as he launched a powerful blast of yuki that destroyed Sarayu's attack like it was nothing. "Seriously, I thought you people were supposed to be strong. I've had better fights on the plains of Makai. I have yet to even begun showing my true power, Hikori no Kagami, Ice Dragon Mirrors. I'm getting an odd sense of deja vu here," Naruto said as ice mirrors sprung up from the ground, surrounding him in an igloo. The image of Sarayu appeared within the mirrors. Each reflection suddenly shifted back into an attack position as they created dozens of small fawn-like blades of ice and launched them through the mirrors. Hikori Kiba, Ice Dragon Fangs. Naruto watched in a bored manner as he saw Sarayu move from mirror to mirror, flinging those ice blades of his. He figured the man assumed his speed was overwhelming and that Naruto could not see him. A stupid assumption, but considering how arrogant these Saint Beasts were, the blonde supposed it was understandable that the blue dragon simply didn't think he was very strong. As the ice blades came in close, Naruto disappeared via liberal use of Shundo. He reappeared right in front of Sarayu, who was just about to go into one of his mirrors. The blue dragon's eyes widened as Naruto unleashed a ball of tightly condensed yuki into the man's face. The blonde demon shinobi watched with a dissatisfied look on his face as the blue dragon's head was destroyed. First, the man's face quite literally melted, the skin disintegrating under the blonde's yuki, followed by the muscles, then the bones. After that, the entire head disappeared in a blaze of black energy. When his view cleared, Naruto watched as the now headless body of Sarayu dropped onto its knees, then fell the rest of the way to the floor with a dull, meaty thud. "And then there was one," he mumbled. "Well, let's hope this last beast is better than the others." Birth of the New Demon King. Naruto began climbing the tower once again after beating Sarayu. He made it up the last set of stairs and walked out of the top passage where he found the last of the Saint Beasts waiting for him. Suzaku had long orange hair parted down the middle, with 2 red strands. He was wearing a circlet on his head, a red sleeveless shirt, of white baggy pants and red boots. Compared to the other three beasts, the leader looked human, even down to his size. When a man noticed Naruto, he smiled. "Ah, I was hoping you would get here. After seeing you battle your way through my subordinates, I began feeling rather keen on fighting you myself." "So, you're the leader of the Saint Beasts?" asked Naruto. "That is correct. My name is Suzuko. May I know the name of the warrior I am to do battle with?" Naruto rolled his eyes at the overly dramatic and traditional voice this guy was taking. Like the man actually thought he would be powerful enough to beat him. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm the one that's going to kick your ass." Birth of the New Demon King. Suzaku raised an eyebrow at the blonde's words. "Do you honestly think you could defeat me? I'll admit you are rather strong, to have defeated the other three Saint Beasts without stopping to recuperate once. However, I am on an entirely different level than they are. That is why I am the leader of the Saint Beasts." "You're not much of a leader when all of your subordinates are dead," Naruto pointed out with a sardonic grin. "Seems to me like you're the leader of nothing now." "It matters not," Suzaku said with a nonchalant shrug. "New subordinates are always easy to find. Perhaps if I deem you worthy, you could be my new second in command." "Yeah, I think I'm going to pass," Naruto replied. There was a small frown marring his face. The man's callousness towards his now deceased subordinates bothered the blonde, even if he didn't let it show. "You see, I have this aversion to working for those weaker than myself." "Then I suppose this conversation is over," Suzuka said with a glare. "It's time for you to die." He did not give Naruto a chance to make a return comment as he dashed forward. He was much faster than Naruto thought he would be, though not enough that the blonde couldn't keep up with him. The pair soon began trading blows as they closed the distance between each other. Suzaku launched several lightning-fast punches towards Naruto, who evaded those he could, and redirected those he couldn't by using his hands to subtly move the orange-haired demon's fists away from him. Suzaku took a single step back before snapping his right leg up in a heel kick that would have caught Naruto in the chest, had the blonde not managed to twist his torso out of the way. In retaliation, the heir of Raisin tried to grab the extended leg so he could break it at the joints, but his opponent proved much faster than expected and snapped his leg back before launching it in another kick, this time towards Naruto's face. Leaning back ever so slightly, the foot missed Naruto's face by mere millimeters. He could actually feel the man's foot gracing his nose. And, though he couldn't be sure, the blonde was almost positive that the top layer of his epidermis. As Naruto came back up, he de-iced that he had enough of getting attacked, and it was time to take the fight to Suzaku. The blonde started of light, launching a series of lightning-quick punches that were more designed towards feeling his opponent out, rather than actually doing any damage. He was not all that surprised when he saw Suzaku keeping pace, though it was clear to Naruto that it was only just. Though that could also be because Suzaku wasn't using Yuki to strengthen and enhance his body, which confused Naruto. However, he figured that Yuki manipulation simply wasn't the orange-haired man's specialty. Naruto had to admit to being impressed by the man's speed. While his punches were not that powerful, his speed was very impressive, and his reaction times were superb. Had the blonde not worked almost solely on speed and strength for his first week in Makai, then Suzaku would have actually been faster than him by a good margin. Thankfully, Naruto had worked on his speed, almost to the exclusion of everything else when it came to his physical performance. So he still had a speed advantage, even if it was slight. And he could always use Shundo if he needed a boost in speed. "You're pretty good," Suzaku said with a smirk as the two disengaged their battle. "It's been a while since I've fought an opponent capable of keeping up with me. Let's see how you do against my strongest attack." Lightning began covering Suzaku's hand as he charged towards the blonde once again. Ankaku Raijin Ken, Storm of Torment. Naruto leapt away to dodge the incoming attack. He opened his mouth, about to comment on the patheticness of Suzaku's attack, only to grunt in pain as he fell to his knees. Gritting his teeth, the blonde felt the excess lightning strike him and send jolts of pain through his nervous system. "What the hell? I know I dodged him. So how did he hit me?" Suzaku smirked at seeing the blonde get shocked by his attack. "I'm impressed that you're still alive after that. No one else has ever survived my Ankaku Raijin Ken before." However, one more hit like that, and you'll be finished. Naruto snorted as he stood up. While the attack had certainly stung like a bitch, it was nothing he couldn't handle. Even now, he could feel his body healing up from the attack on his nerves. Well, aren't you just full of yourself? All right, let's see you do that again. With pleasure, Sasuke charged towards Naruto again. This time the blonde paid attention to the attack as the orange-haired demon threw his lightning-covered fist at him. Enkaku Raijin Ken. Once again, Naruto dodged the attack, and once again he got shocked. He grit his teeth for a moment as he analyzed the attack. I see. So even if you don't hit me, you can still hurt me with that lightning of yours, the blonde said from where he was crouched, sparks of lightning coursing over him. A few electric discharges strung the ground around Naruto, breaking off chips of the floor and creating small cracks along the stone tile. That's right, Sasuke said with a smirk. You may be able to dodge my punches, but you can't dodge lightning. The streaks will attack the nearest person I'm fighting, and seeing as you're the only here, that makes you the only target for them. Sasuke came at Naruto again, his fist once more covered in lightning. Enkaku Raijin Ken. This time Naruto didn't even bother to dodge, as the orange-haired demon's lightning-covered fist hit him in the center of the chest. Rather than feel elation at hitting the blonde, Sasuke frowned as he felt something off. His eyes widened in surprise when the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke and was replaced with a log. What is this? Karawimi, replacement technique, the ultimate escape jutsu, Naruto said from behind the last Saint Beast. Sasuke's eyes widened as he turned, and he was just in time to jump back as Naruto gave the spot he had been seconds previously a heel drop. The ground cracked under the power behind Naruto's attack, with small fissures and spider webs spreading out from the small crater that had formed. The blonde smirked. I don't need to dodge or even block your attack when I can just replace myself. And where did you get the log? Asked Sasuke, curious about the technique's application. Naruto shrugged. I don't know. I don't question where the log comes from. I just know that should I ever be in need, the log will heed my call and offer me its protection. For I am a child of the log. The blonde's answer didn't seem to satisfy Sasuke, who sneered at him. Whatever, I don't care about some stupid log. It's time to kick this up a notch. Enkaku yo Rojin, Prism of 7. Sasuke took a crouched stance and began to charge his Yuki. Naruto watched on in interest, raising an eyebrow when the orange-haired demon began to multiply, 2 at a time, until there were a total of 7 Sasukes. Since you can just replace yourself with something whenever I hit you, I'll just make sure there are 7 of me to ensure that once you do that switching log ability of yours, one of me will get you. Clones? Hey, I can do that too. Gahibunsin no Jutsu. What sort of trickery is this? Asked Sasuke, who gaped at seeing 7 Narutos now standing before him. This is my cloning technique, Naruto said with a grin. Face it, there is nothing that you can do that I can't do better. He saw the man's face twitching in both shock and outrage. Oh, how he loved taunting his opponents until they became sloppy. Sasuke sneered, we'll see about that. Roku, Goku, Enkaku Reiko Ha, Prism of Storm Torment. Lightning began crackling in the hands of the 7 Sasukes, sparking brighter and brighter as the leader of the Saint Beasts began to gather more and more power. When the amount of lightning being generated seemed to reach a plateau, it began to morph and change shape. The lightning in the left hand of the Sasukes took on the shape of a bow, while the left looked like some kind of bolt or an arrow. It wasn't hard for Naruto to figure out what the man was going to use them for. His theory proved correct when all 7 Sasukes cocked their arrows on the bows and took aim at him. As the lightning arrows flew towards him, Naruto remained where he was as he thought up a plan to defeat the technique. Let's see, those arrows likely have the same ability as his Enkaku Raijin Ken, meaning even if I dodge, I'll still get hurt by the lightning they let off. I could Kawarimi, but where's the fun in that? He thought out a few different scenarios before coming up with a plan that was simple, but one he thought would be effective. Naruto began charging much more Yuki into his hands than he had the entire time he had been in Mei's castle. He crossed his arms and in crossguard, as red and black sparks of energy began flying off of him. When the lightning arrows were less than a meter away from him, The blonde demon shinobi threw his hands out wide and unleashed a powerful wave of energy that engulfed the arrows, which dispersed under the intensity of Naruto's attack. "If you want to actually hurt me, you're going to have to do better than that," Naruto said with a grin. Suzaku's eyes went wide at seeing his attack defeated so easily. However, his surprise soon gave way to a fierce glare as he looked at Naruto with rage. "You want more power? Fine. Try this on for size." Suzaku dispelled his 7 copies, which were more or less useless now that he knew his opponent could create copies of himself as well. As the copies returned to his body, Suzaku's power began to pulse, and he was restored to perfect health. He raised his arm towards the ceiling, and another bolt of lightning shot down from the thunderstorm and enveloped him, raised his energy level even higher than before. An intense aura of yellow lightning now coursed around his body. "Can you see it now?" asked Suzaku with a smirk. "Can you finally see how outclassed you are?" However, when Suzaku looked at his opponent, he face-faulted at seeing the blonde picking at his ear and not even paying attention to him. "Are you listening to me?" Naruto took his pinky out of his ear and flicked the small amount of ear wax off his finger. "Nope, sorry. Your rambling was just so boring I couldn't pay attention. Maybe if you were a little more original I would, but as you are now..." Suzaku grit his teeth. "That does it. I've had it up to here with you. It's time for you to die." Suzaku shot forward, his speed having increased to the point where it looked like he had blurred out of existence. He appeared right before Naruto with a large smirk and sent a powerful punch to the blonde's face, expecting the demon shinobi to get sent flying. What he got was Naruto's head turning ever so slightly. Eyes widening in surprise, Suzaku began launching assault after assault on the blonde Uzumaki. He kicked, punched, kneed, elbowed, and even gave the blonde a powerful headbutt. However, none of the attacks did any damage, and Naruto just stood there, looking at Suzaku with an impassive expression. "Are you done?" asked Naruto, his face blank as he looked at the shocked demon in front of him. "Because if so, then it's my turn." Before Suzaku knew what he was sent flying backwards with a jaw-shattering punch to the face. As his body flew parallel to the ground, Naruto appeared behind him and waited for just the right second to act. The blonde kicked him in the back of the head, and due to the fact that he had been flying parallel to the ground, Suzaku was sent flying up towards the ceiling. Once again, the blonde demon shinobi appeared in front of the orange-haired demon, standing on the ceiling in a crouched position. His feet were spread apart, and his left fist was cocked back. He began channeling massive amounts of energy into his hand, causing red and black lightning to crackle into existence. "This is the end," Naruto shouted as he threw his fist at Suzaku. The punch connected to the other man's face, and there was a single moment in which time seemed to stand still. It quickly began again as a large explosion of demonic yuki blew out of Naruto's fist. Suzaku didn't even have time to scream in pain as the energy washed over him. Of course, Naruto, being Naruto, ended up overdoing his attack, and the yuki continued on unabated. It crashed through the tower, destroying floor after floor as it plowed towards the ground. When it hit the first story, the entire castle maze shook, right before a large explosion overtook it. Birth of the new Demon King. On the outside, Kyuubi stood where she had first shown Naruto the maze castle, where she watched the entire structure collapse. It was an odd sight. First, the very top of the castle fell in onto the second. This was followed by the second falling onto the third part of the castle, which was followed by the fourth, and so on. The buttresses all fell away as the stone structure broke apart. It was like watching a stack of cards toppling to the ground. As if someone were trying to bring a whole new meaning to the words overkill. As soon as the entire structure had collapsed in on itself, a large explosion overtook the entire debris-ridden castle. Much like a nuclear warhead going off, a large mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke rose into the air, looking very ominous in its dark reddish-black color. When a mushroom cloud of smoke, dust, and falling debris cleared, where Mei's castle once stood was a large, nearly 80-meter-wide crater. "Geez, Naruto-sama," Kyuubi muttered as she looked at the destruction. "Put a little more power into your attacks, why don't you?" "No need to be so sarcastic, Kyuchan," Naruto's voice came from behind her, causing Kyubi to whirl around and clutch her chest. I didn't even feel him sneak up on me, she thought in shock, right before she got angry. Damn it, Naruto-sama, don't sneak up on me like that. Sorry, Naruto said with a smile. He walked over to her, and before the vixen could say anything else, he placed his mouth over hers. Kyubi's eyes slowly fluttered closed as she leaned into the kiss. Her arms slid themselves around the blonde's neck as she pressed her body closer to his, ensuring that there was no space between them. She could feel her body respond to his as he deepened the kiss. It felt like she was on fire. Her nipples were hardened nubs, and she couldn't help but moan when they rubbed against Naruto's chest through the fabric of her kimono. She could feel her sex getting wet, the spot between her legs blazing like a furnace to match her aroused state. In Naruto-sama, Kyubi moaned as Naruto pulled out of the kiss, only to attack her neck. He kissed up and down her swan-like neck before stopping just a little below her right ear when she produced a loud moan. His mouth lashed on her neck more forcefully as he began to suck and bite that area. He would have smirked as he heard Kyubi's cries of pleasure getting louder had he not had his mouth currently occupied. As it was, he settled for bringing the redhead to utter bliss with his ministrations. He took his mouth off only after he was satisfied by the shiny red love bite he had left on her tender and flawless skin. You promised me a kiss after I completed your final test, Naruto whispered in her ear, his voice taking on a husky growl. Kyubi shivered at that tone. The dominating and sexual overtones were almost too much to bear. She knew that it would only take him another push or two before she jumped the blonde right there. That is true. She got out before another moan escaped her throat. This one caused by Naruto cupping and fondling her tight, firm, and shapely rear. But that was only if you impressed me. Oh, Naruto said as he halted his suckling, which had reached her collarbone by now. He played with the neckline of her kimono, which was slightly off kilter from him, moving it aside, so he could continue to work her over. And did I no impress you, Q-chan? No, you did, but we need to go wait until we get dash. Kyubi tried to get out, but when she felt one of Naruto's hands slide into her kimono and begin groping her breast, which was completely open to him as Kyubi disliked wearing a bra. Her mind blanked for an instant as she felt his calloused fingers caressing her bare flesh, making Kyubi shiver at his warm touch. His thumbs ran over her hardened nipples, sending jots of pleasure from her chest and even to her nether regions. Get? Asked Naruto as he continued exploring Kyubi's body, relishing in the feel of her perfectly round breasts. Get where, Kyubi-chan? Get to your new mansion now, shouted Kyubi, surprising the blonde. He only had enough time to blink before the vixen grabbed him, and they both disappeared in a flash of fire. Birth of the new Demon King. The next morning, the pair woke up feeling content and sated from their activities the other night. They both decided to have breakfast in bed, as Naruto created several clones to cook for them. Contrary to popular belief, Naruto could cook and cook well. When he had first gotten his apartment, Sarutobi had actually hired someone to help teach the blonde how to cook, paying them what would amount to a D-rank mission. The only reason Naruto ate ramen was because it was fast, cheap, and tasted good. And when you're charged with extra taxes that triple the amount you need to pay when buying necessities, you don't really think about things like how healthy the food is or how fashionable the clothes you buy are. While his clones were down in the kitchen making food, Naruto was resting his back against the headboard of the bed. Kyubi was laying on her side, snuggled deeply in his chest, and purring contentedly as the blonde demon shinobi ran his hands along her side. So this is where you used to live? Asked Naruto as he looked around the room. Now that his lust was sated and Kyubi was no longer trying to jump him, he took a good look around the stately room. It was rather large, with sweeping Corinthian-style columns running along the walls. On the opposite side of the bed were two doors, one a standard door with a handle, which Naruto assumed led to a bathroom. The other was a sliding door that no doubt led to a closet. Along his right was another sliding door, this one made entirely of what looked like crystal. It led to an outside balcony that overlooked a garden in the backyard and had expensive-looking patio furniture. Yes, Kyubi said as she breathed in assent. She exhaled slowly, enjoying every moment she spent with Naruto. She had never felt this content before. I had this mansion built when I became Raisin-sama's second in command. That was around 500 years ago. Naruto nodded. So, I'm guessing this is your room? No, it's yours, Kyubi said, surprising the blonde. She looked up to see him looking at her with idle curiosity tinged with surprise. She giggled a little before saying, "You are not only my master, Naruto-sama, but my mate as well. Everything I have is yours. This room, this house, even my clan will be at your disposal once you decide to make your presence known to the people of Makai." "You mean when I take my place as the third Demon King?" asked Naruto with a frown. "Yes, though you will want to be careful. After Raisin-sama died, the other two Demon Kings pounced on the chance to control your ancestors' land. They even went so far as to team up just so they could defeat me and my clan. But we have several advantages, don't we?" said Naruto, thinking hard. "I mean, they don't know that Raisin ever had a child because he married a human and she gave birth in a human world. Also, from what you've told me about the Demon Kings, none of them ever got along with each other. And only knowing that should two of the three fight to the death, the last one would jump at the opportunity to kill them both and claim control was really the only thing stopping them from outright war. This means any pact the current two kings made would be null and void as soon as they finish their objective in defeating your clan and those under your clan's control." "Yes, that is correct, Naruto-sama," Kyubi said, seemingly pleased that Naruto had been listening to her lectures enough to figure all of that out. "In fact, we're off even better than that. Not only do they not know about you, but they also don't know I'm still around. Many assumed I died in the final battle, with only the Demon Kings knowing I escaped. However, they believe that I ended up losing my life sometime along the line due to lingering injuries." "Injuries?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. "Hi, I was rather badly injured in that battle," Kyubi said. "In a one-on-one fight, I can hold my own against any one of the Demon Kings, with the sole exception of Raisin-sama. However, in a two-on-one fight, I stand no chance. Only Raisin ever had the power to beat two Demon Kings at once. In any event, not only do they not know of our existence, but they themselves are at war with each other." There was a large grin that threatened to split Kyubi's face as she said this. It seems that, after they won and claimed Raisin-sama's territory as their own, the two ended up arguing over who would get what. They are currently having periodic on and off warfare with each other. Which means unless rumor of our existence reaches them, they won't do anything, Naruto concluded. "Exactly." Naruto nodded as the door to their room opened, and several clones came in with two large trays of food. The blonde grinned at seeing the three large stacks of pancakes on his plate, with a side of bacon and some kind of juice, though he couldn't tell what it was. "All right, I am starving." Kyubi watched in amusement as Naruto began scarfing down his food. She grabbed her fork and knife and daintily cut off a piece from one of own pancakes and placed it in her mouth. The pair were silent as they ate. Naruto finished first, having more or less shoved the food down his throat in an effort to satiate his ravenous hunger. When he finished, the blonde sighed and leaned back while placed his arms behind his head. Kyubi finished a few moments later, and when she did, Naruto decided to ask her the question that had been on his mind. "Hey, Kyuchan, I was wondering, you've mentioned how you're powerful enough to stand on equal grounds with the two Demon Kings. So how powerful are you? And how powerful is that in comparison with other demons?" Kyubi set down her utensils and scooted back so she could snuggle with Naruto. "I never did go into demonic power levels very much, did I?" she asked rhetorically. "Well, to start, I'll go into an overview of the different power levels and classes that demons have. The first class amongst demons is E-class, the weakest class of all. Demons of this strength aren't strong or smart, but they are very violent. However, their strength is just above that of a Genin-level shinobi. D-class is the second to lowest class. Like E-class demons, with a few notable exceptions, they are not very intelligent or exceptionally powerful, but their strength and endurance is superhuman compared to an average shinobi. In fact, these would be around the level of an experienced Chūnin. However, compared to most demons, they are very weak. The third class are C-class demons. This is about average strength for most demons. They're stronger than the E's and D's, but their power pales in comparison to the stronger classes. These demons are very common and are relatively abundant in the demon world. That's the same level of those Saint Beast guys I defeated, right? Asked Naruto. With the exception of Suzaku, who was B-class. Yes, QB said with a nod. Now the next class are the B-class demons. This class is where the strength level skyrockets and is the beginning of the upper class demon strength, where the difference between two classes is absolutely enormous. B classes are far more powerful than C classes, but they still can't compete with the higher classes. However, they are more than enough for a human. In fact, a B-class demon has equal strength to your village's Kages. So every B-class demon is on par with an S-ranked shinobi? Asked Naruto. Yes. Naruto frowned. How come we haven't had any threats from these demons then? If they were that powerful, I would assume they would love to come into the human world to wreak havoc. They would, QB admitted, but they don't because of us demon lords. While I lived in Makai for most of my life, the other 8 lords preferred the human world. The other demon lords are very territorial and would kill all demons that they felt enter their domain on sight. Though most of us are sealed now, I suspect that when the demons in Makai learn of this, the human world will have an influx of demons entering it. Anyways, the second to highest class are the A-class demons. These demons are exceptionally powerful, more than capable of destroying a human settlement or killing 100 S-rank shinobi without receiving even a scratch. However, compared to the power of an S-class demon, they are very weak. So weak in fact that they're used as mere foot soldiers of the 3 kings. S-classes are the highest class. They're the pinnacle of power in the demon world. They are so strong that even a low S-class strength can completely devastate a large area. In demon world, they are rare, with only about 20 ever known. It is extremely rare for even an A-class achieve this level, while a strong A-class was noted to start to get close, and that would achieve upper S-class in less than 2 years. A single S-class is strong enough to defeat a horde of 500 upper A-classes by themselves with relatively little effort. Now, the demon lords are between lower A and upper S-class in strength. Ichibi and Nanibi are both lower A-class. Sanbai and Yanbi are middle A, while Gobi is upper A-class. Rokubi and Nanabai are lower S-class, and Hachibi is middle S-class. I myself am upper S-class. So then you're on par with Raisin Ajisen, right? Asked Naruto. I mean, he was upper S as well, wasn't he? Kyubi shook her head. No. In his prime, Raisin-sama was on an entirely different level than anyone else. In fact, while it was never made official, Raisin-sama was so powerful that many demons gave him the classification of SS class, simply because he was so powerful. His power was so great that he could easily kill 4 or 5 upper S-class demons with relative ease. If you want another example of his strength, we can use power levels. I myself hold a power level of 1,560,000, which is slightly above average power for an upper S-class demon. In his prime, Raisin-sama had a power level of 4,056,000. It was said that he was so powerful that if he wanted, he could have destroyed the world 7 times over. Naruto took in this information with a nod, not letting on how surprised he was to know that Raisin was so powerful. He had of course realized that Raisin was strong. He would have to be to have Kyubi respect the man so much. But to think that he was that strong was just unbelievable. What would I be? Right now your power is about 1,600,000, Kyubi answered. Much of that is sealed off, however, due to you not being able to control your power. At those words, Naruto looked down to see the metal band on his left forearm. It was very beautiful, with an intricate design of the same patterns that made up Raisin's eye tattoo. However, the design itself was used to hide a very powerful set of demonic runes that bound Naruto's power down to a more manageable level. Right now, QB continued, and the blonde turned his gaze from the wristband to her. With your power sealed, you only have the strength of an A-class demon, about 450,000. Eventually, we will be able to slowly release your power back to you as you gain better and better control over it. Raisin-sama claimed that you had the power to surpass him. Do you think I can? Asked Naruto. You definitely have an advantage over him, QB stated. Naruto looked at her in confusion. which the redhead noticed and decided to further explain. What I mean is, Raisin-sama needed to eat humans to keep his strength. When he fell in love and promised to never eat another human, he began losing that strength and withering away. When he died, his strength was only around 1,332,000. She paused for a moment before smiling. You, on the other hand, are 1/3 human, and thus do not require feasting on humans for sustenance. That means you won't need to eat humans to keep your strength up or gain anymore. Naruto nodded. It was a roundabout way of answering his question, but he got the gist of what she was saying. Since he didn't have to eat humans like most demons did to keep their strength, he didn't have their limitations. All he required to get more powerful was to train and fight. What about you? Asked Naruto, as he suddenly realized something. Do you have to eat humans? No, Kyubi replied with a shake of her head. I'm not like most demons. Aside from the fact that I am a kitsune, I am also one of 9 lords that receive their power from an outside source. Outside source? You mean when you became the Kyubi, right? Kyubi nodded. Yes, myself and 8 other lower-class demons that had been in the human world at the time were all struck by that power. I gained the most, and therefore was the one who became the Kyubi. Because we were lower-level demons when we received our power, we didn't need to feast on humans to keep it. Our Yuki sustains us indefinitely, though we can eat regular food if we want. Naruto nodded at her answer as a clone came up and took their trays away. He chuckled a bit when he heard it grumble about lazy blonde bastards and lucky-ass originals. It was always amusing to hear his clones complain. Because Kage Bunshins were a literal copy of the original, they had the same independent thought and emotional range as the person who created them, which was why all Naruto's clones hated his guts when he was with Kyubi. So what are we going to do now that my training is more or less complete? Asked Naruto. We only have 2 days before the 1-month training period before the Chūnin exams are up, Kyubi answered. So we'll be heading back to the human world soon. Tomorrow, I think. That way we can make plans for some more training. More training? Asked Naruto. I thought we were more or less done training. To gain any more power now, all I really need to do is battle. Unless, of course, we're talking about elemental training. No elemental training yet, Kyubi replied, making Naruto pout. I suppose training isn't quite the word I should use. Tell me, what do you know about summoning contracts? Not much, Naruto admitted with a sheepish look. I know that it's a contract between you and a clan of animals, and that depending on the contract you sign will depend on the type of animal you can summon. But other than that, he trailed off at the end. Kyubi nodded, having already expected as much. You seem to understand the basics. By signing a summoning contract in your blood, you will be able to summon a clan of animals via sacrificing a little of your blood and doing the required hand seals. What humans don't know is that the summoning clans are not animals, but demons. They are lesser-known demons known as dire beasts and vary in power, with boss summons being high C to low B class, and others being C and below. The redhead watched as Naruto nodded and took in the knowledge for later use. She smiled as she thought of the bomb she was just about to drop on him. I was thinking about these contracts and decided that none of the current contract available would suit you. Therefore, I plan on making one for the Kitsune clan. Naruto blinked several times as he digested what she had just told him. The ramifications of having the Kitsune clan as his personal summons were huge, not just in the demon world, but the human one as well. Due to how Kyubi was perceived by people in the elemental nations, she didn't have a very good reputation. This stigma extended to all Kitsune, even normal non-demon foxes. He could only imagine the amount shit he would get for being capable of summoning Kitsune from the people of Konoha. Not that this issue particularly mattered to him, but he didn't want to be forced to kill every fool who decided to insult him. No, his main thoughts were on the making of the contract himself. From what he knew, the summoning contracts had been created around the time of the Rikudo Sannin. They were supposed to be incredibly complex pieces of Fuinjutsu. Naruto doubted that even Yondaime could recreate a summoning contract. Do you even know how to make a contract? Asked Naruto. No, Kyubi admitted, scratching the back of her head. If Naruto hadn't been laying down, he would have face-faulted. As it was, he merely sweat-dropped. Then how do you plan on making a contract? There are contracts in existence, Kyubi said with a shrug. We'll just study one and use it as our base. You know Fuinjutsu, correct? Not on that level, Naruto said. I've studied, and I'm decent at making seals. But I'm only beginning to enter the intermediate level of Fuinjutsu study. I don't even think the Yondaime Hokage could create a summoning contract from scratch, and he was the premier Fuinjutsu master of the world. Yes, but he didn't have me, now, did he? Asked Kyuubi with a grin. I may not know Fuinjutsu, but I have perfect memory. I only need one glance at a contract, and I can recreate it. The only problem will be modifying the contract for Kitsune. That's where you come in. We'll just rearrange the Fuinjutsu until we get what we want. I suppose that could work, Naruto said pensively. It would take a bit of work on our part, but with a little luck and a whole lot of skill, we could conceivably make a contract for your clan. He sighed as he realized something. I'm going to have to study summoning contracts more closely so I know what's needed outside of just the contract itself. Which is why we're going to deal with that after the Chūnin exams, Kyuubi said before grinning at him seductively. She swung a leg over Naruto and was soon straddling his waist. Her hands went to his languid sword and began to pump it until it hardened and reached full mast. Now, I'm done talking about training and summoning, Kyuubi said with a purr. Make me feel good. Naruto found a grin make its way onto his face as he guided Kyuubi to his entrance. Summoning, training, and the Chūnin exams could wait. Right now, he had a horny vixen to please. Chapter 7. Kickstart Your Mind. Tsuchikin had never felt so much pain before in her life. It had all started after her failure in the preliminary portion of the Chūnin exams, when she had faced off and lost to one Nara Shikamaru. She had known right then that she was done for as long as she stayed with Otogekiure. Orochimaru did not take failure lightly and punished those who did. She could clearly remember several instances where members of Otogekiure's ninja force had failed or displeased their leader. Those that weren't outright killed were used in the Hibi Sannin's vile experiments. She, along with everyone else, greatly feared failing, knowing that was what awaited them. When Kin had failed, the first thing she had done was try to escape Konoha before anyone was aware of her leaving. She had failed and was caught by one Yakushi Kabuto, who she learned was secretly working for Orochimaru as his top spy. She remembered how he had chided her, telling her how unbecoming it was that she would try to escape her, just punishment for failing Orochimaru-sama. He had captured her before she could even make an attempt at escaping. As the first stage of her punishment for her failure, Kin had been given to the Jonin of Otogekiure as their plaything. Because Oto was not only a new village, but also one made largely from missing nin, their Jonin population was small. All totaled, there were only about 50 Jonin, with around 40 of them being male. However, 40 Jonin using her in any way they wished was more than enough to cause Kin to suffer untold amounts of pain, agony, and humiliation. When they first started playing with her, she had tried to resist, putting up as much of a struggle as she could. But she was only a Jinin, and not even that strong of one. Her sensei had never taught her much beyond the basics of Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, and her abilities in hand-to-hand were subpar, as it was not her specialty. Kin knew why he didn't teach her much now. It hadn't been difficult to figure out after her failure. She and her teammates had been nothing more than fodder, pawns to be used and disposed of when Orochimaru no longer needed them. Their original purpose, Kabuto had told her, was to be killed by Uchiha Sasuke to test how powerful his cursed seal state was. Since she had survived and not passed the prelims, Orochimaru had decided she was no longer needed. She couldn't tell how many times the Jonin of her village had raped her, using every hole she possessed to please themselves. During the first few hours, she could remember how painful it was. Despite being a kunoichi for a village like Odo, she had managed to retain her virginity, which was a surprising feat as most of the older ninja were all missing ninja and had no scruples towards raping their fellow comrades in order to please themselves. Many of the older kunoichi had already been raped, and a few had even been killed attempting to escape. That was the main reason most of Otogekiure was made up of males, and only the really strong females, with a few exceptions, survived the trials by being a shinobi for the village. Because that, and the brutality with which her virginity was taken, she had been in a constant state of pain for hours. That pain had not dulled since her punishment began. However, in order to deal with horrible acts being committed upon her, Kin's mind had forced itself to shut down. She was still semi-aware of her surroundings, could still see, smell, hear, and taste. But her mind was not really registering any of what her senses were telling her. She was, for all intents and purposes, a vegetable. Above her, two Jonin had just finished gang raping her, one having abused her vagina and the other had used her mouth. As they pulled up their pants, one of them looked at the more or less comatose kin and sighed. Man, it's such a shame that we've got to rid of such a fine piece of meat. She's pretty much used up anyways, the other said. Look at her. She's practically a zombie now. They're no fun if I can't listen to them scream. Besides, orders are orders, and Orochimaru needs her for his jutsu that he's going to use. Yeah, I know. He's got this big bad jutsu that requires a living sacrifice and is going to use it to help raise Konoha to the ground. The first one said, I wish I knew what jutsu he was going to use. It sounds powerful. Not like you could use it even if you knew, the other Jonin said with a roll of his eyes. Let's just get her in a coffin. By now the other two have to be in theirs. I'd say we lucked out when we were the ones ordered to put her in the coffin. At least we got one last good fuck out of her. Whatever, the other ninja said with a grunt. Kin heard and saw everything. Even if her mind could not process what she was seeing or hearing. However, just as the man was about to lift her up and set her into the coffin she was next to, something happened, which made her mind start. Blood splashed against her face and body from the man who had been about to grab her by the ankles. Said ninja was gaping at a hand that could be seen sticking through his chest, clutching his slowly beating heart. With a simple squeeze, the heart was crushed, and the man's eyes dimmed before the hand pulled itself out and the Jonin fell to the ground. The last thing Kin saw before darkness claimed her was a head of bright golden hair and two cerulean blue eyes. Birth of the new Demon King. An hour earlier. You sure you don't want to come? Asked Naruto as he looked at Kyuubi, who had just finished the ritual to open the portal to the human world. They had decided at the last moment that Naruto would go on ahead to the human world, while Kyuubi would stay in Makai for a few more days, getting in contact with the Kitsune clan so they could know of his existence and Kyuubi's safety, and begin rebuilding their clan. She had told him that she would find him again in about a week's time, something that Naruto didn't really like as he had begun to cherish his time with the vixen, especially the sex. You and I both know I can't come with you yet, Kyuubi said patiently. Truth be told, she didn't really want him to leave her either. Even though they had been rutting like Kitsune in heat all day yesterday, she still didn't feel it was enough to truly satisfy her. Again, the sex was just that good. I don't know, Naruto said with a smirk. You came plenty of times with me yesterday. Kyuubi laughed in a sarcastic manner. Your juvenile form of comedy is duly noted. Now, you need to leave, or you may end up being late for the Chūnin exams. Right, and the last thing you want to have to do is pull a Kakashi, Naruto said with a sigh. Somewhere outside of Konoha, said one-eyed Cyclops, sneezed loudly. He wiped his masked nose for a moment, hoping the person talking about him was Jiraiya, talking about making him a character in the man's new book. He shrugged a moment later before getting back to teaching Sasuke. At least you have a better excuse than he does, Kyuubi replied with a grin. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I could just imagine how everyone would react when I said sorry I'm late. I spent so much time fucking my super hot mate that I forgot the time. That would go over real well. Most people probably wouldn't even believe me. Maybe if you still looked like a chibi, Kyuubi retorted. With your new looks, I dare say any woman worth her weight would jump you in less than a second. Maybe, Naruto said. He was silent a moment later. Kyuubi watched his eyes gain a thoughtful look, tilting her head in curiosity as he turned his head and gazed at her with an unreadable expression. Her curiosity turned into surprise, and she let out a small yelp as Naruto grabbed her by the hips and pulled her into a kiss. It wasn't the steamy, hot, smoldering kisses they had shared the past few days. This one was soft, tender, and seemed to carry enough emotions that Kyuubi felt her toes curl and her knees grow weak. When the kiss ended, Naruto hugged her tightly. You know, I never in a million years thought I would say this, but I'm really going to miss you. Kyuubi sighed as she nuzzled herself into the blonde's muscular torso and felt the natural warmth the blonde's body exuded encompass her. Having spent somewhere close to a month with the demon shinobi, she could honestly claim that he was an even better demon, than even Raisin Sama had been. He was kind, compassionate, understanding, and caring to people he liked. That he counted her as one of those people and didn't blame her for the death of his parents spoke very highly at how forgiving his nature was. But she knew he could be cold and ruthless as well, just as, if not more ruthless than even Raisin-sama had been before he had fallen in love. She hadn't seen much of it, but she did remember a few instances where he had been annoyed by the demons he had been killing. She clearly remembered one incident where she and Naruto had gotten into some seriously heavy petting, and they would have likely had sex right there on the plains of Makai, were it not for several demons that had shown up in their midst. Naruto had been rather furious at the interruption. The fact that he had a pitch tent the size of Konoha and no way to fix it, as the moment had been ruined, had probably contributed to his rage. He had not just destroyed the demons that attacked, but had captured them and tortured them to near insanity, or as insane as a mindless demon could get. If Naruto would do that to someone who annoyed him for interrupting his playtime with her, what would he do when someone seriously pissed him off? The thought sent pleasurable chills up Kyuubi's spine. "I'll miss you too, Naruto-sama," Kyuubi said. "But it will only be for a week, then we'll be together again." She broke off the hug and took a few steps back, grinning at him. "Perhaps when I get back, we can have some good old-fashioned hello sex." Naruto shook his head in amusement. "I didn't know there were different kinds of sex." "Oh, there's all kinds," Kyuubi said as she began ticking off different types of sex off her fingers. "There's hello sex, goodbye sex, makeup sex, angry sex, loving sex, kinky sex, and dash." All right, I get it," Naruto said, placing his hands up in a gesture of defeat. "Now, could you please stop mentioning sex, or else I'm going to fuck you right here." "I don't know if we have enough time for goodbye sex, Naruto-sama," Kyuubi said in a voice that was too innocent to be real. The rather seductive look on her face didn't help fix that. "I mean, you take a rather long time to get off, what with your demonic stamina and all. If we had sex now, you would miss the entire final portion of the Chūnin exams." "I'm guessing this my cue to leave," Naruto mumbled with a light glare. "You just be ready, because when we see each other again, I'm going to put our stamina to the test." "Yes, Naruto-sama," Kyuubi replied happily as Naruto turned around and walked towards the portal leading to the human world. As Naruto stepped through the portal, the odd sensation of wading through jelly came to him. It wasn't as disorient as it was last time since he expected it, and the blonde came out on the other side without a problem. Naruto looked around and noted with some satisfaction that he was in the same clearing he and Kyuubi had been at when they first entered Makai. Kyuubi was definitely precise when it came to creating portals to open where she wanted. He took a moment to make 2 Kage Bunshin and ordered them to destroy the seals for the portal as Kyuubi had instructed. While they were decently hidden by the illusion his vixen had cast, she didn't like leaving things to chance and had only left the seals there because she couldn't create a Kage Bunshin, and Naruto didn't know the proper method of destroying the seals back then and was more than likely to blow up the forest. Now that he did know how the seals were made and the method for destroying them, he would get rid of these ones and make a portal in his apartment. That way they could enter Makai without anyone stumbling upon the scene by accident. Once done, Naruto took the trees as he began his trek back to Konoha. It would only take an hour or two to get back, despite how far he was thanks to his newfound speed. As he was nearing Konoha, however, Naruto saw something that he didn't remember seeing last time and was very much out of place in the forest. A small man-made bunker that was dark brown in color and looked as if it had been created by a Doton Jutsu had been built just a few meters from the clearing he had re-entered Makai from, which in his mind just lent credence to Kyuubi's desire to get rid of the seals. There were several ninja walking around the perimeter, and all of them were wearing the Otoge-Cure headband. What are Oto ninja doing in Konoha territory? Wondered Naruto as he used his skills and stealth to sneak closer to the base. The bunker was circular and rather small, around 30 feet in diameter all told. There were 6 guards surrounding the bunker, with one in the back, left and right, one walking around a little further out, and finally, 2 standing at the entrance. Naruto realized rather quickly that something was definitely wrong. While he had never paid much attention to Irika's lectures, there were some bits and pieces of information that managed to penetrate his back then thick skull. One of those nuggets of knowledge was that it was illegal for any foreign shinobi presence to be in Konoha territory without permission from Konoha. And while Naruto knew that most ninja villages likely disregarded that rule in order to gain information on Konoha's defenses, they were also supposed to be stealthy about it. Creating a bunker in Konoha territory had all the stealth of Kyuubi if she were to waltz into Konoha in her demon form. Wanting to know what these Odo ninja were doing in Konoha territory, as well as feeling particularly bloodthirsty today, he decided to go and get his answers. The first ninja he came up to was the one walking around the perimeter. Naruto had waited until the ninja had been hidden from sight of the others behind some foliage, then placed his hands on the ninja's head and mouth and snapped the man's neck. He quickly memorized the dead ninja features before hinging into him. He created a clone with orders to take the body somewhere far away and destroy, before he began the rounds that the Odo ninja had been using. During his rounds, Naruto would create several clones each time he was hidden from view and ordered them to go underground and move until they were behind the ninja guarding the structure. Seemingly on an unspoken signal, the 5 clones rose up from the ground and killed the 5 enemy ninja by either stabbing them in the heart or throat with their now clawed hands, snapping their neck as the original had done, and one particularly creative clone had ripped the man's head off with the Odo ninja's spinal cord being taken with it. Naruto had actually taken a moment to note that clone's technique and decided the way he had killed his enemy had been awesome and Naruto would need to try it as well. As the clones dispelled, Naruto went up to the door and pressed his ear against it to see if anyone was in there. What he got was a surprisingly informative conversation. Man, it's such a shame that we've got to rid of such a fine piece of meat. She's pretty much used up anyways. Look at her. She's practically a zombie now. They're no fun if I can't listen to them scream. Besides, orders are orders, and Orochimaru-sama needs her for his jutsu that he's going to use. Yeah, I know. He's got this big bad jutsu that requires a living sacrifice and is going to use it to help raise Konoha to the ground. I wish I knew what jutsu he was going to use. It sounds powerful. Not like you could use it even if you knew. Let's just get her in the coffin. By now the other 2 have to be in theirs. I'd say we lucked out when we were the ones ordered to put her in the coffin. At least we got one last good fuck out of her. Whatever. From the sounds of what he had heard, the 2 in the room had been raping someone who was going to be used as a sacrifice for some jutsu Orochimaru was going to do. And said jutsu was also supposed to help him destroy Konoha. That mere fact alone was more than enough to help Naruto make a decision on what to do. Hearing that the 2 men had been raping whoever was in there with him was just the icing on their proverbial shit cake. Naruto blew the door 2 pieces with a well-laced, Yuki-enhanced punch. Before either of the 2 Chūnin inside knew what was going on, one of them was knocked out with a kick to the head, and another was killed when Naruto rammed a hand through his back and ripped his heart out through his chest, then crushed the slowly beating organ. Naruto pulled his hand out of the now dead shinobi and turned to the other occupant in the room. He recognized her as one of the Odo competitors for the Chūnin exams, though she looked like she had seen better days. Aside from the lifeless stare, Kin's entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. What part he could see that wasn't covered in semen at least? The blonde's fist clenched a bit at seeing the state of the girl. Weren't these men her comrades? People who were supposed to protect her? While it was true there was no real honor among ninja, there were certain codes that most ninja abide by. Protecting and helping your comrades was one of them. Or so Naruto assumed. The thought that someone would do something like rape a member of their own village was enough to make him feel that the people he just killed got off far too lightly. However, he reined in his desire to pull the Odo ninja back from the dead using the ghetto, outer path, just so he could torture them some more. Instead, he went over to Kin and used the only water jutsu he knew, one that Kyuubi had taught to him as a reward for getting so far in her training, to wash off the semen. He had to power it down greatly since the jutsu, which was more of a water manipulation as it didn't require hand signs, was designed to kill opponents by drilling them with a powerful drill made of water. For this, he blunted the edge and used less than January 8th the amount of chakra he normally would. When he had finished cleaning her off, he unsealed one of his extra cloaks, a nondescript travel cloak in a light beige color. He quickly wrapped the girl in it and created a clone. Get her to the nearest hospital you can. Before he had run afoul of this place, he had passed a village, and that meant they likely had a hospital. When you get her there, I want you to stay with her until I return. If she wakes up before then, let her know what is going on. Got it. He knew that his clone already knew what it wanted, but for some reason felt about giving it an order. "Hi, Oyabun boss," the Kage Bunshin replied before scooping Kin into his arms and taking off. Naruto watched the clone leave before going over to the unconscious Jonin. After tying him up with some rope Naruto found lying around, the blonde demon shinobi woke him up with a kick. The man's eyes snapped open with a start, and he let out a yelp as Naruto kicked him in the ribs a second time. The man looked around for a moment before they found Naruto, and then he felt like soiling himself. The blonde had released some of his yuki, enough to change his basic form into something fierce. His hands were now clawed, and his fangs had lengthened. There was a dark red and black aura surrounding Naruto as his yuki came out of him in waves. But the very worst thing, were the eyes. A silver ripple-like pattern over the eyes, with a cerulean blue pupil and sclera. Before anything else could happen, Naruto placed his hand on the shinobi's head, making the man freeze on contact, unable to move and scarcely able to breathe. "Now," Naruto said in a voice that actually did make the man soil himself, "you will tell me everything you know about Orochimaru and his plan to destroy Konoha." Birth of the New Demon King. Sakuchi Akira was a well-respected jonin in Orochimaru's ninja forces. He had been a respectable B-rank missing nin before joining Otoge-cure, and while he was not as high up as some, he was higher than most. His power and ability had been recognized by Orochimaru after he had successfully managed to accomplish every mission the man had given to him. That was why he had been one of the ninja selected to help lead the forces that were hidden amongst the civilians at the Chūnin exam stadium. It was his job to help lead Otoge-cure's ninja in an attack on the Konoha Jonin and Chūnin who were able to break out of the Genjutsu Kabuto would cast. Only Akira would never be able to accomplish his goal. The man was intercepted on his way to the stadium and had all of the information forcibly pried from his mind. After that, his soul was ripped from his body before being sent straight to hell. His body would be burnt and a Kage Bunshin would take his place. No one would ever know what happened to Sakuchi Akira but one person. Birth of the New Demon King. It was a bright day in the Konohagakure no Sado. The sun's rays were falling upon the village, creating bright streams of light through the many trees that the village was named after. Children could be seen playing within the streets, and teenagers and adults of all ages and genders were shopping for goods, while birds could be heard singing from above them. The sounds of cheering people could be heard all over the Hidden Leaf Village as shinobi, civilian, nobles, and commoners alike had all gathered to witness the Chūnin exam finals. As he looked over the village from his seat in the Kage booth, Sarutobi Hijirin couldn't help but be pleased with the turnout. In one section of the stand sat the members of the newly dubbed Konoha 12, which consisted of the members of the newly famed Rookie 9 along with the members of Team Guy who hadn't made it to the finals. The name was given to them because of all of the genin of Konoha who had been placed in the Chūnin exams, all 27 teams. It was the 4 rookie teams that passed the second stage and made it to the preliminary rounds. Sitting with them were the Jonin senseis of the teams, -1, each of them looking down at the students who had made it past the prelims in pride. On the arena floor, 8 figures could be seen, standing in a line facing the Kage booth. 7 of those figures were the genin who were about to compete in their matches: Aburame Shino, Hyuga-Niji, Narashikamaru, Uchiha Sasuke, Sabaka no Gaara, Sabaka no Temari, and Sabaka no Kankuro, with the last member being the Jonin proctoring this match. The proctor, Shinui Ginma, had dark brown hair reaching to his neck and brown eyes. He was wearing his forehead protector like a bandana, and the standard Jonin outfit of dark blue pants and a long-sleeved blue shirt with his Jonin flak jacket over it. Sarutobi frowned as he saw that they were missing 3 ninja, Kinyuta Dosu, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. He knew that Dosu was dead, his corpse having been found by his ANBU just last night, and Uchiha Sasuke was with Kakashi, so it was a given that he would either make it at the last minute or turn up late. However, that Naruto was not standing down, there was worrying. He knew the blonde would never miss a chance like this. Sarutobi couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to him. "Sir, there is still no sign of Uchiha Sasuke, but we have a few squads searching for him," said a Jounin before he leaned over to whisper into his Kage's ear. "Sir, Do you think it's possible Orochimaru may have already gotten to the boy? Questioned a man. The Sandaime didn't let his subordinate know what he was thinking. With several decades of ninja experience, he had learned the art of keeping his face emotionless. However, the thought that Orochimaru may already have gotten his hands on Sasuke was worrying. The boy had been with Kakashi, and while Sarutobi planned on having words with how the man had taken up favoritism with his squad, the Sharingan-toting Jonin was still one of his best shinobi. Before he could reply to the Jonin's words, however, he caught sight of a pair of white and blue robes out of the corner of his eye. Upon seeing them, he turned to greet the arriving Kazekage. "Kazekadano, you must be tired from the long journey," he greeted cordially. "Not at all," the man replied in his calm manner as he sat down. "Though it's a good thing the exams were held here this time. While you were still young, the trip may have been too much for you, Hokage-sama. Perhaps it's time you choose a fifth." Sarutobi gave a hearty laugh and waved the man's comments off. "Please don't treat me like an old man. The fire in me still burns as strongly as it did 20 years ago. I've still got a few more years left before needing to find a successor." "It seems we have two missing," said the Kazekage upon taking his seat, eyes roving over to the field. "Yes, it seems as if young Sasuke and Naruto have not shown up. As things stand, I may have to disqualify them. However, they both have until the exams start to present themselves, so we will wait and see," said Sarutobi. As if summoned by his words, a very familiar voice spoke up behind him. "You know, it's impolite to speak about someone who's right here." Everyone, from the Jonin guards to the two Kages, jumped and spun around in surprise. There standing before them was none other than Naruto, and he had changed his look. It was only slightly different from the battle outfit he had been wearing in Makai. He had discarded his vest, making his extremely defined and muscular torso visible for all to see. But he still had his haori, shin and forearm guards, boots, skin-tight black pants, and fingerless gloves. He had also added a pair of sleek-looking sunglasses to his attire. This was so he didn't have to continuously use chakra to keep up the illusion over his eyes to hide his Rinnegan. He was also wearing the katana and wakizashi that had been on the mantle in his and Kyuubi's mansion. They were both sheathed on the left side of his waist, with only the handles being seen as they were hidden within his haori. The Jonin guards all pulled out their kunai and took up a stance around the two Kages, mainly because no one except a few ninja knew of the changes Naruto had gone through, and so didn't recognize him. Sarutobi, however, did, even if he was surprised by the blonde's newest growth spurt, and waved his guards down. The Jonin looked unsure, but did as told, and a few moments later the Kazekage did the same. "Naruto-kun, my boy, you surprised me," Sarutobi said with a smile. He had a blonde's new to him look. "I like the new outfit." Meanwhile, the Kazekage was staring at Naruto with a frown hidden behind his mask. "Thanks, Ajisen," Naruto said with a grin. "I think it's pretty kick-ass too. Now, not that I'm not pleased to see you, but shouldn't you be down in the arena?" Naruto had a rather large grin on his face as he spoke. "Yeah, but I just wanted to see you first and to tell you to put all your money on me since I plan on winning this thing." "Oh," Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. "Yep, so put some money on me to win the tournament. I guarantee you won't go wrong." Naruto walked over to and past the aging Hokage, his hand just barely ruffling the man's Kage robes. He went over to the edge, where people soon began to notice him and point. Turning, he gave the old man one last grin. "I would ask you to wish me luck, but I won't need it to win this." With those words, Naruto spun around and jumped off the Kage booth. Sarutobi shook his head and chuckled at Naruto's showboating, though he had a feeling the boy may actually be able to do just what he said and win the tournament. His instincts were screaming at him that the young blonde had gotten much stronger, and considering the fact that he looked even older and more powerful than he had a month ago, it was a safe assumption to make. His left hand went into his robes and pulled out the small note the blonde had stuck in them when he passed. He held it up to his eyes and read, "The man sitting next to you is not the Kazekage, but Orochimaru in disguise. He plans on using the third stage of the Chūnin exams to launch an invasion with the aid of Suna, the sole purpose of it being the destruction of Konoha. He will use the match between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaka no Gaara as the starting point of his invasion, where he will have his right-hand man Yakushi Kabuto, cast a Jinjutsu over the entire stadium. There are over 50 Odo and Suna ninja hidden amongst the arena population, and they have several thousand men outside of the village walls. Orochimaru also plans on using a summoning circle, which is hidden in Konoha's forest to summon one of his snakes. Gaara will be the hammer that he uses to crush Konoha. He is a Jinchuriki for the Ichibi no Shikaku and can apparently go full demon mode. My suggestion is to pretend nothing is wrong. When Uchiha Sasuke is late, and considering who his sensei is, we both know he will be, disqualify him. They'll disrupt their plans long enough for you to somehow get a message to your forces to let them know what is going on and prepare. Other than that, and possibly evacuating the civilians to the shelters hidden in the Hokage faces, don't do anything. Also, the true Kazekage is dead, killed by Orochimaru. I will find a way to inform Suna so they ally with us instead. And don't worry about Gaara, I'll handle him. Oh, put some money on me to win this thing. It was a credit to the skill and experience Sarutobi had as a ninja and Kage that his face hadn't so much as twitched while reading Naruto's message, though on the inside his mind was going 100 miles a minute. The first thing he wondered was whether or not these words were true. And if so, how would he prove them? The second thing he was curious about was if it was true, then how had Naruto found out about it? After thinking about the letter, Sarutobi realized there was too much coincidences for this not to be true. Orochimaru had shown himself during the preliminaries. Sarutobi knew his former student would never do such a thing without a good reason, and just showing up to mark Uchiha Sasuke would not be a good enough reason for him. No, the destruction of Konoha made much more sense. And even if that wasn't true, it never hurt to be prepared. He used a minor application of fire chakra to burn the message, an act which caught the attention of the Kazekage. What was that letter, Hokage-sama? Oh, just Naruto-kun telling me how much I should put on him to win, Sarutobi said lightly. He seems rather confident, the Kazekage replied. However, I doubt he could defeat Gaara, or even your own Uchiha Sasuke in battle. Furuta said, eyeing the man out of the corner of his eyes. Perhaps, but Naruto-kun has always been full of surprises. Now then, I believe it is time for me to begin the Chūnin exams. Birth of the New Demon King. Naruto, as he jumped off the Kage booth, falling towards the ground face down. At the last second, he flipped himself around, landing in a crouch as the earth under him buckled and cracked. He stood up and walked over to the other Genin with a grin. Most of the Genin were looking at him with a combination of shock and surprise. Well, Kankuro was looking at him in shock and surprise. Shino and Gaara were looking at him with their normal emotionless expressions, though Gaara's was tinged with a mixture of bloodlust and apprehension, an odd combination if there ever was one, and Shino's face was so hidden it was hard to even see his face. Shikamaru looked at him like he was the most troublesome thing in the world, and Naruto knew that was probably exactly what he was thinking too. Neji just had a sneer on his face. The thing that surprised him, and was in truth not so much of a surprise, were the looks he was receiving from the two females. Ino was currently staring at his chest. Her face had a tinge of pink to it, and her mouth was parted. She was also drooling. Naruto had trouble keeping the shiver that threatened to ruin his new badass persona he was trying to create. He knew that Ino was a fangirl. All throughout the academy, she had been just as bad as Sakura in her stalking, fangirlish tendencies when it came to Naruto's male teammate. The last thing he wanted was for her to become his fangirl. She just didn't have the figure he was looking for in a woman. Temari was also looking at him, though she was much more discreet than the other blonde. However, Naruto could still see the light pink hue that ran across her cheeks. It was clear that she took her training more seriously and cared about her professional image, but was not above admiring someone she thought was attractive. Naruto could appreciate her desire to be a kunoichi first and a woman second, at least when it mattered. As Naruto walked towards the group, he decided that since Temari was looking at him, turnabout was fair play. She hadn't changed her outfit since he had last seen her. Temari's blonde hair was still gathered into 4 ponytails. Her outfit still consisted of a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh, she also wore her headband around her neck. It was also hard not to notice the young teenage girl's budding assets, which were visible beneath her clothes. She was a few years older than him, and he could see that she was growing rather well. Her chest was not large, likely around a mid-C cup, but considering she was still young and had yet to get out of puberty, she was rather impressive. Her body was lithe and toned, letting him know that she took care to keep herself in shape. With a narrow waist that tapered off into flared hips and strong-looking, toned thighs, she was a nice combination of strength and feminine beauty. She didn't have QB's perfection, nor the redhead's near overpowering sexuality, which oftentimes drove Naruto insane, in a good way. But there was something to be said about Temari's more simple beauty. It seemed she noticed him admiring her, because she took a moment to look away from his body and meet his eyes. He smirked, letting her know that he knew she was looking at him, causing her to turn away. The action just caused his smirk to widen. "I apologize if I'm a little late," Naruto said to Gunma as he reached speaking distance. "I was outside of Konoha, and it took longer than I expected to get back." "You're not late," Gunma said. "Actually, you're right on time. Get in line so we can start this thing." "Right?" Naruto chuckled. He made it to the line, finding a spot between Shikamaru and Shino. He looked at the two on either side and asked, "You two ready for this?" "Yes, I prepared myself beforehand and feel confident of my chances in getting promoted to Chūnin," Shino replied with his standard monotone voice. Naruto was impressed. That was the most he had ever heard the boy say in a single sentence. Usually Shino preferred giving one-word answers. "This whole thing is too troublesome for me to even think about preparing for," Shikamaru said with a groan. It was clear to everyone that he would rather be watching Clouds than standing there waiting to fight for a chance at getting a promotion, where if he did, he would have even less time to watch Clouds. "Hey, think of it this way," Naruto started. "At least it will keep your mother off your back for a little while longer." "That's true," Shikamaru said. "Damn, troublesome woman." Naruto snickered at his fellow Konoha Genin's muttered last words. He thought about saying something about how the lazy Nara's mom wouldn't appreciate her son saying bad things about her. But before he could open his mouth, Sarutobi began his opening speech. "Thank you for coming. I would like to welcome you all to Konoha's Chūnin selection exams. We will now begin the main tournament between the 9 participants who made it through the preliminaries. All right, you guys, take a look. This is the lineup for the main matches." Shiranui Ginma held up a sheet of paper with the matches shown on it. As you can see, there will be 5 matches for the first round, with the winner of match 4 fighting Yamanaki Ino. "Hey, wait!" exclaimed Ino in a rather loud voice. Naruto winced. While her voice wasn't as loud and nail-on-chalkboard sounding as Sakura's, she was still very loud. "What happened to the guy I was supposed to fight?" "He was disqualified," said Ginma. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the hesitation when he said disqualified. That tone meant Dosu was likely dead. Could Orochimaru have killed him for that Jutsukin was going to be used in? Naruto wondered before shaking his head. No, that would have alerted the Hokage that something was up, and it doesn't seem like his style to be so careless when planning an invasion. Now, then, the same rules from the preliminaries apply here. This basically means there are none. Matches will be fought one-on-one until someone dies, is knocked unconscious, or admits defeat. However, if at any time I deem that a fight is over, I'll step in and end the match. Is that understood? When No spoke, Gama nodded, satisfied. Good. Now will Uzumaki, Naruto, and Hyuga please step forward? All other contestants go to the fighter's booth. Birth of the new Demon King. Whoa, check it out, said a ninja with long, spiky black hair and dark eyes. Hagane Kotetsu was a Chūnin-level shinobi and one of the judges for the Chūnin exams. He was wearing a bandage over his nose and had a light-colored marking on his chin. His outfit consisted of the standard attire of a Konoha shinobi, complete with forehead protector and flak jacket. I didn't get to see the prelims, but it seems the rumors were true. That kid is ripped. I wonder if that's why he always wore those obnoxious jumpsuits. Whatever, built or not, there's no way he can win against the Hyuga kid, said his partner, another Chūnin with brown hair and dark eyes. Kamizuki Izumo had his hair combed down on away so that it was covering his right eye. He was wearing his forehead protector like a bandana, along with the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, which went all the way up to his chin, and a flak jacket. I mean, he was the dead last in his class, and Hyuganiji was last year's Rookie of the Year. Yeah, it's too bad. I kind of like the kid. Just a little below the two Chūnin were Hinata and Kiba, both of whom had heard the Chūnin examiner's words. "Hey, don't listen to them, Hinata-chan," said Kiba in a reassuring tone. "There's no way Naruto could lose. I mean, he kicked my ass like I was a mere academy student." His defeat at the hands of the blonde demon shinobi had shown Kiba that he had been slacking off all this time. During the 1-month period before the preliminaries, Kiba had taken a training with his mother, Inuzuka Tsum, the matriarch of his clan, and his sister, Hana, in their clan techniques. "Why, you're right," Keikiba Hinata stammered. "I need to think positively. And Naruto Keikoin will win." She still wasn't sure about Naruto anymore. That power he had used scared her worse than Gaara. But he had defended her from Neji, so the least she could do was support him. "There ya go. Now let's watch Naruto kick your cousin's ass." Birth of a new Demon King. Man, who would have thought Naruto of all people would be in the final stages of the Chūnin exams? Asuma said as he took a slow drag of a cigarette, blowing out a small ring of smoke a few seconds later. The surprises never cease. Kurenai wrinkled her nose as the smoke wafted over to her. Waving her hands in front of her face to rid herself of the acrid smoke, she said, "It's definitely a surprising development. When you account for how much he changed in such a short time, it makes you wonder what happened in that forest." Ino said Naruto went from being scrawny and loud idiot to a hunky man she could just eat, Asuma said, making quotations marks when he spoke. "It may have something to do with Orochimaru. We all know he got the Uchiha kid with his mark. He might have done something to Naruto as well." Maybe. For some reason, Kurenai didn't think Orochimaru had actually done something to Naruto. At least, he wasn't the one responsible for his changes. No, there was something else going on with the blonde ninja, and she couldn't deny her curiosity about the blonde's new changes. Thankfully, Anko seemed to have taken the same interest in the kid as she had, which meant she wouldn't need to do any snooping as Anko would do it all for her. A good thing, too, it would be unsightly for a Jonin sensei to be gathering intelligence about someone else's student. Even the sensei of said student hadn't actually taught him anything. It was at this moment that Haruno Sakura decided to make her presence known to the two Jonin. Who cares about Naruto Baka? He's just an idiot and a monster. Asuma and Kurenai both looked at the girl in disgust. "How could say such a thing about your own teammate?" questioned Kurenai as she glared at pink-haired girl. "Because it's true," Sakura stated in a tone that said the reason for her words were all too obvious. "Kasen always told me he was a monster in disguise, and the Chūnin exams proved it. Only a monster could do what he did." The scowl on Kurenai's face was even worse than her "I found a pervert, and I'm going to cast the worst jinjutsu I could think of on him" face. That she wasn't leaking killing intent like a sieve was a testament to the impressive amount of control she had over her emotions, when all she wanted to do was beat the stupid Pinkette to a pulp. It was girls like Sakura that gave all Kunoichi a bad name. It was fortunate for Kenrai that someone decided to put the girl in her place before she did. A kunai sailed towards the Pinkette from behind, slicing straight through her cheek and making the girl let out a loud yelp of both surprise and pain. Before she could bring her hand to her now bleeding skin, Anko appeared behind her with another kunai resting against the girl's throat. "You know it's cunt-sucking little bitches like you that give us true kunoichi a bad name," said the purplet as she traced the edge of her kunai along the younger girl's throat, drawing blood. Sakura began shivering as Anko began pouring killing intent at the girl. "I bet if the Uchiha had accomplished even half of what that Gaki did in the prelims, you'd be coming all over the place and proclaiming his greatness. You, girl, are a pathetic waste of flesh and space. And if all you're going to do is insult someone who is better than you, then I suggest you leave." As added incentive, Anko blasted Sakura with nearly half of her killing intent. The Pinkette let out a loud shrink. However, rather than run off like Anko had wanted, the girl fell to the floor and curled up in a fetal position. Anko's sweat dropped. "Dear Cammy, are you seriously that pathetic?" "I think that's enough for now, Anko-chan," Kurenai said, catching her best friend's attention. You may want to rein in your killing intent. You're scaring some of the civilians. Oh hot, he nai-chan, Anko said with a bright smile, completely ignoring her friend's statement. I almost didn't see you there. I was so busy having fun playing with the bitch over here. I can see that. Now why don't you sit down and rein in your killing intent? The exams are about to start. Right. Anko sat down on Kurenai's right. Man, I can't wait for this thing to get started. I got a lot of money on the Gaki to win it all. Not betting on a Hyuga kid or the Uchiha, asked Asuma. Anko snorted. Are you shitting me? Bet on that stuck-up, stick-in-the-ass Hyuga? Or place money on the prissy little Uchiha bitch, who I might add is being trained by I'm never-on-time Kakashi. No thanks. Besides, there's just something about the blonde Gaki that makes me want to bet on him. And with the odds I got, if he wins this, then I'm going to be very rich. Cuckoo. Asuma and Kurenai both sweat dropped as Anko began chuckling in a very evil manner and mumbling about what she would do with her winnings, and how she was going to thank the hunky blonde Gaki when he won. Some of what was said disturbed Kurenai. Asuma just thought it sounded kinky and felt a moment of jealousy towards Naruto. Birth of the new Demon King. As Gunma got close, he spoke. The first matchup of the Chūnin exams finals. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. Are you ready? Neji smirked as he looked at the blonde, who had a rather nonchalant expression on his face. I suggest you give up. You are already fated to lose this match. Naruto picked at his ear as if he hadn't heard the Hyuga prodigy, though he answered a second later. How about I don't, and instead kick your ass from here to Sunday? Gama took these statements to mean they were itching to get started. Hajime. He quickly leapt out of the way as the crowd roared while the matches started. Chapter 8. Bringing your game. A light breeze blew through the arena, kicking up a small cloud of dust that passed between the two opponents who were standing on opposite ends of each other. Naruto had a light smile as his posture was somewhat slouched, and he looked for all the world like he wasn't about to face the kid who was last year's Rookie of the Year. Neji, on the other hand, was sneering. The long-haired Hyuga Genin opened his mouth to speak. He had found out a long time ago that if you insulted people while remaining as cool and collected as possible, it made your opponents angry and unable to think clearly. And because all Hyuga were taught to read other people and keep an impassive face at all times, as mocking was made even more effective. However, before he could even get a word out of his mouth, the Hyuga prodigy found a foot being smashed into his face hard. It felt as if the entire right side of his face had caved in and his jaw had cracked. There was a moment where his head was snapped to the side, right before he was sent flying backwards. So surprising and painful was this hit that he couldn't even flip himself around to land on his feet and ended up eating dirt. Neji skidded back across the ground for several feet, leaving a decent-sized trench in his wake before skidding to a stop. For several seconds, he just laid there, wondering what the hell had hit him. What he hadn't seen and the entire audience had, or to be more accurate, seen but couldn't keep track of, was Naruto. The blonde had noticed Neji had been about to open his mouth and already knew the overrated Hyuga boy had a propensity for flapping those gums of his. So he had decided to act before Neji could say anything, making liberal use of Shundo to appear in front of the long-haired Genin and plant a boot in his face. The speed technique wasn't as effective as it usually was. Naruto figured it was about 4 times slower than his normal Shundo. Not that he hadn't expected something like that. Naruto was not using his Yuki, as that was poisonous to any human that was not a Jinchuriki, and he didn't want to kill the prick, just make him suffer, and even they would have trouble with his Yuki. Instead, he was using his human chakra, which, while much stronger than any Genin and on par with the Kage, was nowhere near as vast as his Yuki. I can't use too many of those, he decided as he checked his chakra stores. That one move had used 1/4 of his reserves. That was the sole reason only high A or S class demons could use Shundo, because it required vast reserves of power that most demons simply didn't have. I'll rely on my normal techniques from now on. Still, I'm rather pleased how this match has started out. Not wanting to lose his advantage, Naruto blurred as he ran towards the just now getting up Neji. The older Genin saw him coming, and if the slow widening of his eyes and the dilation of his pupils were any indication, he was rather surprised by the blonde's speed. Niji was only just able to block the blonde's first attack, a palm thrust to the chest. He used the fluid style of the Hyuga clan, the Jukin, to redirect the attack. At the same time, he poured chakra into Naruto's arm, knowing that even if it wouldn't be as effective since he had yet to get the chance to turn on his Byakugan, it would still hurt the blonde attacking him. However, once more to Niji's shock, it seemed as if Naruto was completely unaffected by the invading chakra. The blonde merely twisted his body and launched a reverse heel kick, one which Niji dodged effectively by moving to the side. As the blonde continued to attack, Niji continued to block. Even without his eyes, he could see the boy's movements, even if just barely. Little did the Hyuga prodigy know that all of Naruto's attacks were merely a distraction. The blonde Uzumaki's true plan came to the front when several hands sprung from the ground and grabbed onto Niji's feet and legs. Said boy looked down in shock. What dash? He didn't have a chance to say any more than that as Naruto grabbed the boy by the head and launched a devastating attack with his knee into the boy's face. The clones disappeared, and once again the Hyuga prodigy was sent flying. Birth of the new Demon King. Up in the stands, everyone was staring in utter shock as Uzumaki Naruto, the dead last of his class, and whom many people thought of as either the loser or the demon, depending on their prejudice against him, beat the kid being hailed as the greatest prodigy to a bloody pulp. Holy shit, Kotetsu said, his voice denoting just how shocked he was if the currently gaping jaw he had didn't. Uzumaki is pounding the Hyuga into the ground. Really? I hadn't noticed, replied Izumo in a dry tone. Though from the way his wide eyes never left the battle, it was clear he was just as surprised as his partner. I think we may have to reevaluate our opinion of the kid. He's nothing like I expected. Kami, he's brutal. Oh man, this is gonna ruin me, Kotetsu whined. I out nearly 1,000 Ryu on the Hyuga to win. That should just teach you not to gamble, said Izumo in a chiding tone. Kotetsu just slumped in his seat. Whatever. Birth of the new Demon King. Every single Hyuga in attendance winced as they watched their prized shinobi receive an earth-shattering punch to the stomach that sent him flying backwards, where he crashed into the wall and left a large crater. Nijioni-san is getting really beaten, said a small little Hyuga girl. Hanabi was the little sister of Hinata. She had dark brown hair with long bangs and white eyes, a common trait shared by all Byakugan users. She was wearing an armless blue V-neck shirt with a mesh blouse underneath and blue shorts. I was told no one could beat a Hyuga in Taijutsu. Isn't our Jukin supposed to be the best? Father. She looked up at her father, Hyuga Hayashi, who was the current clan head of the Hyuga clan. He had long dark brown hair and featureless white eyes like all members of his clan. He was wearing very traditional, loose-fitting robes with a cloak. The man didn't even look at his youngest child as he stared in shock at seeing the son of his brother and the best Hyuga in generations get decimated. Birth of the new Demon King. Can't do much when you can't even activate those white eyes of yours, can you? Taunted Naruto as he launched a barrage of fists Niji, who grimaced as he did his best to block them. Several managed to get through, and each one made Niji feel like he was being hit with a steel bar. Even those that barely touched him hurt worse than anything. Not even Lee could hit as hard as the blonde before him could. Niji was once again launched away when Naruto managed to sneak a foot in between his ribs. The long-haired Hyuga winced as he skidded back, falling to his knees the moment he stopped. Niji managed to lift a hand to wipe off the blood that had accumulated near his mouth, spitting the amount that was in his mouth out as he glared fiercely at the boy in front of him. Everyone knows the Byakugan is the most powerful dojutsu in the world. You're just afraid to face off against me in my full power. Naruto chuckled. Is that your way of trying to trick me into letting me use your eyes? He grinned and cocked his head to the side. Still, I don't want anyone saying I didn't fight you at your best. Very well, I'll let you use those eyes of yours, and I'll even going one step above. Here, catch. Niji blinked as his hand instinctively caught the tiny object that Naruto had thrown at him. What is this? He asked, looking at the small green bean in his hand. It's called a Senza bean, Naruto said. They have amazing regenerative abilities by using your chakra to promote healing. Eating a Senza bean can heal even people who are on the verge of death. They're very rare. In fact, I only know one place that grows them. And it's not in the human world, the blonde said to himself. Senza beans were actually grown in Makai and were a secret of the Kitsune clan. QB had told him that she had created the Senza bean by splicing several different plants and herbs she had found in both Makai and the human world, and only she knew how to make them. How do I know it's not poisoned? Asked Niji with a sneer. Ha, are you serious? Asked Naruto, laughing the boy's comment off. I don't need to poison you to beat you. I've been kicking your ass for the past few minutes just fine without help. Of course, you can just toss it if you want. Though if you're going to do that, I would rather you give it back. Those things are pretty rare after all. Niji grimaced as he realized that Naruto was right. Much as he didn't want to admit it, the blonde was beating him handily. He placed the bean in his mouth and swallowed. The effects were almost instantaneous. All of his wounds regenerated in an instant. His broken bones healed, his cuts left his body. All in all, it felt as if he had not just had his ass kicked. However, rather than be grateful, Niji gave Naruto an unpleasant grin. You're going to regret healing me. Now that I'm at full strength, you stand no chance. It seems fate is on my side. Hey, you think so? All right, Hyuga Niji. Let's see if you can beat me. Naruto reached up to his face and pulled off his sunglasses, crushing them in his hand before he let them drop. The grin he was wearing threatened to split his face in half. Let's test your dojutsu against mine. Birth of the new Demon King. All around the stadium, people were talking about the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. Not many people knew of the Rinnegan, the most powerful dojutsu, great three-eye techniques in the world, and the one that was said to hold mastery over all the world's jutsu. Some wondered if this was some kind of trick of the demon. After all, there was no way the QB brat could have a dojutsu. Was there? For those who were in the know, however, and knew the legend of those eyes, stunned would be too small a word to describe what they were feeling. Many couldn't help but wonder, how did Uzumaki Naruto, the dead last, the loser, the demon of Konoha, gain the most powerful of all three Daisen dojutsu? None were more stunned than Jiraiya, who had hidden himself in the very back row of the stadium to see his godson. I can't believe it, he muttered with a voice that would have let anyone near him know that he was in a state of shock. Twice in a lifetime, it shouldn't be possible. How could he have the Rinnegan? Birth of the new Demon King. Likewise, up in the Kage booth, Sarutobi was in a similar state. The Rinnegan, he breathed, feeling like he had just gone through 3 heart attacks. When did he get that? How'd he get it? The disguised Orochimaru was also having a hard time coming to grips with what he was seeing. How is this possible? He has the Rinnegan, the same eyes as the Rikudo Chūnin, who is said to have given us jutsu, the same eyes as him. He cursed his stupidity in writing the boy off now. The Sharingan was a pittance compared to the power of the Rinnegan, the ability to master all 5 chakra elements. With that power, there was no telling what he could accomplish. I can still get him if I play my cards right. It may not be now, but those eyes will be mine after the Chūnin exams. Birth of the new Demon King. Asuma, are those what I think they are? Asked Kurenai, her voice in a state of shock. I don't know, what do you think they are? Asked Asuma. There was no sarcasm in a man's words. He too couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Rinnegan. Yep, looks like it. I don't get it, said Sakura. Who cares if Naruto Baka has that Rinne thingy? It's nothing compared to Sasuke Kuin's Sharingan. And yet again, the little slag opens that big flap of her before she knows what she's talking about, said Anko. Listen up, Pinky. The Rinnegan is the most powerful of the 3 great dojutsu, more powerful than both the Sharingan and Byakugan combined. It is said that the wielder of the Rinnegan can completely master all 5 forms of nature transformation that form the basis of ninjutsu. It was said that in times when the world is in disorder, a person is sent down from the heavens to become either a god of creation who will calm the world, or a destroyer who reduce everything to nothing. Very little else is known about those eyes, but the legend goes that the man who gave us chakra, the man who due to his power and desire for peace, was known as the Kono Yono Kusishu, the savior of the world. Sakura gawked for a moment, before huffing and turning away. Sasuke Kuin's still better. Anko, Asum, and Kurenai all rolled their eyes at the girl, no longer caring if they got to her or now. As far as they were concerned, Sakura was a lost cause. Birth of a New Demon King. What are those eyes? Asked Niji as he stared into the dark blue eyes with the silver ripple pattern. They're called the Rinnegan, a dojutsu that was said to have belonged to the Rakuta Sennin, the man who brought us ninjutsu. Naruto said, smirking at the look of shock upon his opponent's features. Now, I didn't heal you just so you could gawk at me. Come. Naruto lifted his hand and made a get over here gesture. Niji hesitated for a moment before charging towards Naruto, who stood completely still. When Niji was less than a foot away, Naruto pointed his palm towards the boy and muttered, Shinra Tensei. The Hyuga genius only had enough time to see the flare of chakra before he was sent flying backwards. He slammed into a wall, feeling as if he had just been hit by an Akimichi trying to run him over. He barely had time to even register just how much pain he was in before he heard the blonde mutter, Bansho Chūnin, heavenly attraction of all creation, and Niji was once again flying. This time he came soaring towards Naruto, as if someone had hooked his chest with a fishing line and was reeling him in. Naruto cocked his fist back, and the moment Niji came within range, smashed it right into the older genin's gut. Niji hacked up blood as his stomach caved in on itself. He flew off the fist, smashing into the ground and skidding along before coming to a stop. He would have tried to get up, but it felt like all of his internals had been liquidized. He couldn't anything save the pain he received from a punch. As his vision began fading out, Naruto came into view. The blonde said, that smirk still on his face. Looks like having your dojutsu turned on didn't change a single thing, did it? Those were the last words Niji heard before darkness claimed him. Naruto yawned as the fight finished. He couldn't help but find fighting humans to be boring, even though Saint Beast guys gave him a better fight, and they were pathetic. Well, except for Sasuke, he was pretty decent, though half of that was on account of Naruto being arrogant. Oh well, can't pick all your fights. He looked over at the proctor who was currently gaping at him, face pale like he had seen a ghost. Joe, Proctor-san, how about calling the match? Gama blinked several times as the words registered. Ooh, right. Shausa, Uzumaki Naruto. The silence was so vast, it was like you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was so shocked by what had transpired that no one even knew what to think. Naruto shrugged as no one clapped. He didn't rightly care what these people thought. Hundreds of years from now, he would barely even remember these faces. He was beginning to walk off the arena floor when it started, clapping coming from the Kage booth. Soon enough, the fire daimyo, who had come to view the village's talent, began clapping as well. Applause began coming in from other areas. Naruto could make out Asuma, Kurenai, and Anko clapping enthusiastically, with Anko even yelling, "Way to go, Gaki," at the top of her lungs. He thought it was odd that she was so psyched about him winning, but shrugged it off as irrelevant. Smiling, Naruto held a hand in the air. The crowd began to roar its approval. Truthfully, their applause didn't mean much to him. Only the approval of the few people he cared about in this village really counted. Still, he couldn't deny the feeling was nice. He looked up at the Kage booth and looked at the Sandame, who was clapping and smiling proudly at him. He nodded once before turning around and making his way up to the fighter's booth. As soon as Naruto walked into the fighter's booth, any and all conversation that had been taking place stopped. Everyone turned to stare at him, expressions ranging from shocked to fearful. He couldn't hold in a chuckle when he noticed that no one could meet his gaze. Even Gaara was unable to keep his stare. He walked over to where Shino was standing and greeted the other genin with a nod. Shino returned the nod with one of his own before going back to staring at nothing. Birth of the New Demon King. Niji lost. Tenten couldn't help but rub her eyes several times, thinking it would fix her vision, because there was no way this could have happened. Niji lost. Niji never lost. Ever since they had been genin, Niji had never lost a match, never lost his cool. Niji never lost. I can't believe Niji lost. What's more, he did not only lose, but he lost to the dead last. An extremely powerful dead last who just beat Niji in an almost straight-up taijutsu match. A dead last who, if the mutterings around her were to be believed, held the most powerful dojutsu in the entire world. A dead last who in the span of 1 week went from a skinny loser with a loud mouth to a hunk with muscles on his muscles and a typical bad boy attitude to boot. Just who are Uzumaki Naruto. Birth of the New Demon King. Oh man, Reikage-sama is not going to like hearing about this. Hearing about what? That one of the Hyuga, he's so set on getting just got his ass kicked? Or that Konoha now has a person wielding the single most powerful dojutsu to have ever existed? Both. Well, there's not much we can do. We'll just inform Reikage-sama of this latest development and let him figure out what to do. Right? Birth of the new Demon King. Huh. Anko crowd as she danced around at her seat. It was rather disturbing or highly erotic, depending on which gender you asked, to see the woman squirming and dancing in her seat. Did you see that, Nai-chan? Did you? Did you? I knew that Gaki was going places after I saw him during the prelims. Yes, I saw what happened. Same as you. Kurenai rolled her eyes at her friend's joy. I'm not sure what you're getting so worked up over. You look like someone just gave you Orochimaru's head on a silver platter. The red-eyed beauty was the only person besides the Hokage who could even mention the Hibi-Sannin around Anko without getting her head bitten off. Yeah, I just feel this connection with the kid, Anko said, calming down. We're the same, him and I, you know. Ido. If anyone could understand how Anko felt, it would be Naruto, who is even more hated than Konoha's snake mistress. I was thinking, seeing as he did such a good job, maybe I should give him a reward. Anko. Kurenai looked scandalized as Anko licked her lips. She knew her friend was just joking, or at least partially joking. It would surprise most people who didn't know, but Anko was a virgin. Another surprise would be that Kurenai, who most considered to be colder than ice towards men and a hater of perverts, wasn't. What? Said Anko, grinning as she noticed the blushes on the faces of damn near every girl within hearing distance. The little Hyuga girl had already passed out from a nosebleed. You can't tell me you weren't thinking of fucking him as well. I mean, look at the Gaki. He's got muscles on his muscles, and you know what the ANBU have said about his stamina. Kurenai blushed a deep shade of red. Naruto's stamina was rather legendary, able to keep the ANBU chasing him after a prank for hours on end. No one knew the true limits of the blonde's stamina, if that same endurance could be applied into the bedroom. Damn it, Anko! Kurenai shouted, shaking her head. Why do you do this to me? You said something very similar about the Yondaime when he was still around too. And besides, Naruto's what? 12? 13? He's way too young for us to even be thinking about. The red-eyed woman trailed off and blushed at what she had been about to say. Don't be such a prude, Nai-chan. Anko chirped with a laugh. He's a shinobi, isn't he? That means he is more or less an adult. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, old enough to fuck. Besides, look at that body. Does that look like a 13-year-old body to you? Asuma listened to the two women talking and sighed. Maybe Shikamaru was onto something when he said women are troublesome. Unfortunately for him, his words must have been too loud, as both Anko and Kurenai stopped talking and turned to him with full-on glares and killing intent. Damn, I should learn to keep my mouth shut. Birth of the new Demon King. Will Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaka no Gaara get down here for the next match? Called Genma after the nurses had managed to get Hyuga on a stretcher and left. Genma actually felt pretty bad for the kid. While getting pulverized like that would be tough for anyone to cope with, getting the crap beaten out of you with thousands of people watching was just humiliating. A few feet away, Sabaka no Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand, arms crossed in his standard pose. His face held a look of impatience about it, though even that was barely visible to others due to how impassive his face was. The crowd began to grow restless when Sasuke had yet to show up. Many were wondering where the last loyal Uchiha was. Boos began to sound from the people who had come here just to watch the Uchiha fight. Uchiha Sasuke, come down to the arena floor or you will be disqualified this instant. Genma said again after 5 more minutes of waiting. Birth of the new Demon King. Sir, Uchiha Sasuke still hasn't shown up, Reito whispered into his Hokage's ear. The crowd is starting to get restless. Sarutobi sighed in both disappointment and worry. Reito was right. The Hokage could hear boos being shouted out. People wanted action, especially after seeing such an incredible battle from the previous match. It seems we have no choice, Sarutobi said. Uchiha Sasuke is hereby disqualified from the Chūnin exams for being late. The Kazekage turned to look at him. Hokage Dano, I think you should reconsider. Many of the people here came to see the Uchiha heir. Not showcasing him could cost you a lot of business. The aging Hokage looked at the Kazekage, or, to be more accurate, his disguised student. He pondered the benefits of bumping up Sasuke's battle for later in the day. However, he remembered the message that Naruto had given him. When Uchiha Sasuke is late, and considering who his sensei is, we both know he will be, disqualify him. That will disrupt Orochimaru's plans long enough for you to somehow get a message to your forces to let them know what is going on and prepare. Yes, the Sandaime decided that Naruto's idea held more merit than Orochimaru's. I had not realized you cared about how much business Konoha received, Kazekage-sama, Sarutobi said in a slightly chilling tone. It was the kind that you let know you had stepped over a line, and going any further would be unwise. If Uchiha Sasuke cannot show up on time for something as fundamental as an exam for his own promotion, then I can't expect him to show when something even more important comes up. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke is not qualified to be a Chūnin anyways. Uchiha Sasuke is to be disqualified. He looked over at his Jonin guard. Relay that to Genma. Hi, said the Jonin before he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Damn that old man. Orochimaru seethed at the Hokage's words. Of all the times for him to grow a backbone, it has to be now. He calmed down after a few seconds. He could still make this work. I will have to change my plans, but that's all right. This could be an opportunity for me. That Hyuga boy was not able to give Naruto-kun a proper test of his abilities, and I doubt the other genin here will be able to from what I have seen. However, Gaara can. Yes, the plan was perfect. He would use Naruto and Gaara's battle as the new stage on which his invasion would begin. He might even get lucky and Naruto would be weak enough from fighting Gaara for capture. Understand, Hokage Dano, he said to Sarutobi. Forgive my impertinence. I was just so excited to see how my Gaara stacked up against a shinobi of Sasuke's caliber that I forgot myself. Sarutobi nodded. It happens to the best of us, I'm afraid. Now, let's get the matches started. Birth of the new Demon King. Due to not showing up on time, Uchiha Sasuke has been officially disqualified. Boos were met with Genma's announcement, and from the look on Gaara's face, he also seemed displeased that he would not get to spill someone's blood. The next match will be between Sabako no Kankuro and Aburame Shino. Will both contestants please come down to the arena floor? Birth of the new Demon King. Shit, this isn't good, thought Kankuro. I don't want to show off any of my new abilities with Crow before the invasion starts. Proctor-san, Kankuro called out. I forfeit. More boos were met with that announcement, with many of the people beginning to get angry. They had come here to watch people fight, yet only one had happened so far, and the one everyone had been waiting for had been cancelled. Needless to say, Kankuro's forfeiting had not gone over well with the people watching. However, Genma merely called out the next two people who would be fighting, those being Temari and Shikamaru. Temari opened up her fan and flew down to the arena, making a big show of her abilities. Shikamaru, on the other hand. What are you still doing up here, Shika? Asked Naruto as he looked at the lazy genin with his Rinnegan eyes. This is all too troublesome, Shikamaru said, yawning. I think I'm just going to forfeit. If you even think of forfeiting, I'm going to kick your ass to the moon and back, Shikamaru. Actually, no. Naruto smirked as a thought came to him. If you don't compete, I'm going to tell Yoshino-san that you quit the Chūnin exams before your first match. Shikamaru paled. You wouldn't. He knew what would happen to him if his mom heard he quit before he even fought. She would use her special frying pan no jutsu, copyright patented underscore, and beat his ass so hard it would make anything the blonde in front of him could do pale in comparison. Every Nara feared that jutsu, which had been specifically created to get a lazy male Nara off their ass and work. Naruto gave the lazy boy a very disturbed grin. The fact that his eyes were being overshadowed by his hair and all he could see were those creepy swirl eyes only made it worse. You are obviously forgetting who you're dealing with. Remember, I'm the guy who dyed the entire Hyuga clan's clothing bright orange and hung their underwear in the streets of Konoha. The guy who snuck into ANBU HQ and put itching powder in their clothes. The guy who dash. All right, I get it. Jeesh. I'll go fight the troublesome woman, you damn troublesome blonde, Shikamaru grumbled. Good. Oh, and Shika. Shikamaru turned back from where he had been walking to see that creepy smile on the blonde's face. Make sure you work hard, or I'll still tell Yoshino you were slacking off. Shikamaru gulped, but nodded as he scurried from the room. Naruto watched the lazy Chūnin go and leaned against the railing to look out at the arena with a content smile on his face. This should be interesting. Birth of the new Demon King. Temari waited with a scowl on her face as she watched Shikamaru move towards the ring at a snail's pace. Seriously, it had taken this kid like 15 minutes just to walk onto the arena floor. Get your ass over here before I beat the crap out of you with my fan, lazy bones, she shouted in a threatening tone. Whatever, troublesome blonde, Shikamaru muttered as he stopped 2 meters away from Temari. It was hard to tell since his typical slouch posture and lazy expression hadn't left him, but the few who knew Shikamaru could tell he would rather be anywhere than where he was. Are both fighters ready? Asked Gemma. His answer was for Temari to fully unsheath her fan and for Shikamaru to just let out a lazy yawn. He sweat dropped. Right, well, Hajime. Kamaitachi no jutsu, si qu'elle veut hacer technique. Temari launched her jutsu the very moment Genma started the match. She swiped her fan at the Nara Chūnin and launched a powerful gale of cutting winds. The wind tore up the land as it headed for Shikamaru, smashing into him and sending him flying backwards, only for him to disappear in a puff of smoke and a log to take his place. "Where are you?" shouted Temari as she looked around the clearing with narrowed eyes. "Come out, or I'll force you out." Man, this is so troublesome, thought Shikamaru as he crouched down behind a thicket of trees. He looked up at the clouds that were lazily passing by and sighed. Man, sometimes I wish I was a cloud, just floating along, going wherever the breeze takes me. That's my style. I just don't like putting effort into doing anything troublesome. The only reason I became a ninja was to do whatever I wanted. Gah, who knew this would be so much work? Maybe he should just quit the Chūnin exams now. That would show everyone it's not like he cared what these people thought. All I ever wanted in life was to marry a regular girl who isn't too ugly and not too pretty. Have 2 children, first a girl, then a boy. Retire after my daughter is married and my son becomes a successful ninja, and spend the rest of my life playing shogi or go. Then die of old age before my wife. Nara Shikamaru, like his father before him, the famous Nara Shikaku, and his father before him, Nara Shikamu, held the same uninspiring dream to be relatively average shinobi, which was why it was so unfortunate that all males of the Nara clan held a vast intelligence and propensity for planning innumerable strategies against superior opponents. Fine, if that's how you want to do it. Temari made another swipe with her fan. Kamaitachi no jutsu. The large gale of cutting winds tore into the trees, slicing through many of the branches like they were made of paper. Shikamaru was thankful that he was hidden off to the side of the trees that got hit. Of course, as was his lot in life, Temari sent another wind jutsu into the tree line, this one getting dangerously close to hitting him. It's troublesome, but I've got no choice, Shikamaru thought to himself as he made several hand signs. Temari's next jutsu slammed into the area he was in, covering the entire spot in a large cloud of dust. Temari looked at the devastation her jutsu had caused and smirked. That ought to take care of him. What? The smirk left her face as a shadow shot out of the dust, moving towards her at a fast pace. Acting quickly, Temari folded her fan and began to backpedal as she attempted to keep away from the shadow that was chasing her. It was surprisingly fast and almost got her. Thankfully, it stopped, its form staggering, before it was forced to retract. Temari used her fan to draw a line where the shadow stopped. "I see your angle now," Temari said, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Shikamaru, who was holding a hand seals. "You almost had me for a second there. You're pretty clever. With that cage main jutsu of yours, you can manipulate any shadow you're in. The wall's shadow, for instance, or the trees. But there's a limit, isn't there? No matter how far you stretch it, your shadow can only move so far. Isn't that right?" Shikamaru's face twisted into a grimacing smile. "You got me." Temari smiled as she found out the weakness of his jutsu. He could only stretch his shadow to a total of 15 meters give or take. So long as she stayed out of his range, he wouldn't be able to touch her. Staying over 15 meters away from him meant she would have to use long-range attacks. but those were her specialty, so she wouldn't have any problems. This battle was as good as over. Shikamaru sighed as he closed his eyes and put his hands together in a circle pattern. Temari and everyone else that didn't know Shikamaru wondered if the new hand sign was some kind of jutsu. Only Asuma and his team knew otherwise. Birth of the new Demon King. What kind of hand sign is that? Kankuro wondered out loud as he too saw what Shikamaru was doing. Is he going to use a new jutsu? Doubtful, said Naruto, who had heard the cat-suited genin from where he was standing. Kankuro turned to his, shuddering a bit as those creepy eyes came into view. The blonde saw this and grinned. That's not one of the standard 12 hand signs that ninja use for jutsu. I doubt Shikamaru knows any jutsu that are not of his clans, and all of those rely on a specific hand sign. Even if that was a seal of some kind, it wouldn't do any good. The only jutsu that rely on hand seals that don't follow the standard 12 zodiac system are the Kekkei Jinkai elemental jutsu, such as Hayatan, Ice, or Yotan. Lava. No, this is something else. Oomph. Kankuro snorted as he turned away from the blonde. Whatever he's doing, it won't matter in the end. Now that Temari has figured out his range, that kid is toast. I wouldn't sell Shikamaru out just yet, Naruto warned with a grin. Everyone still in the fighter's booth looked at him. He may be the laziest bastard I've ever known, but Shikamaru is probably the most intelligent person you'll ever meet. That might not mean much when it comes to a straight-up fight, but in the world of ninja, when strategy is the most important factor in battle, he's got it where it counts. When did you become so smart? Asked Ino. Naruto turned to his fellow blonde and gave her a stare, his left eyebrow partially raised. Ino blushed and looked away, unable to meet his gaze. What I mean is, you've never said anything this, well, intelligent in, like, ever. Naruto shrugged. I was never stupid, Ino. Uneducated? Maybe, probably. But then, I never had any parents in my life to teach me how to do basic things like reading and writing, so naturally I struggled when it came time to enter the academy. Unlike everyone else, I was still trying to teach myself these basic skills when you and all of your friends had parents who would help you. By the time I'd caught up to everyone else in those skills, I was so far behind that I just didn't care anymore. Oh. Ino's face fell at his words. Truthfully, she had never really thought of how badly Naruto would have had things as an orphan. She only knew him as the trouble-making kid her parents told her to stay away from. Thinking back on it, she remembered that when their sensei had first asked Naruto to come up and read, her fellow blonde had struggled with it, and that had been the start of when people in her class made fun of him. Sorry, I guess I didn't realize how hard that would be. The Rinnegan bearer looked at Ino with slight surprise. He hadn't interacted with her much, but she had never been very nice to him. Then again, no one his age had been nice to him. The closest people he could consider friends when he was younger were Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru, and that was only when they were doing something Iruko wouldn't approve of. Once school was out, they were the same as everyone else. It's fine, he said. Most people never think about what it's like being an orphan, especially kids. They usually tend to take things for granted, like having parents teach them, help them with their problems, or even just tuck them in at night. Most think what they have is what everyone else has, and don't really realize that some of us are less fortunate than others. Everyone looked at Naruto with varied reactions. Some of the genin looked like they were re-evaluating their opinions of him, a process that had already happened several times in the past month since the blonde's change. A few, like Ino, couldn't help but feel bad about how they had treated him in the past, without even thinking about how hard it would be to try and do things without having parents to help you. Gar was likewise thinking about the blonde Uzumaki. So he's like me? He's had to rely on himself, and yet he doesn't fight for himself? What is it that makes him so strong? Why is Mother afraid of him? Birth of the new Demon King. Shikamaru opened his eyes. They looked different this time. No longer were they a pair of lazy eyes that didn't seem to care about anything. Instead, they held a look of determination. It was an odd change, and only Temari was close enough to see it. So you do have some fighting spirit, Temari said with a smirk as she opened her fan. I was beginning to wonder. And now that you seem to be taking this seriously, I think it's time we get the fun started. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. The blonde Suna Kunoichi launched another fierce gale of cutting winds at Shikamaru, who was forced to cover his eyes as the jutsu came at him. He pulled a kunai out of his pouch and quickly ran towards another tree. Temari scowled. Hiding isn't going to do you any good. Shikamaru grit his teeth as the wind held around him. Gashes appeared on the trees, and several branches were sliced off, with a few of the smaller ones hitting him in the face. Acting as quickly as he could, he began taking off his jacket, leaving him in just his mesh shirt. The windstorm soon died down, and Shikamaru got ready to make his first move. "Come on out, coward," Temari said as she threw another Kamaitachi no jutsu at the tree line. Troublesome woman, Shikamaru thought to himself as he tossed a kunai through the dust cloud. What? Temari's eyes widened as she saw the kunai sail towards her. She jumped out of the way, not wanting to use a jutsu on a single kunai. Before she could even begin thinking she was in the clear, however, another kunai came at her, this one having been hidden in the shadows of the first. Like the previous one, Temari dodged this one too, moving to the side and letting it sail past her. She looked back towards where she knew Shikamaru to be hiding and saw his shadow coming toward her. She smirked, thinking she was safe because she had already gotten his range down and was still behind the line. Only the shadow moved past the line. Temari's eyes widened as she jumped back. The shadow stopped. She looked over at Shikamaru, who was smirking at her. "You know, you're pretty quick on your toes," he commented idly. "Now I get it. You weren't hiding, you were biding your time. The longer the shadows, on the more range you have on your jutsu." She figured that was the correct answer because Shikamaru just smirked at her. This meant there was a new variable to Shikamaru's reach. The longer this went on, the more reach he would have. She would have to end this quickly, or he may end up being capable of reaching her anywhere. A sudden shout of "Temari above you" caused her to look up. There was something floating in the air. What is that? As it came closer, she realized it was Shikamaru's jacket. Her eyes widened as it cast a shadow on the ground, right over her opponent's. "Crap!" she shouted as she jumped back. Just in time, Shikamaru's shadow began to expand and chase her again. It stopped at about a meter. Temari realized she would have to end this soon and was just about to launch another wind jutsu when she heard something. A sizzling sound coming from behind her. Turning her head, her eyes widened as she saw the kunai she had let pass her directly behind her, a small explosive node attached to it and currently sizzling. Reacting on pure instinct, she jumped back just as the note sizzled out. Yet it didn't explode. "What?" she questioned, right before she felt her body freeze. Moving her eyes down, as it was the only part of her body she could move at the moment, she saw that Shikamaru's shadow had caught her. They rove back over to the kunai with the explosive note, which still had not gone on. "I see." The explosive note was a dud. "You threw that first one, knowing I wouldn't waste chakra on a single kunai. I would let it stop in front of me, but you kept one hidden in the shadows, making it so that I would instinctively dodge it. After that, you used your jacket to extend the range of your jutsu, all the while bringing me closer to the kunai I dodged. When I heard the sizzling sound, I would think it was a real explosive note and would be forced to jump back, right into your shadow." "Yep, you definitely catch on quick," Shikamaru said with a lazy grin. "And now, this is checkmate." He began to walk to the center of the arena, forcing Temari to follow his movements. The two stopped in the middle of the ring, Temari struggling to move every step of the way. Shikamaru raised his right arm into the air, forcing her to do the same. Everyone held their breath. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a kunai. The entire crowd was now watching in anticipation, wondering what Shikamaru's next move would be. "Ok, he forfeit." A mass round of face faults accompanied Shikamaru's announcement. What?" stammered Temari, her eyes wide and a look of shock evident on her features. "I'm almost out of chakra," Shikamaru explained. "This technique will only last 15 more seconds before I run out. Then I'd have no chakra left to fight with. I don't know about you, but I don't really feel like going up against guys like Naruto and your younger brother when I don't have any chakra to use." As he finished speaking, the shadow that had Temari obeying his every will withdrew from her shadow. "See? Shausa, sabak no temari." There was no clapping as Shikamaru began walking towards the arena exit, leaving a stunned Temari behind. The lazy Chūnin looked up at Naruto, who was staring back at him with those new eyes of his. "Truth be told, I still have around half my chakra left. But if what Naruto said is true, then I'm going to need it for later." Birth of the New Demon King. Flashback. Hey Shikamaru, Shino, mind if I speak with you two for a moment? Shikamaru looked over at Naruto for a moment before shrugging. As he and Shino made their way over, Ino made a bid to follow them. Sorry, Ino, Naruto said. However, this is a guys' meeting only. What? What do you mean a guys' meeting? Ino said with a loud huff. Why can't I listen to what you have to say as well? Oh, do you want me to tell you about how I think Temari should fight topless? Asked Naruto, just loud enough that Temari could hear him. He grinned when both her and Ino's faces turned beet red. Whether from embarrassment or anger didn't matter. It was still amusing. You pervert, Ino shouted. Her face was red and there was anger in it. But if the way she was glaring at Temari were any indication, it was not anger at him. At least not all at him. Thankfully, she didn't try to hit him. He would have had hurt her if she did. You're just saying that because you want me to say the same thing about you, Naruto replied airily. He left the angry blonde and walked into the hall. So what is this about Naruto? Asked Shikamaru, noticing the sudden change in the blonde's demeanor. He looked a lot more serious now that he wasn't in the fighter's booth. Naruto looked around for a moment before leaning in, forcing the other two Konoha Chūnin to do the same. Sometime during the Chūnin exam, Suna and Odo are going to launch an invasion of Konoha. Shikamaru's eyes went wide, and though no one could see Shino's features, a buzzing sound could be heard coming from his Kakai bugs. I want you two to be careful not to expend too much chakra in these fights. You're going to need it when all is said and done. How do you know this? Asked Shikamaru, his tone no longer lazy. While he may not like having to work, he knew that there was a time to be lazy and a time to work. Let's just say on my way back to Konoha during the 1-month training period, I ended up running into some foreign ninja where they shouldn't be. It was an evasive answer, but Shikamaru and Shino both understood the gist of what he was saying. Would this be the same month where you got those new eyes? Asked Shikamaru. Naruto chuckled. Sure, let's go with that. Anyways, you should be getting ready for your match, Shino. You know, Kankuro is a puppet user, but he also uses poisons. So be careful. I appreciate the advice, Shino said with a nod. Try not to kill. I'm hoping to convince Suna to side with us, since Orochimaru killed their Kage. But wait, said Shikamaru. If Orochimaru killed the Kazekage, then who dash? The lazy Nara's eyes widened and Naruto nodded. Yes, Orochimaru is the one currently sitting next to the Hokage. Not a pleasant thought. Anyways, I want you to be prepared to do your part. As Naruto began walking back into the fighter's booth, Shino began moving down to the arena, and Shikamaru followed, the blonde demon shinobi, his mind a whirlwind of activity. When had Naruto gotten so serious? How had he gotten that information on Odo's and Suna's invasion? That wasn't like the old Naruto, nothing at all like the goofball he knew. This new Naruto was something else, something troublesome. Proctor-san, I forfeit. Shikamaru looked at Kankuro when the Suna Genin spoke. Why would he forfeit? Especially when he had been so keen on bragging about making Chūnin during the prelims. Unless there really was an invasion about to happen, which meant Shikamaru would need to keep on his toes. What are you still doing up here, Shika? Flashback end. Birth of the new Demon King. Shikamaru sighed. I have a feeling this exam is about to get a whole lot more troublesome. Chapter 9. Dry as a desert. Naruto sighed as he watched Ino get pulverized by Temari, who fought her, as Shikamaru had forfeit the match. The match hadn't lasted more than maybe 4 or 5 seconds at most. Nearly the moment Gumma had begun the match, Ino had been blasted into a wall by Temari's Kamaitachi no Jutsu. Not that all of it could be blamed on Ino. Temari had looked pretty steamed before the match began. No doubt she was upset about more or less losing to Shikamaru. After all, she may have technically won, but it was only due to the laziness on Shikamaru's part than any ability or skill on hers. Still, the fact that Ino had lost so quickly did not reflect well on her abilities or those of her teacher. Honestly, I don't know what we're going to do with these girls. Sakura and Ino are so pathetic. It's like they never even took the time to really train themselves. That is what happens when one spends so much time staring at their crush and not training, Shino said, pushing his glasses up on his nose so that they flashed in the sunlight. I hear ya, Shino, Naruto said with a heavy sigh. Man, I wish our kunoichi were like Temari, strong and hot. Not little twig girls who believe dieting is the best way to lose weight. Honestly, it was something he didn't understand. Ino and Sakura, along with all the girls in his class, spent their time doing one of two things: staring at Sasuke or dreaming of having said Uchiha's babies. They never trained, never put any effort into getting strong or being a good ninja, believing their knight in brooding armor would come and rescue them. He couldn't figure out how the girls in his class, especially when the ones that did pass were all said to be exceptionally bright, could ever think like that after having seen how Sasuke acted. Naruto liked putting fangirls into two categories. One type was at the very least useful, either because they went the only way that gave them any respect and trained like crazy to gain enough skill so that they could impress their crush, or they had useful connections, which had their own benefits, though not as much as those with skill. The other type, seemingly the one Ino and Sakura belonged to, were completely and utterly useless. They spent more time stalking their crush than they spent on their training, would spend their money on makeup hair care products instead of ninja supplies and weapons, gave their looks more attention than their muscles, used perfume instead of scent killers, and did the worst possible thing a ninja could do: diet. Any idiot knew that you lost weight from training, and that even gave the advantage of gaining muscles and strength. Honestly, the only real use those girls had as ninja were cannon fodder, and since there were laws that prevented them being used as such, they shouldn't even be allowed to graduate the academy. Maybe it was thanks to QB giving him this new perspective, or perhaps he had always had it, but Naruto could never comprehend why women liked to simulate interrogation by starvation. Like they thought not eating would actually help their figure. And once they started starving themselves, they would give anyone who was actually smart enough to exercise and was not afraid to eat a healthy meal in their presence hateful and malicious glares. Even a simply bandit with no knowledge on chakra could defeat, and it wasn't surprising that they were extremely popular amongst rapists since they had good looks, little bark and no bite. And no matter how many times you told them how many points people made about how unhealthy and dangerous it was, they never changed, believing their knight in shining armor would come and rescue them. Having spent months with Sakura and having already been in several dangerous life and death situations, Naruto knew it to be true, as she still hadn't even made an attempt at getting stronger. It was the most frustrating thing in existence, and personally, Naruto couldn't wait to get off of Team 7 so he wouldn't have to deal with her crap. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaka no Gaara please come down to the arena? Naruto smirked as he heard his name called. He looked over at Gaara and grinned. "Are you ready, little Tanuki?" he asked, getting 3 shocked looks from the Tsunejinin. Well, Kankuro and Temari looked shocked. Gaara's face was mostly impassive, but the blonde saw a hint of apprehension. He chuckled. No doubt they were wondering how he knew of the redhead's host. He absently wondered if Shikaka knew he was the descendant of Raisin. And if so, had it told Gaara? Not that it mattered to Naruto whether or not Shikaka knew of his relation to the most powerful demon to have ever graced Makai. It wouldn't change the end results of this match. He jumped out of the fighter's booth, landing on the ground with a dull thud. He walked over to the middle of the arena, where Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand a few seconds later. "Are both contestants ready?" asked Genma. He received no answer, but then he hadn't expected one from this battle. Gaara never really seemed to talk much anyway, and Naruto was being exceptionally quiet. Then Haji Dash. A swirl of leaves picked up between the two soon-to-be combatants. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke appeared within its center. Sasuke had changed his look. Instead of the blue outfit, he was now clad in a black pair of pants and shirt, with white bandages along his arms. He had elbow pads on and black shinobi sandals. He and Kakashi stood back to back in what Naruto figured the pair felt was a cool opening pose. He snorted, maybe if they had been on time. "I'm sorry, are we late?" asked Kakashi, rubbing the back of his head as he gave everyone an eye smile. "As a matter of fact, Kakashi, you are. So late, in fact, that Sasuke's match was over 2 hours ago. Because he couldn't show up on time, he was disqualified," Genma said, much to the shock of Kakashi and the anger of Sasuke. "What do you mean I'm disqualified?" asked Sasuke, flaring his Sharingan at the proctor as if it would somehow convince the man he should be allowed to fight. Meanwhile, Kakashi was looking at Genma in shock. he had been positive that Sasuke would still be allowed to compete. After all, many of the people who came here had done so simply to see his prized student fight in this tournament. Gamar rolled his eyes. If this kid thought he was going to bend to his will just because he brought out a pair of jutsu, thieving monkey marbles, then he had another thing coming. You had your chance to fight, and you blew it by showing up late. If we can't even expect you to show up on time for your own match, then you don't deserve to be Chūnin anyways. Now step aside, I've got a match to run. It was then Kakashi and Sasuke saw the competitors. How dare you steal my match? Sasuke said, glaring at Naruto, who just sighed at the raven-haired kid's anger. It wasn't his fault the Uchiha had decided not to show up on time. I stole nothing from you, the blonde replied. You lost your chance at competing by taking up your sensei's bad habits. Perhaps you should remember this and use it as a reminder of why it's important to be on time. Then again, you were probably too busy licking Kakashi's as to even know what time it was. I'll teach you not to insult your betters, Dobe. Sasuke crouched down low and went through 3 hand seals. Lightning began sparking from his hands, right before the Uchiha disappeared in a blur of speed. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's newfound speed, not because he was fast, but because it was all fake. The blonde easily recognized the Shunshin movement technique, which made a person speed up so quickly it seemed as if they had teleported. Naruto could easily follow Sasuke's movements, and the moment the Uchiha appeared at his side, Naruto was already in motion. He grabbed Sasuke's face, lifting the boy up before he even had time to react. Then he proceeded to slam the other genin head first into the ground. The earth cracked and cratered slightly under Sasuke's head. The lightning technique, which Naruto recognized as the Chidori, disappeared from Sasuke's hand and the boy's body went limp. Naruto took his hand to the genin's face to reveal that Sasuke's eyes were still open, though they were rolled up into the back of his head. Naruto picked up the Uchiha by the shirt and chucked him at Kakashi. Hitaki, take your buddy and leave. This isn't over, Naruto. Attacking a fellow genin is an act of treason, Kakashi warned, his eyes glaring at the blonde. In case you didn't see, Sasuke attacked me first, said Naruto with an incredulous snort. Of course, everyone knows of your blatant favoritism, and I'm not surprised you're showing it here as well. Now get the fuck off the arena floor before I smash your face into the ground as well. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, but left with an unconscious Sasuke over his shoulder. Now, maybe we can get this thing started. Proctor-san, if you would. Right, the first match of the second round. Sabaka no Gaara versus Uzumaki Naruto. Hajime. Birth of the new Demon King. So get going. Everyone who was in the general vicinity of one Haruno Sakura winced as the ear-splitting, glass-breaking shriek came out of the pink-haired girl's mouth. It was the kind of sound that one would never expect from a human girl. Not even a banshee could make that kind of sound. Then again, maybe the girl wasn't completely human. Perhaps Sakura was some kind of human/banshee hybrid, and it gave her unparalleled shrieking powers. It seemed like legit theory to the many people that were sitting even remotely near her. Said girl was by Kakashi's side instantly, grabbing Sasuke and attempting to wake him up. Of course, attempting to wake up was a completely relative term. She was screaming out his name with worry. Thankfully, her volume was at least slightly turned down. However, the way she was touching him was definitely not something most people would do when trying to wake up someone. Well, unless they were attempting to wake them up by disturbing them so thoroughly that it forced them to wake up. With a girl more attractive, it might have even been a nice wake-up call. However, given the girl's shrieking, that overly large forehead, and the fact that she was flatter than a billboard made her seem almost like a man. Then again, maybe Sasuke was into that kind of thing. Many people knew the Uchiha had girls throwing themselves at him left, right, and center, and yet he never did anything with them. He wouldn't even go out on a date. It made a few of the more observation and less clan-obsessive shinobi wonder. Perhaps Sasuke played for the other team. Having some trouble with your genin, Kakashi? Asked Asum with an amused grin once the ringing from his ears stopped. Perhaps this will teach you to follow your own motto. What was it again? Oh yes, something like those who don't follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I believe it was something like that. Kakashi scowled. I didn't abandon anyone. I've been helping Sasuke this whole time. I think he was talking about your other two students, Kurenai said with a frown. Her respect for the copy ninja had been continuously decreasing ever since the preliminaries, where she had learned that he hadn't taught Sakura or Naruto anything. Of course, that had been because he was too busy training the Uchiha, which was another black mark as far as Kurenai was concerned. She didn't show favoritism to any of her genin, even though she was extremely close to Hinata. You do know that Sasuke was not your only student in this exam, and Sakura's battle with Ino was pathetic. Asuma winced since he knew Ino had done no better, especially after this latest match. Kurenai ignored Sakura's obnoxious protest on her performance as she glared at Kakashi. Her techniques and strategies were all academy-level work. I would have at least thought you might teach the girl a few jinjutsu or something. I'm not very good at jinjutsu, was Kakashi's excuse for not teaching Sakura. And there was no point in training Naruto. It's not like he would have one just because I was training him. And yet he did win, Asuma pointed out. He not only won, he beat Neji to a pulp. How much better would he have been if you had actually trained him from the beginning, rather than wasted all your time on Sasuke? I don't need you two giving me a lecture, Kakashi said, scowling behind his mask. No, what you need is an ass-kicking, Anko said from her spot. You neglected two of your students, showed favoritism to one, disregarded your own code, and are still trying to come up with excuses for your current lack of intelligent decisions. Now, why don't you head somewhere else? I have no desire to sit near someone who would abandon his own students. She hated people who would abandon someone else just because they thought that person was worthless. It reminded her too much of Orochimaru for her taste. Kakashi looked at all of the others and noticed none of the looks he was receiving were friendly. Well, except for Sakura, who was more or less ignoring him in favor of molesting the still-out-cold Uchiha. Deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, and fearing that the females who knew him may do something painful to him, like burn his Aika if he stayed, Kakashi left in a quick shunshin, leaving his prize student who was still being tended to by a Sakura, who disgustingly enough was cooing to the Uchiha and doting on him like some kind of sycophant. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto and Gaara stared at each other as Gunma called a start to the match like they hadn't even heard him. This had been the battle Naruto had been waiting for. During his time in Makai, he had fought many different kinds of demons, all of varying strength. However, he had never faced against a demon higher than a B class. Shikaku was an A-class demon lord, and while he did not have the raw power Naruto did, he had better knowledge of his own power than the blonde Uzumaki. That alone made this a worthwhile test for him. For a moment, neither moved. Naruto was just content to see what the insane Tsunejinin would make as his first move, and Gaara was just staring at the blonde. Mother is afraid of you, Uzumaki. Why is this? The redhead finally asked. There was a look of confusion on his face. It was almost funny to see how confused he was without hearing the voice of Shikaku in his head, though any humor the situation may have had was tempered by the fact that he didn't seem capable of making choices without Shikaku telling him what to do. Why won't Mother talk to me? Naruto raised an eyebrow as he heard the name Gaara called Shikaku. He shrugged the amusing thought of Shikaku being a mother, especially when his mind conjured an image of said male demon wearing a pink apron and stiletto heels, and grinned. Mother's afraid of me because it knows that I have the power to kill it. Now, if you're done playing 20 questions, why don't we get this party started? As Naruto began to walk towards the red-haired genin, having decided that if Gaara wasn't going to bring the fight to him, then he was going to bring the fight to Gaara. Said Genin held his head and began shaking it back and forth. Mother doesn't like you. Mother recognizes that stench, and Mother doesn't like it. Well, isn't that just too bad? Naruto replied. Mother's going to have to get used to it, because I'm going to be kicking your ass really soon. Just as the blonde took another step, Gaara began screaming. Mother wants your blood, Uzumaki. Mother will not be cowed by you. Mother refuses to be afraid of you. Sand burst from a gourd on the redhead's back, as Yuki began pouring out of Gaara like a sieve. Naruto watched in an odd fascination as the sand split into 4 different parts, which then split into 4 more, and then began to morph as soon as they touched the ground. The creatures that formed looked odd. They didn't possess any solid shape and were constantly changing. Some had 4 arms, others had 2, Some had what looked like swords for arms or axes, maces. They were constantly changing and shifting. The only thing all four had in common was the single eye on top of the small lump that more or less acted as the head. Naruto looked at the 16 creatures that were converging on him with a large grin. So this is how you want to start things off, eh? Well, that's fine with me. I could use a little exercise before we get to the main event. Let's rock. The sand creatures came at him all at once, converging on his location like the blonde was a lit beacon. And with that hair, maybe he was. Naruto burst towards the first one in a blur of motion, coming in hot and driving a knife-edged hand right through the creature's eye. It let out a loud shriek, the kind that sounded like it was coming from a dying beast. Naruto was just thankful this creature's shrieking wasn't anywhere near as bad as Sakura. Then it burst into sand particles and converged on the other 15 sand monsters left. Acting with the speed of a veteran fighter, Naruto flew forward towards his next target. The creature swung its left hand, which was currently in an axe form, but was too slow as the blonde moved under the attack. One of Naruto's hands came up, slicing off the weaponized hand before his foot lashed out in a high kick that caught the creature in the face. He would have finished it off, but by now 2 of the sand beasts were upon him. Naruto ducked under a sword swing that was meant to decapitate him, jumped back from a kick from what looked like a hammer foot, then jumped to the left in time to miss the mace bearing down on his position. The mace weapon hit the ground with earth-shattering force, and Naruto decided to lash out with his own attack. He channeled Yuki into his foot, deciding that since he was facing a demon, or a boy possessed by a demon, turnabout would be fair play. His foot began to take on a red hue as it lit up like a fire. Blazing red energy poured off the foot as smashed it into the mace. The mace blew up in an explosion of sand, along with the rest of the creature who could not withstand the Yuki Naruto had unleashed. A smirk came to Naruto's face as he set his target on another creature. Birth of the new Demon King. Ah! Hinata cried out in pain as she shut off her Byakugan as soon as Naruto began pouring on the power. Hinata-chan! What's wrong, Hinata-chan? Cried Kiba as Hinata rubbed her eyes furiously. It's Naruto-kun's C chakra, stammered Hinata. That attack. It's so powerful. Looking at it with my Byakugan is like staring directly into the sun. It's so powerful it hurts just looking at it. No, that is not chakra, Hizashi thought to himself as he heard his eldest daughter's words from where he was sitting. That is something else entirely, but it does not belong to the Kyuubi. What is that power? Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto thrust his palm into a sand creature's face, unloading a powerful blast of Yuki that annihilated the entire beast's head. The body soon followed, bursting into sand and coalescing around the other creatures. A frown marred Naruto's face as he looked at the remaining creatures. He had destroyed 7 so far. There were only 9 left. However, those 9 were significantly larger than when he had started. The sand from the other monsters I beat are being added to the remaining sand creatures. That meant the more he killed, the larger the creatures would get. Maybe I should just destroy them all in a single shot. Deciding his previous plan was the best, Naruto jumped high into the air. He formed a gun shape with his left hand, with both index and pointer fingers sticking out, and held onto it with his right. Red and black Yuki began to form above the tip of his fingers in the shape of a ball. Akumo no Taiho, Demon Gun. The ball deconstructed as Naruto pushed his Yuki out, exploding and turning into a large 15-foot wide cylinder of energy that shot towards the ground at insane speeds. It exploded in the midst of the sand monsters, decimating them all with a single blow. When all was said and done, all that was left to let people know the sand creatures existed was the large crater in the ground. Landing on the ground, Naruto looked at Gaara and grinned. That was a nice warm-up, but I think it's now time we got down to the main event, don't you? Birth of the new Demon King. What was? Shouted Ino as she stared at the crater in the ground, her eyes so wide it looked like her eyeballs would fall out of her orbital sockets. Did you guys see that? He just blew up all of those things in a single attack. What kind of attack was that? I don't know, said a stumped Asuma. I've never seen anything like that, and that chakra. It was even worse than what I remember feeling from the Kyuubi, Kurenai said, staring at the destruction Naruto's attack had lain waste to. She shivered. Kurenai may have been young when the Kyuubi attacked, being 13 years old and just a Chūnin at the time, but she could still remember the bloodlust and power that had rolled off of the Kyuubi in waves. But the Kyuubi felt like an infant compared to the power behind Naruto's attack. Everyone heard her words, but no one said anything. Whether what Kurenai said was true or not, no one could deny that whatever the blonde Uzumaki had done was a powerful attack. Many of the civilians that had hated Naruto for being the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi were now feeling fearful that it had come to take its revenge on them for their treatment of it. Birth of the new Demon King. What kind of jutsu was that, Hokage-sama? Asked the still disguised Orochimaru. On the inside, the Hibi Sennin was cackling in glee. What power? What strength? I was a fool not to give him my gift in the forest, but it matters not. Soon, Naruto-kun, you will be mine. I couldn't tell you, Kazekage-sama, Sarutobi replied evenly, even though he was shocked at the attack Naruto had done. The attack greatly reminded him of the few times he had seen a Bijidama, tailed beastball, only on a slightly smaller scale. What's more, the blonde had not used the Kyuubi's chakra. However, he had not used his own either. Whatever power he had used was far more powerful than even the Kyuubi, which should not be possible, since the Kyuubi was the strongest bijou in existence. Well, whatever that was, it was very powerful. Agreed. Birth of the new Demon King. You are powerful, so very powerful. Looking into Gaara's eyes, Naruto realized that the boy was no longer in control. The sclera of Gaara's eyes had become black, containing yellow irides with pupils that each takes the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. They were the eyes of Shikaku, and it was obvious the boy was possessed. What power? What incredible power! Your power will be mine. Sand swelled around Gaara, covering his body. Black markings began to spread out along the sand. It wasn't long before Gaara became a miniature version of Shikaku, with large, claw-like hands, stubby feet, and a large raccoon tail swishing behind him. Well, aren't you just the ugliest thing I've ever seen? Naruto said with a laugh. That's a face only a mother could love. Shut up, you. The Shikaku's voice came out, a loud whining sound that was almost as bad as Sakura. Naruto frowned. Kyuubi had told him Shikaku had a grisly voice. I'll steal all your power. You could try, you overstuffed bag of sand, Naruto taunted. He held out his hand and beckoned the possessed genin forward. Come. Raya. Shikaku threw himself forward rather fast for a guy on 2 stubby little legs. He swiped a claw at Naruto, which extended in its attempt to hit the blonde. However, the demon shinobi just grinned as he charged Yuki into his fist, meeting the claw in an explosion of power. Shikaku's entire arm was blown up, and the creature reared its back to scream in pain. Damn you! Damn you! I'll kill you! It began attacking again, with all it had: claw swipes, wind attacks, sand attacks. Nothing it threw at the blonde Uzumaki worked. Naruto wove around the claw swipes, occasionally using a knife-edged hand to cut off the claw's fingers. He used his Yuki attacks to neutralize the wind attacks, and whenever the sand tried to crush him, Naruto would release his Yuki and blast the sand away like it was nothing more than a minor irritant. Naruto ducked under another claw swipe. His hand shot up, covered in an intense red and black energy that took on the shape of a blade. With movement quicker than the Kuroi Senku himself, Naruto sliced off the entire clawed arm like it was paper. Shikaku reared back as if struck, roaring out in both pain and frustration. The demon lord attacked again, fighting with that much more zeal as it did everything in its power to kill the blonde, who was more or less mocking its inability to kill him. The Shikaku seemed to be getting frustrated that it had yet to even land a hit on the genin, who had already destroyed his arms at least 10 times. With a loud roar, Shikaku let loose his Yuki, a muddy brown color that saturated Gaara's body. A giant tower of sand exploded upwards, engulfing the entire arena in smoke. As quickly as it had come, the smoke was blown away by a powerful gust of wind. Many of the spectators reeled back in shock and horror at the sight that greeted them. In the center of the arena, standing at least a good 30 meters in height, stood the terror of Sunagakure, the Ichibi no Shikaku. Birth of the new Demon King. Oh, this is so not good, Asuma said with a groan. Releasing his bijou here. Is he insane? Asked Kurenai with a shout. We need to do something before Naruto gets killed. Now hold up, Nai-chan, said Anko before Kurenai whirled on her. Hold up, hold up. Naruto is not facing off against some insane ninja. He's fighting a bijou. There is no way a Chūnin, no matter how good, can fight that thing. And you can? Asked Anko, looking at her with an incredulous look. None of us have the power to fight a bijou. Besides, look down at the Gaki, he's completely calm. Kurenai frowned, but did as told. Anko was right. Naruto did look rather calm. To be honest, if he was showing any emotion at all, Kurenai had to say it was excitement. There was a large grin on his face as he eyed the giant demon. It looked like he was enjoying the battle more than anything else. I still don't like it, Kurenai said. You don't have to like it, Anko returned. I don't like it, but there is nothing we can do. Fighting a bijou would crush us. Besides, we've seen what the kid can do. If anyone can defeat that thing, it's him. Birth of the new Demon King. Well, this is more like it. I was beginning to get bored of fighting the mini-you, Naruto commented lightly. His eyes took on a red glow, which when combined with his Rinnegan made for a freaky effect. It's time for me to really let loose. You think you've won. I'll kill you. Futon, Chūnin, wind release, wind bullet. As the giant bullet of wind sped towards Naruto, said Blonde unleashed a large ball of Yuki, which he launched at the mass of displaced and compressed air. The two attacks struck, and Naruto's proved to be the stronger by a large margin. It struck the demon in the face, and Naruto decided he was lucky Gaara was no located near its head, since the red head would have been destroyed along with that particular appendage after the blast had struck. Naruto ran towards the giant demon lord, which began sending out sand tendrils to crush him once it regained its head. However, with Naruto having decided to use Yuki for this battle, he was able to use Shundo to great effect in dodging the sand that came his way. Get off! Get off! Shikaku shouted as Naruto appeared on the demon lord's head after one of his Shundos. Shikaku tried to wrap its sand around his ankles, but Naruto used his Yuki to keep himself from getting stuck. Grinning, Naruto placed his hands on the massive demon's head. They began to grow a dark red, and were soon crackling with power as Naruto channeled more and more Yuki into his hands. He soon released it in a powerful burst, and the effects were rather astonishing. Naruto's Yuki was not only very poisonous, but also had a similar effect to heating. Most of the reason his Yuki blast disintegrated his opponents when used was quite simply because his attacks usually ran upwards of 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That meant anything his Yuki attacks hit were more or less vaporized. It was a little different with Shikaku, since the entire creature was made from Yuki-infused sand. The Demon Lord was much sturdier than most. This meant that its body did not dissolve when struck with a point-blank blast of Naruto's Yuki. Instead, Shikaku was turned into a large shard of glass. Ah, what art! Naruto sniffed as he looked down at his creation. Truly, I should have gone into glass making. Sometimes I astound myself. I shall call it Demon Lord A La Sand. Too bad I can't let this thing just stand here. Oh well. He tapped his foot on the now glassed Bijou's head. Cracks started appearing around the spot Naruto tapped, spreading out in an ever-increasing web until the entire demon's body was filled with tiny cracks. Giving one more tap, the Demon Lord's form shattered. Birth of the new Demon King. I don't believe it, Kankuro choked out as he stared at the glass shards that fell to the ground. Hey, he beat Gaara. Gaara, Temari cried out in worry. Ignoring her other brother's cry of wait, she opened her fan and flew down to the arena floor. There she found Gaara, alive but unconscious. Her youngest brother was sitting on the floor, eyes rolled in the back of his head. And the blonde who had defeated him like he had been fighting Bijou all his life had a hand on his head. What are you doing to him? Cried Temari. Let him go. He's already defeated. She would have just attacked him, but Naruto had Gaara hostage. Relax, said Naruto in a calm voice, his eyes closed. I'm not going to hurt Gaara, but I need to see what is wrong with Shikaku. His words caused Temari to stop short. She tilted her head, and a look of confusion crossed her face. What? What do you mean? A smile appeared on Naruto's face. Nothing. Don't worry your pretty little head over a thing. Now let's see what's behind that cage. Temari heard the boy's last mutterings and wondered what he meant. What cage? Was he? Could it be possible that Naruto was inside of Gaara's seal? But how? Was it the Rinnegan? Temari could only stand there and watch, hoping and praying that her brother would be okay. Birth of the new Demon King. Man, this place is even more of a dump than my own mind, Naruto said with a grumble as he looked around the redhead's mind. The entire place looked like a desert. Everywhere he looked was sand, sand, and more sand. Well, maybe it was a little better than the sewers had been. Not that Naruto could access it anymore. Since he no longer had a seal, he couldn't actually enter his mind anymore. Oh well, there was nothing useful there for him anyways as far as he was concerned. Looking around, Naruto decided on a destination to head to. A place where he saw a giant cavern in a large wall. Naruto disappeared in a blur of speed and made it to the cage in record time. The cage was a lot like his, with large steel gray bars and a seal in the center. However, he noticed that the seal was frayed and worn. It looked like someone had taken a fire jutsu to it. Inside of the cave was Shikaku, and yet it wasn't. There was something that he couldn't see, yet he could feel. It was like Shikaku held two souls, which was impossible. And yet, that was what he was feeling from the Demon Lord. And it seemed the beast had learned of his presence, for it whirled around and glared at him. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Though it spoke brashly, Naruto heard the worry in its voice. Not surprising, it probably realized just how helpless it was. He ignored it for the moment as he tried to decide what to do. "You." Naruto turned and saw Gaara standing just a little behind him. The boy looked frightened. "What are you doing here? How'd I get here? What's going on?" Naruto had to blink at the rapid-fire questions the boy was asking. He was rather surprised the boy was being so emotional. Then again, it's not every day the demon you're carrying inside of you gets beat in 5 minutes flat by a genin. "Oh, I'm just here to see what's wrong with Shikaku," Naruto said lightly. Gaara stopped and blinked at him. "What?" "Shikaku. Something's wrong with him," Naruto repeated. "I doubt you can feel it, but I can sense two souls coming from Shikaku." "Two souls," Gaara muttered. "Could it be? I had been told that the Shikaku was an insane priest who was sealed into a tea kettle." "A priest?" Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. Yes, a priest could merge with a demon if done right. Though they and the demon they merged with would lose their minds. It is a very foolish thing to do, especially attempting to merge with a demon lord. The blonde sighed. "Very well, it looks like that priest is going to have to go." "What are you doing?" asked Gaara, who by now seemed to realize Naruto wasn't going to hurt him, though he was curious as to why. "I'm going to get rid of that priest. What else?" asked Naruto in a rhetorical fashion. Anyone stupid enough to try and merge with a demon is dangerous. Besides, that priest is the entire reason Shikaku is so insane. Once the priest is gone, Shikaku should become normal again, and you should be able to sleep. Gaara's eyes widened. Really? Really? Naruto walked up to the cage and glared at the giant sand demon. "I'll kill you," it screeched at him. Naruto ignored its cries as he rushed through the cage. "What are you know? No, stop this. I will not die. You can't. You can't." "I can and I will," Naruto shouted as his hand was plunged into Shikaku's head. With an upward yank, Naruto pulled out a ghastly, pale white soul. It wiggled and squirmed as if trying to break free. Shikaku quieted and began to sink down as layers and layers of sand dissolved from its body. Naruto jumped back out of the cage and held the soul. "Disgusting," he muttered before cocking his Yuki-covered fist and plowing it into the soul. There was a piercing wail that emanated from the soul as it was destroyed. When the apparition was gone, the clearing was silent. "There," Naruto said in a pleased voice. He was rather proud of himself. Naruto had only been getting the basics of his Rinnegan down, and only knew that he could theoretically drag a soul out of a body. He had never actually tried it before, but that he was capable of doing so on his first try made us feel very good about himself. He turned to the stunned-looking Gaara. "The real Shikaku should be waking up in about an hour. When he does, I suggest you two talk. If he starts being stubborn, tell him that Raisin's descendant will beat his ass for not working with you." "Ok." "Okay," Gaara said. Not like he could have said anything else. He was still trying to understand what the hell just happened. All right then. It looks like my work here is done. Laters. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto came back to the real world. Time inside of a seal was notoriously slow, so not much more than a second had elapsed outside of the seal. He looked at Temari and smiled. Guard's going to be fine, he said. He set the red head on the ground and stepped back, allowing Temari to rush to her brother's side. Just make sure he gets a lot of uninterrupted rest. From what I understand, he has 12 years of making up to do. Temari looked at the blonde who had just defeated Gaara's demon. Not just beaten it, but did so easily. He could have killed Gaara, but he hadn't, and whatever the blonde had done, Temari was sure it had been beneficial. Thank you, she said with a watery smile. You're welcome. Now, Naruto's eyes narrowed as he looked up at the Kage booth. I want you to tell all of your forces that Orochimaru has killed and is impersonating your Kage. Tell them they're not to attack with Odo, and any that do will be killed. Understand? Temari's eyes widened, not just at the fact that he knew about the invasion, but what he said about her father as well. What? Orochimaru has killed and impersonated your Kazekage. That man you see up there is not your father. Tell all your invading forces to either back off or help us drive off Odo. Do you understand? Asked Naruto in a growl. Good, then get to it. And with that, Naruto disappeared. He reappeared right next to the disguised Orochimaru, whose eyes widened as the blonde threw his fist out. There was a large explosion that destroyed the seat that the Hibi-Sannin was sitting on and the entire wall behind it. However, Orochimaru had managed to escape, using his quick reflexes to jump out of the way. Orochimaru! Naruto roared as he came at the disguised Sannin again. Today's the day you die. I just hope you give me a better fight than these wet behind-the-ear genin. How did he find out who I was? Orochimaru was forced to shed his disguise as Naruto's Yuki-enhanced fist blew another hole where he had been just seconds before. The two of them landed on a roof not far from the stadium. The entire area was now pandemonium. Birth of the new Demon King. As the shock of their leader's discovery wore off, the Odo ninja that had disguised themselves as civilians began attack anyone they could. However, they soon found out that without the Jinjutsu that Kabuto had been going to cast in effect, they were outmanned and outmatched. Mado Guy, who had arrived a little while ago with his student rock, Lee, was a whirlwind force of destruction. He had already shed his weights, determining that in a battle for the safety of his village, he could not afford to hold back. He used his fists and feet to pound any ninja that was close to him into the ground, or the air, or through a wall. Every hit he sent broke bones and liquefied insides. Asuma had his trench knives out. They were covered in green wind chakra, and he was using them to their greatest potential as he sliced through Odo ninja in his way. While he may not have Guy's enthusiasm when it came to fighting, he was more than able of handling the ninja that were in his path. Right by his side, Kurenai was using her Jinjutsu to confuse any opponent that Asuma did not get right off the bat. She would use her skills and stealth to sneak up behind them and slit their throat, or kill them with a well-thrown kunai. Mostly, she worked defensively, allowing the more battle-oriented Asuma to take charge. And just a little ways away from her was none other than Anko. Currently, said woman was cackling in glee as she launched several snakes at any enemies that got close. The snakes clamped down on the Odo ninja, not only eliciting screams of pain, but slowly killing them from the snake venom her summons carried. While she killed her enemies, Anko was releasing a string of taunts and insults at all those who were still alive, enraging them further and making them that much easier to kill. All around the stadium, similar battles were taking place. Izumo and Kotetsu were using teamwork to defeat anybody that came close. Genma was attacking several Odo ninja that appeared on the arena floor. Huddled together were the Konoha 12, those who had not sent to the infirmary. Shikamaru was using his cage main no jutsu to hold enemies in place, while Tintin bombarded them with kunai. Shino had his bugs sucking the chakra of any enemy ninja that got too close, while Hinata and Kiba were using their respective taijutsu styles to deal as much damage as they could. Even Ino was doing what she could, using her Shininshin no jutsu to take over people's mind and have them kill their teammates. The only people who weren't fighting were Sakura, who was huddled in her seat in fear, praying for her Sasuke-kun to save her, and Lee, who was unfortunately too injured to fight and had to rely on Tenten for protection. A little ways from them was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Said Chūnin was currently slaughtering Odo ninja left and right, an insane grin on his face as he reveled in his skills and the power he had over these weak opponents. Birth of the new Demon King. Baki, Temari shouted as she neared her sensei, who was fighting with Genma. Baki, the Kazekage has been killed. That man is really Orochimaru in disguise. What? He hadn't been close enough to hear what had been said by the blonde, and only saw him attack their Kage. Orochimaru killed our Kage and disguised himself to get into the Chūnin exams. Temari shouted. We've been used. Shit. Baki did not doubt Temari's words. She would never lie about something so important. She rarely ever lied, period. Which meant she was right, and this battle was meaningless. Looks like our battle has ended, he told Genma as he leaped back. I'm going to recall our forces and help you drive out Odo. How can we trust you? Asked Genma. You did just attack us, and from the looks of things you guys have been planning this for a while now. It was our Kazekage's orders, Baki said. However, it seems our Kazekage was wrong to trust that snake. If he is dead, then fighting you would be pointless. Very well, Genma said. Inform your men of what's happened and change your allegiance. I'll let those on my side know as well. Thank you. Baki nodded to the Konoha Jonin before turning around. Come on, Temari, let's find Kankuro. Hi. Birth of the new Demon King. Kukuku, well done, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru chortled. Tell me, how did you know who I was? Naruto cocked his head to the side and tapped his fingers to his temple. Not much can get past these eyes, Orochimaru. Surely, you know the stories of the Rinnegan. Of course, and such delectable stories they are. Naruto felt a shiver of disgust run up his spine as Orochimaru licked his lips and eyed him like a piece of meat. If even half the myths on those eyes are true, then they would be very powerful. You won't be laying a finger on these eyes, Orochimaru, Naruto said. Today is the day your life ends. Kukuku, you're welcome to try Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said. I wanted to test your potential anyways. Both fighters slid into their respective stances as they prepared for battle. Around them a purple barrier sprang up as four people in white robes with a purple bow holding them closed appeared on roof. Naruto took in the double barrier, noting that it was both designed to keep people in as well as out. Picking up a rock, Naruto threw it and watched as the barrier sizzled and the rock disintegrated. You like? Asked Orochimaru with a grin on his face. It's a rather genius Kekai ninjutsu, barrier ninjutsu, that I created. It's called Shinshiinjin, 4 Violet Flames Battle Encampment. The barrier does not allow anyone to enter or exit, so long as the ninja are unharmed. The body of anyone touching it will immediately be engulfed in flames. In addition, there is no way to destroy the formation from inside the barrier, since the 4 people also have a barrier on the inside protecting them. So breaking out is extremely difficult, if not impossible. I had originally designed it, so I could kill Sarutobi-sensei without any interference. However, I think I would much rather test your potential. The old man's death can wait for another day. Naruto smiled. You say that like you actually have a chance of surviving this encounter, Orochimaru. I assure you, this will be the last stand you make. Kukuku, then why don't we begin? Suggested Orochimaru. A grin formed on Naruto's face, one that threatened to split his face in half. Very well. Naruto blurred from view as the battle began. Birth of the new Demon King. Naruto-kun. Sarutobi shouted as he jumped in front of the barrier. The Yimbu team he had gotten together all stopped with him, all except one who ended up running straight into the purple barrier. The man was killed near instantaneously. His smoking and burnt corpse fell to the ground with a meaty thud. I don't think there's any way to get in this barrier, the Yimbu captain said pensively as his commanding officer watched the battle going on inside anxiously. Chapter 10. When You've Got It. A grin formed on Naruto's face, one that threatened to split his face in half. Very well. Naruto blurred from view as the battle began. He reappeared right next to Orochimaru, his fist already lashing out in a punch that had so much strength put into it, it would take the Sannin's head off. Orochimaru had just enough time to weave his body around the punch, twisting his body at an angle that should be impossible for humans to accomplish. It was like he could dislocate all his joints at will, or like he didn't actually have a backbone. He moved much like a snake would. Considering his summons, the man's way of movement was fitting. The Hibi Sannin lashed out as he dodged the first attack, striking at Naruto with a knife-edged hand aimed at his throat. Because of Naruto's strength, even when he was not using his Yuki, the attack wouldn't have done much more than cause him to stumble. However, he still had no intention of getting hit by Orochimaru, and so he dodged accordingly, ducking under the blow and coming up with an uppercut. Orochimaru wove around the blow and made an attempt at stabbing Naruto through the eye. It was dodged when the blonde Uzumaki moved his head to the side, letting the hand ruffle his hair. In return, the blonde launched his own punch at the Sannin's face. However, that, too, was dodged. Naruto's knee came up and blocked Orochimaru's foot when trying to take him by surprise. With no true blows landed, the two jumped back and reassessed each other. The entire sequence of combat had taken less than a minute. In the Shinobi World, battles were usually fast-paced, where seconds could mean the difference between life and death. So many ninja were used to moving fast in combat. However, even then, what the ANBU watching outside witnessed was beyond a simple ninja battle. The speed of the two fighters was of the kind very few could reach. It went beyond Chūnin and into the realm of Kages. What surprised them the most was that the one battling Orochimaru, S-rank ninja, and one of the three Sannin who were said to be on par with any Kage, was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, Chūnin of Konoha, dead last of his class, and from his file an all-around screw-up. The image they had in their mind and the image the grinning blonde before them were in such complete contrast with each other that those watching found it hard to believe the battle could be anything more than a very elaborate jinjutsu. A few of the younger officers there even tried to dispel an illusion just to make sure they hadn't been caught in one. "Oh man, did you see that?" asked Usagi as he watched the battle. "I could hardly even keep up with them." "Me either. The battle's only just started and it looks like they've kick-started in a high gear." This particular comment came from Tori. "I expected this kind of fighting from someone like Orochimaru, but to see Uzumaki fighting like that is unbelievable," Usagi said in an excited voice. "It is most impressive," replied Tenzu, the captain of the ANBU squad. "But then, this is the Chūnin who pranks the ANBU and clans of Konoha as a pastime. There's obviously more to this young man than we thought. Maybe we should offer him a position in the ANBU when this is all over," Usagi suggested. "You mean if he survives?" said Tori. However, none were more surprised than Sarutobi Hiruzen. While the battle had just started, the fact that Naruto was more than keeping up with his former student was remarkable. Naruto, who was still just a Chūnin, and one who was supposed to be at the bottom of his class's graduates, was fighting a shinobi that had been hailed as a genius. Even with the recent and mysterious changes the blonde went through, he should not have become this powerful. "What happened to you during that time in the Forest of Death, Naruto-kun?" Inside of the barrier, Naruto was grinning like a madman as he dodged and blocked, attacked and counterattacked. He had never actually had this much fun. This was a fight. This was what he had been waiting for. A battle with a worthy opponent. It didn't matter that Naruto had decided not to use his Yuki so as to make the battle more even in the hopes of gaining a challenge. All that mattered to him was that he had found someone to battle who was on par with him as far as raw skills went. It actually went without saying that Orochimaru was a better fighter. His style was more fluid than Naruto's brawling style. His reflexes were better honed due to the decades of battle he had been in, and he had more tricks up his sleeve than the blonde did. But that was okay with Naruto. It just made this fight more exciting. What Naruto lacked in finesse and experience, he more than made up for in raw potential and physical ability. He may not be using Yuki in this battle, but his natural strength and speed were enough to keep up with the Sannin's cunning mind and deceptive tactics. He may not have experience, but Naruto had always been a genius in battle. Not in the way Hyuga Neji was, with his powerful taijutsu, or Shikamaru with his thinking 200 moves ahead strategy. No, what Naruto had was an innovative and creative mind that bordered on the insane. He thought outside the box, he was unpredictable, And to any shinobi who fought more with their mind than their bodies, that was a very frightening thing. Quickly, let's see if we can't get this barrier down. Hearing the voice, Naruto looked out of the corner of his eye. He saw the Hokage and the ANBU on one side of the barrier. He frowned, turning his eyes back to his opponent. Oi, Ajisen, what are you still doing there standing around like a lemon? When he was sure he got the Hokage's attention, Naruto continued. There's a war going on, you know. Why don't you go and help out your ninja? What? Naruto, this is not some genin you are fighting. Sarutobi said in an urgent voice. This is Orochimaru, one of my students. He is one of the greatest traders of the leaf and an S-rank ninja. Even with your new power, you don't stand a chance against him. Kukuku, you should listen to the old man. Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said with a chortle. Not that it matters, seeing as you're trapped here with me. That barrier won't come down unless I command the Sound Four to let it down, and that won't be happening for a while yet. Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm hurt that you would think I'm not up to the task of killing some 2-bit has-been. While Naruto could not see it, he could tell from the stiffening postures of the ANBU that they were all wide-eyed. The fact that Sarutobi looked like he had just shit a brick and Orochimaru began seething was just a bonus. I guarantee I'm stronger than you think, than anything of you can think. Besides, you can't get past that barrier. All you'd be doing is standing there wasting time, when you could be helping turn the tides of battle. So let me have my fun and get going. Sarutobi hesitated. He didn't really want to leave, but Naruto was right. He had been trying to come up with a way to get through the barrier. However, he could not think of anything that would work. It was impervious to ninjutsu, and he didn't have enough experience in Fuinjutsu to think of anything that might get rid of the seal. He didn't even think Jiraiya had that kind of talent. Minato might have. Sarutobi was sure he would have been able to find a way to get rid of the barrier. But he was no longer amongst the living, and thus no help. So he had a choice. He could stay here and watch helplessly as his grandson figure fought a man Sarutobi knew was far beyond his power. Or he could leave and enter the battle proper, helping as many shinobi as he could. In the end, the choice was obvious. I'm sorry, Naruto, Sarutobi said, before turning to his ANBU. You three will stay here and watch the battle. If the barrier goes down, you are to assist Uzumaki-san in fighting Orochimaru. He received 3 highs from his shinobi. Looking at Naruto one last time, Sarutobi left to fight in the battles going on down below. Maybe now I can fight when peace, Naruto said. He looked at Orochimaru and smirked. Ready to continue? Orochimaru chuckled. This kid was just full of surprises. Kukuku, of course, Naruto-kun. Show me what you're made of. Naruto shivered. That just sounded so wrong on so many levels. Birth of the new Demon King. The battle within the arena had taken a turn for the worst, against Oto, that is. Armed with Naruto's information, Temari and Baki had informed the rest of their ninja the truth about the man that had been sitting in their Kazekage's place. Enraged, Suna Ninja turned on Oto, and the battle that had already been going poorly thanks to the battle plan they had laid out being disrupted by a certain blonde genin became that much worse. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. Temari swung her oversized fan and sent a force gale of cutting wind pockets towards a group of Oto ninja. While the jutsu was only C-ranked in power, it was strong enough that many of those caught in its grasp would not be fighting anytime soon. Just a little ways away from the sandy blonde, the second oldest of her siblings was using his puppets to either attack or herd Oto ninja into her attacks. Kankuro himself hid behind Baki for protection, as her brother wasn't any good at open combat, preferring to rely on his poisons and puppets to get the job done. She looked at the wall behind her, specifically at the still sleeping form of her youngest brother. It was so odd seeing him sleeping and not having Shikaka take over his body. She would have wondered what was happening to him, but considering the situation she was in, she knew that now was not the time for such trivial thoughts. He was safe, and that was all that mattered. Temari looked at several ninja her brother was herding over to her and swung her fan again. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. Birth of the new Demon King. Kabuto grimaced as he was sent flying backwards from another powerful blow to the chest by one Mato guy. He was just thankful that with his ability to heal himself, he was practically impervious to any and all forms of damage. Otherwise, this battle would have been over long ago, and it would not have been he who was the victor. Though just because he couldn't be permanently damaged didn't mean he wasn't going to curse his situation. Thanks to Kakashi as his damnable Sharingan, he had been found before he could leave. Now he was not only fighting Mato Guy, but also Hatake Kakashi and Mitarashi Anko. Needless to say, he was having a difficult time just trying to survive. Flipping himself around, Kabuto managed to land on his feet after getting smacked around by Guy. However, as soon as he stopped skidding backwards, Anko shot several snakes for her hands and wrapped them around his body. Even worse for the young medic Nin and Spy, his arms had been caught by the snakes as well, so he wouldn't be able to use any hand signs. A chirping sound caught his attention, and Kabuto was just in time to see a flash of blue lightning from Kakashi's hand as the Chidori was plunged into his chest. There was a puff of smoke, and Kabuto's body was soon replaced by a log. The traitorous medical ninja appeared just a little ways away. He gave no witty comeback like he usually might as he tried to escape from the trio of ninja. While he was arrogant, he was also smart. Kabuto knew that this battle was beyond him. Fighting 3 Jonin-level ninja, 2 being a solid A rank, and 1 being a mid to high B rank, was beyond anyone aside from those that earned the distinction of S rank. However, he was unable to escape as Mato Guy had been standing in the back to ensure Kabuto didn't try to do what he was doing right now. The taijutsu specialist was on Kabuto before he knew what hit him. Kabuto winced as he received several hits from Guy. The problem with fighting the taijutsu specialist was that he was just too strong and fast for Kabuto to do anything more than redirect the blows to lessen the damage. Perhaps in a straight-up fight, Kabuto would be able to use trickery and his medial skills, but with 2 other ninja to deal with, he had no chance of being capable of doing that. Kabuto ducked and dodged and weaved through the hailstorm of fists and feet that Guy threw at him. A few of the larger man's attacks came close, but none gave the medical ninja more than a grazing wound. The medical ninja's taijutsu style revolved around dodging opponents by predicting their next attack through muscle movement. Because of that, in spite of Guy being better than Kabuto at taijutsu, the white-hair medical ninja was able to keep just a few steps ahead of the taijutsu specialist. However, Konoha ninja often worked as a team, and this battle was no different. He became distracted when Anko launched a dozen snakes at him, and Kabuto ended up receiving another painful blow to the chest. He could feel his rib cage snapping, and it took a bit of effort not to scream out in pain. He soared through the air, and as he went under Kakashi, the copy ninja began going through several hand seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kakashi breathed out a large fireball that hit Kabuto, who was burnt to a crisp, his body hitting the ground with a meaty thud. However, before anyone could celebrate, the traitorous ninja once again disappeared in a puff of smoke. "I can't see him anywhere," Guy said with a frown. He looked at his 2 partners, though recent circumstance left him somewhat reluctant to consider his former rival partner. "Can either of you see him?" "No," Kakashi said with a sigh as he looked around with his Sharingan. "I can't see Kabuto anywhere. It's like he was never here." "Damn," Anko pounded a fist in her right hand. "I can't believe that bastard managed to get away." "He's definitely a slippery one," Mato Guy said seriously, which was rare for Guy. "But come, let's not waste time lamenting over this. There's still a lot more we must do to drive these most unyouthful invaders out of our home." Anko sighed. "Right, let's go." The 3 Konoha ninja took off to help everyone else with their battles. None of them saw the figure sinking into the ground. Birth of the new Demon King. Shinraken, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent fist. Naruto punched out at Orochimaru, who moved his body to dodge the blow. However, despite being well out of the way of the blonde's fist, the Hibi Sannin was still sent sailing backwards with the same amount of force he would have been if he had been hit. "Gah, that was like one of Tsunade's punches." Orochimaru gasped as he felt the pain in his body. It felt like someone had compressed the Hokage monument into a small size, but left its mass intact and dropped it on his stomach. "How did he even hit me? I know I dodged that. Is this another ability of the Rinnegan?" Bansho, Chūnin, heavenly attraction of all creation. Gah! Orochimaru felt as if he had been hooked in the gut as he was pulled forward with enough force that he ended up flying through the air at Jonin-level speeds. When he got within his opponent's reach, Naruto pounded him right in the face with his fist. Shinraken. Once more, Orochimaru flew through the air, right before he ended up plowing into the ground. Groaning, he stood back up and looked at his opponent, who seemed to be giving him time to recuperate. That was a very powerful attack. Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said. It reminded me of my teammate Tsunade's punches. Tell me, is this another ability of your Rinnegan? Could you stop calling me Naruto-kun? Asked Naruto. Seriously, it's giving me the creeps. I don't swing that way. And second, what makes you think I would tell you anything about my Rinnegan's abilities? What the fun in that be? Unless, of course, you're willing to even up the odds by telling me every technique you know. Kukukiku, Orochimaru chuckled, though he looked angered at Naruto denying him information. The blonde smirked. He knew he was getting to the Hibi-Sannin. The man was not only insanely arrogant, even more than Naruto had been when fighting the Saint Beasts, he was also curious, especially when it came to Jutsu and Kekkei Genkei. By denying him information, Naruto pissed him off, and that would eventually make him sloppy. It seems you are not as dumb as everyone says you are. Gee, what gave that away? Asked Naruto in a sarcastic tone of voice. The fact that I'm kicking your ass? Or maybe the fact that I beat every single ninja I faced in the Chūnin exams. When I was told you were a genius, I thought everyone meant ninja prodigy, not a master of stating the obvious. You are hardly close to beating me, Orochimaru said with a scowl, all traces of playfulness leaving his face. Do not presume that a child like you has any chance of defeating me, someone who has gone farther in his study of ninjutsu than anyone else in the world. Let me show you just how far you are from my level. Orochimaru began going through several hand seals before slamming his hands into the ground. Kuchios, Edo Tensai, summoning technique, resurrection of an impure world. 3 coffins began raising themselves from the ground, each one with a number on them numbering 1, 2, and 4. Naruto wasn't sure what this was, but he had a feeling this was the technique Orochimaru had needed kin for. He wondered what would happen to the corpse he had put in the one that said 1, since they apparently needed a living sacrifice for the technique to work. Figuring he would find out, Naruto waited until the 3 coffins were fully raised from the ground. Each one fell back with a loud thud. Then the coffins opened up, and from coffins 2 and 4, a person stepped out. What? Why isn't the Shodai coming out? Orochimaru looked into the first coffin and was shocked to see one of his shinobi inside. Dead. You, he raged at the blonde. You did this. This is how you found out about my invasion, isn't it? Naruto's eyes didn't even turn to acknowledge the man's words as he looked at the person in front of him. The man in front of him was fairly tall, just a little shorter than Naruto himself. And though his skin was ashen pale, Naruto knew it should be a light tan much like his own. He had bright blonde hair that was spiky and had 2 jaw-length bangs framing his face. Bright blue eyes much like the ones Naruto used to have adorn his face. His attire consisted of a standard Konohanin uniform with 2 bands each on both of his sleeves, a flak jacket, and a forehead protector. He was also wearing a haori that was decorated by flames-like motifs on the edges, with a kanji for Yondaime Hokage, 4th Fire Shadow, written vertically down the back, and closed on the front by a thin orange rope. This man was none other than Namake's Minato. The two stared at each other for what felt like the longest time, but in truth had only been a few seconds. Finally, Minato's mouth opened, and the first word he said was, Sochi? Those 2 words caused all the people within hearing distance to look between the 2 blondes in shock. Had they just heard right? Did Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, the Kuroi Senku, the greatest hero of Konoha, call the Kyuubi Jinchuriki son? For the Yanbu standing outside, it was like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water on them. While none had done anything to hurt Naruto, they hadn't done anything to help him either. Some had even turned a blind eye to the boy's plight when he ran into a drunken villager, letting the people take their anger out on the blonde before stepping in to stop it. And now they had just heard that the boy they had ignored and many hated was the son of their greatest hero. It was a bitter pill to swallow, and one that was sure to cause an uproar among the people of Konoha. Naruto cracked a smile. What's up too, San? I bet you never thought we'd actually meet, huh? Not really, Minato grimaced. Not after what happened with Achihamadara. Naruto grinned at his father's surprised expression. Don't be so surprised. I know everything that happened during Ka-san's pregnancy. Well, most of what happened. I know that Madara somehow managed to know that the seal would weaken during childbirth, and I know that he was the one who released Kyuubi and made her attack the village. Yes, that's right. And wait. The way Minato's eyes bulged as he had that the fearsome Kyuubi no Yoko, the most powerful of the Bijou, was in fact a female. Naruto chuckled. Surprised? So am I. I mean, it's not every day that you find out that your mind is being inhabited by a super hot female. When he saw his dad's eyes bug out, even more Naruto laughed. That's right. You only saw her fox form. Huh? Let me assure you, San, her human form is exquisite. I don't even know what to say to that. Minato mumbled. The man beside him just looked lost. Said man had white shaggy hair, red eyes, and 3 red streaks, 2 under his eyes and 1 on his chin. His outfit consisted of blue armor and a forehead protector, which was modeled to resemble a face guard. The outfit underneath his armor had a white fur collar. Outside of his shinobi outfit, the man wore a simple blue shirt kimono held closed by a pale yellow sash and pants with mesh armor underneath, completed with a bracelet of swords on his left hand. I'm not sure what's going on, he said, and Naruto turned to realize he was looking at the Naidame Hokage, who was looking at him with red eyes. It seems you have quite the story to tell. However, I believe we were summoned here for a reason. That's right, Naidame-sama, Yandame-sama, Orochimaru said with a mocking smile as he said Minato's title. You two are here to kill dear Minato's son and help me destroy your home. He had been rather angry about not being able to summon the Shodaime, but learning that Naruto was in fact the son of the man he hated most made his anger disappear. Now he would force the man he hated more than even his own sensei to kill his son. While he had wanted Naruto's body, the Hibi-Sannin was beginning to think it was too much trouble. He would likely have to kill the boy before he could become a threat. Such a shame. With those pleasant thoughts in his mind, Orochimaru pulled out 2 kunai with several seal tags on them. He made to implant them in the head of the 2 he had summoned. However, before he could, a hand grabbed onto his. Looking from the hand, the Hibi-Sen was just in time to see a hand with a spiraling ball of chakra in it before it was plowed into his face. Rather than explode in a mass of gore and brains, Orochimaru melted into a pile of mud. Tsh Tsuchi Bunshin, mud clone, Minato muttered as he jumped back from the sword that threatened to impale him. He landed over near Naruto and looked over where Orochimaru was standing with an angry glare on his face. How are you able to attack me? I revived you. You can't hurt the person who cast this jutsu. Orochimaru screamed, spittle actually coming out of his mouth. Naruto actually snickered at the sight of the famed Hibi-Sannin losing his cool. Minato just smiled. You obviously didn't read the fine print, did you, Orochimaru? Had you studied the jutsu in more depth, you would have known that one who has given himself to the Shinigami cannot be used by anyone except Shinigami-sama. When I sacrificed myself to seal Kyuubi into Naruto, the Shinigami claimed my soul and I now work for him. Mere mortal jutsu do not hold power over the one who controls the spirit realm. Orochimaru grit his teeth in anger and slight worry. This was not something he had expected, and it also meant trouble. Minato wasn't considered to be the most powerful shinobi to ever grace the elemental nations without good reason. Even without his Hiraishin no jutsu, he was a powerful force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, the Hibi-Sannin knew he was too far into this now to back down. If he tried to escape, it would leave his back exposed, and he had no doubt that Minato would take advantage of such an act. Never mind the fact that his son was capable of holding his own against him. Beside him, Tobirama was looking at Minato with newfound respect as he heard that he had sacrificed himself to the Shinigami. That was facing death with true courage. Fine, I'll just end the technique on you, Orochimaru said. However, Minato just laughed. You can't end the technique anymore. The moment you summoned me to this plane, your ability to control me in any way was lost. That includes canceling the jutsu on me. Face pedo Dutch, you've lost. Naruto grinned at the man. Beside him, Minato's sweat dropped at hearing the very Kushina insult. And the best part is, You only have yourself to blame. Orochimaru snarled. No more talk. He violently shoved the kunai in Tobarama's head. The Nidaime Hokage straightened. His skin became pink and healthy, but his eyes dulled as he fell to the control of the jutsu. Kill them. Tobarama started off at a slow gait before speeding into a run. However, before he could get far, Naruto held out his hands and said, Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. And the Nidaime Hokage was suddenly smashed by an invisible force and sent sailing backwards. Minato looked at his son with raised eyebrows. Is that an ability of the Rinnegan? Yep. Naruto looked at his dad with a smirk. Aside from being able to control all 5 elements, I can also control the 6th element, gravity. With my ability over gravity, I can attract or repel objects and people. I can even change the gravity of something else and make things float. I haven't found out everything about these eyes yet, unfortunately, but I've learned some interesting techniques. Minato smiled before noticing Tobram was getting back up. You'll have to tell me how you got those eyes, but it will need to be later. Right now, we've got a battle on our hands. Not going to tell me I'm too young and to leave it to you? Asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Minato shook his head and smiled. For what I've seen since I got here, you are likely doing remarkably well, especially since he summoned us to battle. Besides, you're my son. I have faith in you. Good thing, too. Naruto chuckled as he turned towards the incoming Kage. There is no way I'm going to be left out of the fun. Ah, you're just like Kushi-chan, Minato said right as Tobarama attacked them. The Yondaime Hokage ducked under the punch and sent nearly 10 of his own in quick succession. Too fast for any except Naruto himself to see. He ended his attack with an uppercut that caught the other revived Kage flat-foot, sending the man sailing. Naruto nodded in approval. Not bad, old man. It looks like you've got this battle covered. In which case, I'm going to go play with a certain snake. Sure, just leave this to me, Minato said as Tobarama created a giant wall of water, which came towards Minato. Said man went through several hand seals in quick succession, his fingers blurring. Doton, Doria Hiki, Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. Birth of the new Demon King. Shinraken. Orochimaru was once again blown back as he was smashed with Naruto's gravity punch. He had actually been hoping to make his escape once the pair of blondes were busy with the Nidaime. However, life and karma seemed to have other plans for the Hibi-Sannin as Minato and Naruto decided to split up so they could have a pair of one-on-one fights. Now, Orochimaru had to contend with the blonde he had been fighting previously, and things were not looking good. Sunii Taijushu, many hidden shadow, snake hands. Orochimaru shot several snakes out of his sleeves, all of them heading for Naruto in an attempt to harm the blonde in some way. Naruto planted his hands on the ground and said, Shinra Tensei, Jinshukusha, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, gravity well. The ground underneath the snakes burst open and they were all hit by an invisible force, getting sent high into the air. With the aim of his snakes off course, Orochimaru was left vulnerable, and Naruto came in and smashed his fist into the Sannin's gut. Orochimaru melted into mud, and Naruto jumped back just as the man burst from the ground with a snake in his mouth, which was holding a sword in its mouth. The Sannin pulled the sword free, and the snake went back down the man's throat. That is so gross, Naruto shuddered, but he still pulled his katana and wakizashi free. The blades of the swords, much like their general look, were both of opposites. The katana, which was called Kitisei, Fox's Cry, had a blade of pure white, and it seemed to glow with a hidden power. The wakizashi went by the name Kitanari, Fox's Howl, and held a blade that was pitch black. He held Kitisei in front of him with a standard one-handed grip, and Kitanari behind him in a reverse grip as he prepared to use them in their first real battle. Orochimaru came in fast and began attacking Naruto, using a combination of jabs and slices in his attempt to get through the blonde's guard. However, Naruto was more than up to the task of defending against the Sannin's attacks. Using Kitanari, the blonde Uzumaki blocked all attacks from the Kusanagi, grass cutter, blade, surprising Orochimaru that his sword did not cut right through it. The Kusanagi was one of the most powerful swords in the world, and very few weapons save those used by the Kirishinobi Gatana Nananin Shu were capable of withstanding it. With Kitetsugai, Naruto made his own attempts at vivisecting his opponent. Orochimaru was forced to swerve around the katana so as not to get cut in half. The two broke apart after Orochimaru came in with a heavy swing from above, and Naruto blocked by bringing his blades into an X-guard. Deciding enough was enough, Naruto moved in to finish off his opponent. He came in fast and hard, and began using both blades to attack Orochimaru. Kitanari he used for quick jabs and to get into Orochimaru's guard or knock his blade out of the way. Kitetsugai was used for power strikes and swings aimed at taking off limbs. It was during one of the moments where Kitanari had knocked the Kusanagi away that Naruto managed to slice straight through Orochimaru's midsection, cutting the man in half. However, much to Naruto's shock and disgust, several snakes burst from two severed body parts and pulled the man back together. Growling in frustration, Naruto began attacking again, this time even more viciously than before. The Hibi Sannin found himself being hard-pressed to defend himself against the blonde's powerful onslaught. While he had been careful not to get cut in half again, he began receiving several cuts along his arms and torso. He had to hold in a wince each time he got cut, as each wound he received felt like it either burned him or sucked out his life essence, depending on the sword that caused the wound. "Those are some rather interesting swords," Orochimaru commented as they jumped away from each other again. "I'm rather curious to know where you got them." "And once again, I'm rather curious to know why you think I'm going to tell you," said Naruto. "Face it, unlike most shinobi, I actually hold to the common rule that deception and misdirection is a shinobi's bread and butter. I'm not going to tell you anything unless it would benefit me in some way. And telling you of the origins of my sword doesn't do that." "Fine," Orochimaru said through grit teeth. This brat was getting on the last of his nerves. He had ruined everything the Sannin had worked for. "Then you shall die, and I'll just take them off of your corpse." Naruto just smiled. "Oh, I think not, Orochimaru." "Gah." Orochimaru's eyes widened as he felt a sword pierce through his chest. Looking down, he saw the black blade of Kitanari sticking out. He looked up just in time to see the Naruto in front of him disappear in a puff of smoke, then turn around to see cold blue Rinnegan eyes staring at him from behind. When did you switch yourself out with a Kage Bunshin?" "When I cut you in half," replied Naruto. "And now that I've got the real you, you're finished." This blade, Kitanari, has a very unique ability. It can suck out the soul of anyone it stabs. A rather impressive ability if I do say so myself. "Teach, that was why I felt so weak when it cut me," Orochimaru said with realization. "Yep, each time it cut you, it took a little piece of your soul, weakening you constantly. Unlike chakra, you cannot replace your soul, and it seems yours is rather small." Naruto wasn't sure why that was, but in the end it didn't matter. "Goodbye, Pedo Dutch." No, I am Orochimaru of the Sannin." Orochimaru screamed. Even as his skin began to age, wrinkles began forming and his face became sunken in. "I am invincible, immortal. I can't be—" The man's screaming stopped as his body turned into a pile of ash. Naruto smiled as he blew away the dust with his Shinra Tensei. He looked over to see his father had just finished sealing up Tobirama. Deciding that his father had things well in hand, Naruto turned to the first person he saw keeping up the barrier. A frightened-looking girl with long, untamed, red hair. She also wore a black hat with bandages on the sides. "You and your comrades will drop this barrier and surrender yourselves," Naruto said, his voice colder than a glacier, making the girl shiver. "Any attempts at escape will end in your death. However, if you surrender, I promise to show you mercy and will allow you to live." Oh shit, this guy just fucking beat that cocksucker, Orochimaru, like it was nothing, and now he's staring at me. Were the first thoughts of the redhead. However, the boy's words penetrated her mind, and her sense of self-preservation kicked in. She immediately dropped the barrier, and knowing the blonde could and most likely would make good on his threat, decided to stay where she was. The three others were not so smart. They tried to escape. However, between the now revived Yondaime and the three ANBU, none escaped, and they were all captured. "What should we do them, Yondaime-sama?" asked Tenzu, deferring to the man who had once been a Kage. It was Naruto that answered. "Take those three to Ibiki. Get him to make them cough up the locations of everything they know on Orochimaru. His bases, enemy numbers, everything. When you're done, kill them. The three ENBU looked startled at being ordered by a kid, but seeing how he had just killed Orochimaru, none said anything. Though Tenzin did look at the yondaime, who merely nodded. He nodded back and turned back to Naruto and asked, "What about her?" "She has agreed to come quietly, so she will be escorted to POW. I myself will talk with her when the battle for Konoha has ended," Naruto said. He looked at one of the ANBU. "You will escort her, and know this, she is not to be harmed since she has come willingly. If I find that one hair on her head has been hurt, I will be coming after you." The ANBU, Tori, gulped in fear, knowing that this kid could follow up on that threat. The girl, however, looked shocked at someone she just met protecting her. However, just as Tori was about to tell the girl to get moving, the red head hissed in pain and was forced to her knees, while her hands flew to her neck. "What the fuck?" she shouted. "Dear fucking Kami. This hurts like a motherfucking bitch." "Shit." Naruto and Minato ignored the girl's profanity as they rushed over to her and pried the girl's hand away from her neck. "That's Orochimaru's Juinjutsu, Cursed Seal," said Naruto with a frown. "It looks like it's sizzling." The two watched as the seal cracked and hissed, slowly disappearing from the girl's skin. Within seconds, the seal was gone, leaving a rather nasty-looking scar. "Check the other three. See if their Juinjutsu seals are still there." Naruto ordered the ANBU. He looked at the redhead. "Are you alright?" "What the fuck do you think?" "Of course I'm not fucking alright, shithead," she screamed at him. "Right. New plan then," Naruto muttered before giving out his orders. "Tori, get this girl to the hospital." "Aye," the man shouted, almost out of reflex due to the commanding tone in his voice. Naruto pulled the girl up and handed her off to the bird-masked ANBU. He turned to his father when the man began jumping off. "Are you ready?" Minato smiled at his son, and there was a look of pride on his face. "Of course. Shall we kick these foreign ninja out of our home?" "I think you know the answer to that." Birth of the new Demon King. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Katan, Inden, Fire Release, Flame Bullet. A mound of mud rose up from the ground, shifting and morphing to take on the shape of a dragon head. The creature opened its mouth and several tons of mud were blasted out, sweeping up many of the Odo ninja in front of Sarutobi away. A few more hand seals later, and Sarutobi blew a stream of fire out of his mouth, which connected with the earth and lit the mud into a blaze. Soon, the screams of Odo ninja dying were heard as they were burned to a crisp under the combined assault of the Sandaime's collaboration jutsu. Going through more hand seals, the aging Hokage slammed his palms on the ground and shouted, "Kuchios no Jutsu, Enkyo Enma, summoning technique, Monkey King Enma." There was a large puff of smoke, which soon cleared to reveal a large monkey. To be more specific, it was an ape. Enma's body was covered by white fur, which protrude from his sleeves and pants. He had long white hair and sideburns as well as a goatee. His tail was also white. He was wearing a black suit with mesh armor underneath, over which he wore a sleeveless kimono shirt with white trimmings and markings reminiscent of tiger stripes on it, held closed by a sash. Enma also had on a Konoha forehead protector. "Enma, I would like your help in ridding Konoha of these invaders," Sarutobi said. "Very well. I shall aid you in this, Sarutobi," Enma said as the two began to work together. Sarutobi and Enma began moving into the area which was thickest with enemy ninja, fighting together to overpower any shinobi they could get their hands on. While they were battling, however, they both received the shock of their lives as Uzumaki Naruto appeared to fight with them, and he was with none other than Namikaze Minato. "Minato-kun," Sarutobi whispered in shock as the pair of blondes crashed into the battle with all the subtlety of a battering ram. The father and son duo took to pulverizing the Odo ninja with a combination of finesse and brute force, Minato being the finesse and Naruto just pounding them into the dirt until they died, to defeat any who stood before them. Minato turned to look at the aging Sandaime and grinned. "Hey Sarutobi-san, can't talk now. Me and my son have to help with the invasion." The aging Hokage merely nodded mutely, unable to even think, much less try and comprehend the fact that Minato was standing before him, alive and well. What is going on here? Asked Enma as he smashed his fist into an Odo Kunoichi's face. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Minato die sealing the Kyuubi? Yes, he did. Sarutobi snapped himself out of his funk and began fighting again. He couldn't afford to get distracted. However, Orochimaru may have used that jutsu to bring Minato back to life. Though if he did, I don't know why he's fighting for us and not doing Orochimaru's bidding. I suppose in the end it doesn't matter, said Enma. Let us finish this, we can get our answers later. Sarutobi gave an absent nod as he got back to work. Birth of the new Demon King. The appearance of Namake's Minato fighting alongside Uzumaki Naruto sent shockwaves through the remaining Konoha shinobi. None could believe that their hero had returned and was battling with their foes like he had never left. Many of Konoha figured that the Yondaime had somehow managed to come back to life or never died to begin with and had just been waiting for the right time to come out of hiding. The one other thing that everyone noticed and were shocked about was the fact that the Yondaime Hokage was fighting alongside Naruto, a fact which confused many of the ninja forces. Despite their confusion, everyone rallied behind the two powerful shinobi. With renewed strength, determination, and moral, Konoha drove off the invading Odo forces alongside the Chūnin ninja that had turned on their supposed allies. With the loss of their leader, the appearance of Naruto, and the reappearance of the Yondaime Hokage, the ninja of Odo began to lose heart. Many had attempted to retreat, only to be cut down by the father and son duo who used their immense speed and power to blindside the Odo ninja. Naruto, wielding his Rinnegan, had used his control over gravity to keep the Odo forces from running away, while Minato sped into their ranks and decimated them. Even though he did not have any Hiraishin Kunai on him, and was thus incapable of using his signature technique, was still faster than anyone had any right to be. It wasn't long before the Odo forces had either been killed or surrendered. Phew, Naruto said as he wiped some sweat from his brow. Man, this has been quite a day. First I fight the Hyuga prodigy, then the Shikaku Jinchuriki, next was Orochimaru, and now I just helped drive an invading force out of Konoha. An all-around good day. Minato chuckled at his son's nonchalance. And now we'll be able to get some well-deserved rest, and you can tell me about how your life has been. The older blonde didn't miss the wince his son did, and a frown marred his face. Before he could ask about it, another voice shouted his name. Minato! Minato! Turning, the two blondes watched as Jiraiya jumped down from the roof and stopped in front of the two of them. Minato blinked. Jiraiya-sensei? When I heard you were alive, I didn't believe it. I almost still don't believe, the white-haired man said. He looked at Minato suspiciously. How are you alive? I'll explain later, sensei, Minato said. For now, let's just say Orochimaru is an idiot and leave it at that. Wait, Naruto said, catching the attention of the two men. This is Jiraiya? The Jiraiya? Jiraiya grinned at the younger blonde. Yes, that is right. It is I, the great Jiraiya-sa. Minato, Hiruzen, and the many shinobi who were present winced in sympathy as Naruto kicked the Gamasunin in the balls hard. A few even reflexively cupped their nads, as if feeling the pain merely by seeing Jiraiya getting damaged. What was that for? Squeaked out Jiraiya, his voice sounding very much like a eunuch. That, Naruto said with a grim smile. That was for not taking care of me, or even coming to visit me, Kyofu. Jiraiya paled, then went even paler as he saw Minato's look darken. If they did not look so different, many would have assumed Jiraiya was Orochimaru due to how pale he was. Thankfully for Jiraiya, Sarutobi herded the attention away from his doomed student. Minato, I have to ask, how is it that you are here? I saw your body after defeating the Kyuubi. You and... The Sandaime paused, looking over at Naruto. What? Naruto said with a shrug. I already know my parents were the Yondaime and Uzumaki Kushina. Why you knew? Sarutobi stuttered. Many of the ninja forces that were near enough to hear began whispering. Seeing the look on Naruto's face, the Sandaime asked, For how long? Since the Forest of Death, where I went through my transformation, Naruto replied carefully. Why didn't you say anything? Asked Sarutobi. Naruto shrugged. Why didn't you? The aging Hokage winced at the dull tone in the boy's voice. He He had honestly hoped it would be someone else's responsibility to inform Naruto of his parents. That the blonde already knew and didn't let Sarutobi know that he knew meant he no longer trusted the Sandaime enough to talk to him. Naruto, I dash. Save your platitudes for someone who needs them, Naruto interrupted, though his words sounded harsh, his tone was not. It was the kind of voice someone used when they had already accepted what had happened to them and moved on. What's done is done, and while I don't like you keeping my heritage from me, especially since you always told me you didn't know, I understand why you did it. It's in the past, and that is where it shall stay. I would rather not play whose fault is it with you. Let's just focus on the now, okay? Very well, Sarutobi said, relieved and happy to see Naruto did not seem to hold a grudge against him. The Hokage may have lost his trust, but at least the young blonde was willing to forgive his transgressions. Why don't we discuss everything in my office? I have many questions, and I'm sure you do as well, Minato. Aye, that's true. I have a lot I want to ask you, and a lot I need to tell you, Minato said. As Naruto is integral to this discussion and deserves to hear everything we say, he will be coming with us. Understand, Sarutobi said. He looked down at Jiraiya, who was still curled up on the ground holding his junk. Jiraiya, get off the ground. I want you to be at this meeting. Right, Jiraiya said, standing as if nothing had happened, and he was perfectly fine, though Naruto noticed with a satisfied smirk that the man was walking a little bow-legged. The four ninja began making their way through the crowd, heading towards the Hokage Tower, where a long discussion awaited them.